Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1, statement on significant matter.
I'll give the call to the Assistant Minister for the Prevention of Family Violence.
Mr Speaker, today I rise to reaffirm our government's commitment to ending gender-based violence. Growing up, so many young girls and women have always had to think and act differently. It may mean walking on the other side of the street so you avoid walking past someone bigger than you. If you're on the bus, it might mean turning the volume down on your music so you can actually hear behind you. You might decide to leave work before it gets too dark or catch a taxi or a ride share, making sure you let someone know just in case. And when you get home, you look behind you before opening the door, which you then promptly lock. For some women, Mr Speaker, once they get home and lock the door, they still aren't safe. For too many women, home is the most dangerous place. You see, Mr Speaker, the life of a woman is different. We've had to see, think and act differently throughout our entire lives out of fear of violence. Fear of violence should not be a normal nor accepted part of womanhood. Speaker, one death is one death too many. And these deaths are not just numbers. These are women with lives, families, jobs. These women were part of our community until a man decided to take that away. Now, as many know, I served as a frontline police officer, and I've stood in the living rooms and the kitchens of homes where the most confronting, devastating and vile acts of violence have taken place. And tragically, these are the same stories that I hear every day in my current role as the Assistant Minister for the Prevention of Family Violence. And unfortunately, we know that calls to police are more than 5,000 per week. So many have been advocating for change for years. Indeed, one of the first times I spoke in this chamber was on International Women's Day in 2005. And in speaking about gender-based violence, I said, these are not just women's issues, they're also community issues. Women make up more than half the population. It stands to reason that issues affecting us affect the entire community. And I look back on those comments, and at one level, I do find it disheartening to think that I'm still standing here today speaking on the same issue. But a stark difference between then and now is that eliminating violence against women and children is a national priority, backed by immediate action and driven by a generational goal. Proof that this government and this parliament understand that violence against women is not a problem women should have to solve alone. Mr Speaker, since coming to government, we have worked tirelessly to help end violence against women and children and drive towards gender equality. We've placed a particular focus on tackling economic insecurity because poverty is not just a factor in violent relationships, it's something that traps women in violent situations. That's why we've legislated 10 days paid family and domestic violence leave. We've expanded the single parenting payment, which is benefiting more than 91,000 Australians. We've established the permanent leaving violence program because we know that 57% of recipients under the trial reported they would not have left the violent relationship without that financial support. And we're investing in housing, so women know they have a place to go, building 4,000 social and affordable homes for women and children escaping violence. and delivering a further 720 safe places of emergency accommodation nationwide. We've strengthened our justice system's response to gendered violence, making the family law system safer for women and children and harmonising sexual assault and consent laws. We're implementing all the recommendations of the Respect at Work report, including enforcing positive duty compliance in the workplace. And with states and territories, we've set a goal to end violence against women and children in a generation. And this goal sits at the heart of our national plan. Of course, in May this year, our Prime Minister convened a national cabinet alongside all First Ministers to bolster the efforts of all governments to address gender-based violence. First Ministers committed to clear actions, and they'll report on their progress later this year. Commitments included strengthening accountability and consequences for perpetrators, building on prevention work through targeted evidence-based approaches, and maintaining a focus on missing and murdered First Nations women and children. Following the National Cabinet, the Albanese government announced that we'd be undertaking a rapid review of approaches to prevent gender-based violence, led by an expert panel and co-convened by the Domestic Family and Sexual Violence Commissioner, Michaela Cronin. We're listening to the experts, identifying where the gaps are and acting with urgency, because an opportunity missed can mean a life lost. Our commitment to the change that's needed has been significant and backed by more than $3.4 billion in our 2 years in government. And it's important that all governments face up to where we do fall short and look for ways to do it better. This is a whole-of-government, whole-of-country effort. Now today, Australia's inaugural Domestic Family and Sexual Violence Commissioner will table her yearly report to Parliament. And the report reflects the progress we've made 2 years into the 10-year national plan and sets a clear path forward for continued action and improvement. And I thank the Commissioner for this report. I'd also like to acknowledge the work of the Lived Experience Advisory Council, who contributed to this report, and of course all victim survivors. It's your voices and experiences that have been and continue to be central to policy change. And I'd like to acknowledge our brave frontline community sector workers and thank them for their tireless and enduring commitment to helping women and children. Now, we know that we must continue to push for generational change, otherwise this problem will just never end. If we're going to get anywhere, we need our whole community, including men, to step up. And of course, I especially want to acknowledge all those men who have already stepped up and are working with us to lead the change that's needed. Protecting our daughters is not enough. Generational change depends on educating our sons. Our young boys are being targeted by a wide variety of misogynistic online content. As it stands, 1 in 4 teenage boys in Australia look up to social media personalities who perpetrate harmful gender stereotypes and condone violence against women. These misogynistic voices that permeate the social media pages of young boys often go unchallenged. That's why earlier this year we launched the next phase of the government's award-winning and evidence-based Stop It at the Start campaign to encourage early conversations. Our government's consent campaign, along with our funding for respectful relationships education in schools, will work to ensure children and adults have a better understanding of consent so they can have informed conversations with young people. Social media, influencers, pornography, AI and deepfakes are influencing the attitudes that boys have around sex, consent and relationships. And that's why the government's also announced a suite of online safety measures, including a pilot of age assurance technology to protect children from harmful content, and legislation to ban the creation and non-consensual distribution of deepfake pornography. Of course, traditional media, have a part to play in this also. And whilst I commend the media for the increased reporting and attention family, domestic and sexual violence now gets in our news cycle, the attention it always deserved, I take this opportunity to remind them that words matter. Reporting must shed light equally, because too often the plight of missing and murdered First Nations women and children does not receive the same national attention. Reporting must be accurate, safe and respectful. Of course, violence against women is ultimately both a symptom and cause of gender inequality. We understand that ending gender inequality is an essential part of ending violence against women. Our government's groundbreaking Working for Women strategy to achieve gender equality is central to helping drive this generational change. Of course, whilst we're making significant stride when it comes to gender equality, we also recognise that this alone does not safeguard against the perpetration of violence. We need to take every opportunity available to intervene early and stop violence from occurring. And part of that is a sharp focus on perpetrators of violence. These perpetrators are criminals and they must always be held to account. Men who perpetrate violence need to feel the consequences for doing so. And what has been resounding from experts, the sector, and of course the voices of those with lived experience is the need to concentrate our efforts into perpetrators. Because intervening early to stop violence, including when there are other drivers present, whether that be financial stress or problems with alcohol, drugs and gambling, is critical to saving lives. This means working with men who use violence, which our government is doing through the innovative perpetrator response trials. These trials have been rolled out around the country and focus on crucial interventions to minimise the risk of reoffending. Speaker, in my role as the Assistant Minister for the Prevention of Family Violence, I have met with victim survivors around the country who have so bravely shared their story with me in the hope that it might help others. I've heard of the countless ways in which perpetrators inflict their violence on women they say they love. And with many perpetrators, their violence may not be physical, but it is planned, orchestrated, and in every sense malicious. The problem of violence against women and children is complex. And in a year when too many women have been killed by violent men, it's difficult to reconcile that there has been progress towards ending this national crisis. And Commissioner Cronin notes in her report that there are no quick fixes to turn this around. But when we look at the long-term picture, we can see significant improvements in community attitudes that reject and challenge this violence. More men and women stand with us today than ever before. And Mr. Speaker, I'm so proud of this Prime Minister and this government that is taking action on this issue. The Albanese Labor government is absolutely committed to achieving our shared vision of ending violence against women and children in one generation. We're taking action today, here and now. All of us have more to do. All of us must do better. Together we can, we must and we will. The time is now.
I give the call to the Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition to speak in response to the Minister's statement.
Thank you, Speaker. Once again, we mark this day in this place and recommit to ending gender-based violence. Domestic violence remains an all-too-present scourge in our country. Today's Domestic Family Sexual Violence Commissioner's annual statement and progress report on the National Plan to End Violence Against Women is an important opportunity for us to understand how we are progressing as a nation, and we will be watching closely. I will be at the National Press Club to hear her address today and continue to work closely with Senator Kerryn Little, our Shadow Minister for Child Protection, and Pat Conahan, Member for Cowper, our Shadow Assistant Minister for the Prevention of Family Violence. Today, I reiterate the Coalition will continue to work with the Government to combat the scourge of domestic violence in Australia. I have said that many times before in this place, and I say it again today. Efforts in this complex space demand we take the long view, and we are all committed to working collaboratively on this. Last year, I read out the names of all those women killed at the hands of their current or former intimate partner. I came into this place earlier this year and I read out more names, more victims we had already lost. And there are more names I could list right now, more women since I listed each national tragedy. In fact, during this time, the rate of violence has not slowed, it has increased. 35 women have already been killed this year from family and domestic violence, with another 17 women killed by male perpetrators. At least 55 children have been left without their mother. These women had dreams, they had hopes and aspirations for their lives. They had friends, they were sisters and mothers. They were loved by so many in our communities, and we have lost them. These are devastating statistics, and each one was a life lost, leaving a hole in the lives of their families, their friends, their communities and our nation. And these statistics are the most extreme of cases. Many more hide in the shadows of survival, just hoping the violence will end. Today is about telling those women that we have not forgotten them, and we commit ourselves to helping them escape the violence they are facing. I want us all here in this place and those watching to take ourselves to what we are talking about here today, to picture this in your mind. Because we're not just talking about statistics, we are talking about very real moments that have happened to real people, to people we know and people we do not, to women in their own homes or in their workplaces, to children hiding in their cupboards, in bushland and in back alleys, in bathrooms and in bedrooms. These things have happened. We cannot forget this is not about statistics. I want us all to imagine these moments as if they were happening right now in this chamber before us. Very real moments of fear and anxiety, very real moments of trauma and pain. Shouts, screams, silence, suffering. What would we do, Speaker, if these actions were confronting us today here in this place? What would we say? Would we step in? Would we reach out? Well, today these moments will be the lived reality of too many women and children in Australia. We must confront this issue with the fierce urgency we would if it was happening right here in this chamber, because it is happening and it must end. So while we focus on the data and the statistics, I want us all to lift our focus and confront the reality of what we are talking about. These are non-inevitable events, and we can never forget that. For our part, we know this is an issue that is personal for the Coalition team, as it is for those across the chamber. For me, I have shared my own experiences, and Peter Dutton, our leader, has shared his own experiences of standing between perpetrators and victims of family violence, of saving children, and doing his bit to stem the violence during his time with the police force. Sadly, we all have a story to share. But today is also about focusing on what we have committed to doing, a commitment to end domestic violence within a generation. And, Speaker, we must drive outcomes through accountability, and that is what today is about as well. And when we look at the data, we are not on track. Rates of reporting incidents of family and domestic violence have risen up to 16% annually across Australia. We know that most women who experience male violence do not report the incident to police, and we know 1 in 4 women who have experienced violence from an intimate partner since the age of 15. We are seeing progress, but we are also seeing a regression. The strides we have seen, strides that have taken us forward and promoted gender equality and respect for relationships in closing the gender pay gap, these initiatives are at risk. We risk a regression as social media influencers peddle misogyny for likes and promote gender stereotyping for followers. We risk a regression as social media companies profit off algorithms that are conditioning our kids with toxic views. We risk a regression as violent pornography and concerning practices like choking are normalised and damaging the brains of our next generation. We risk a regression as the stress of economic strain is generating new cycles of domestic violence and new forms of abuse. And we know that the economic pain will continue with difficult days to continue. We know financial abuse is increasing, and we're looking at ways to limit the opportunity for it, as we know financial stress and economic hardship are drivers for domestic violence. This regression is not unavoidable. We have the tools to take on these concerning trends, and there is a common purpose in this Parliament to take on the challenge. So today is an opportunity to look at what is working and what is not, and recommit ourselves to stronger action. We have to recommit ourselves to this task, and we must also consider new approaches and new responses to these challenges. I must also say, We have to get better at bringing men into the conversation because we too often talk about men and boys as the problem when we need them to be part of the solution. We look forward to the rapid review into best practice prevention approaches that is due to be handing down its findings sometime this week. And we hope that any recommendations put forward are prioritised by the government. I look forward to meeting with the Domestic Family Sexual Violence Commissioner, Michaelia Cronin, and having the opportunity to discuss this work in the near future. Because, as I said, we must consider new approaches, new responses. We must avoid a regression at all costs. We will support the efforts of the government and continue to commend them when they progress worthy initiatives. We support the recent announcement of the government's partnership with Movember to help young men to have healthy, respectful relationships. And we support more frontline workers being delivered across our states and territories. But we do want to see those commitments delivered in full. We commend their announcements, but we need to see results and we need to see promises delivered. Speaker, I know that with effort, resources and the right plan, we can turn the dial and we can make a difference when it comes to domestic violence. We can make a difference and we must make a difference. There is a fierce urgency to this issue and the Coalition stands ready to play our part.
The call to the Assistant Minister.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion to enable further statements on ending gender-based violence to be made in the Federation Chamber.
Is leave granted? The Leader of the Opposition.
Leave is granted.
Thank the Leader of the Opposition. The Assistant Minister.
I move that further statements on ending gender-based violence be permitted in the Federation Chamber.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I present report number 30 of the Selection Committee relating to the consideration of committee and delegation business and private members' business on Monday 9th September 2024. The report will be printed in the Hansard for today and the committee's determination will appear on tomorrow's notice paper. Copies of the report have been placed on the table. The call to the Chief Government Whip. Order. I'll just ask for the microphone to be turned on for the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. I declare that, unless otherwise ordered, the Better and Fairer Schools Information Management Bill 2024 stands referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration at the adjournment of the debate on the motion for the second reading of the bill.
Thank the Chief Government Whip. And I call the Clerk.
Government business, notice number 2, Administrative Review Tribunal, Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2024.
Give the call to the Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Administrative Review Tribunal Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
Give a call to the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to deal with miscellaneous and consequential matters arising from the enactment of the Administrative Review Tribunal Act 2024 and for other purposes.
Give a call to the Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Administrative Review Tribunal Miscellaneous Measures Bill 2024 supports the establishment of the new Administrative Review Tribunal created by the Administrative Review Tribunal Act 2024, the ART Act. The ART Act received royal assent on the 3rd of June 2024 and will commence on the 14th of October 2024. Two additional acts containing consequential and transitional amendments to 248 Commonwealth Acts have also received royal assent. The ART legislative package gives effect to the government's commitment to establish a new federal administrative review body that is user-focused, efficient, accessible, independent and fair. This bill completes the establishment of the tribunal and ensures that existing legislation interacts effectively with it. These amendments, which are largely procedural and technical, will amend 52 Commonwealth Acts, including the ART Act. The bill is necessary and could only be introduced following the passage of the ART Act due to the volume and complexity of interactions between the ART Act and other pieces of Commonwealth legislation, particularly those already before the Parliament when the ART package was introduced. The bill makes a number of minor changes to the ART Act to improve user experience and ensure the Act's intended operation is clear. For example, the bill amends the ART Act to exclude the period between 24th December and 14th January from the calculation of the 28-day period from which a party can appeal a decision of the Tribunal to the Federal Court of Australia. This addresses practical difficulties and disadvantages to parties seeking to make an appeal over the holiday period and aligns with existing practice within the federal courts. The bill also clarifies that where an applicant is no longer able to continue with an application for review of a decision for reasons such as death, bankruptcy or liquidation, another person may only apply to continue the proceeding if they would have been able to apply for review of the substantive decision. The bill includes amendments to ensure that decisions of the National Archives of Australia relating to access to certain national security records are reviewed in the Tribunal's intelligence and security jurisdictional area. This ensures that the amendments in the Intelligence Services Legislation Amendment Bill 2023 are reflected in the new tribunal. In addition to these amendments to the ART Act, the bill makes minor amendments to other laws to support the effective operation of the tribunal, consistent with the overarching objective of harmonising the federal system of administrative review. These include removing specific provisions of other legislation providing 28-day timeframes to apply to the tribunal for review of decisions that have been deemed to be made under the terms of those acts, amendments to legislation in the social services portfolio to remove the 3-month time limit to apply for both internal and tribunal review of AB study or assistance for isolated children debt decisions, ensuring that once an application has been referred to the Guidance and Appeals Panel, the decision under review cannot be varied or substituted without the Tribunal's visibility, amendments to the Migration Act 1958 to clarify that an application is not valid and therefore does not enliven the Tribunal's jurisdiction unless it is properly made, which does not change existing requirements but ensures that applicants can easily identify on the face of the legislation what they are required to do to make a valid application. Amendments to the Crimes Act 1914 to provide tribunal members nominated to issue post-entry and delayed notification search warrants with the same immunity and protections as tribunal members who are nominated to exercise other similar functions under the Crimes Act. This bill completes the package of reforms that establishes the new Administrative Review Tribunal and reflects the ongoing commitment of this government to reforming Australia's system of administrative review. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. The question is that the resumption of debate be made and... Sorry. The member for Deakin needs to move it.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those that have been say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business. Notice number 3. Parliamentary Workplace Support Service Amendment, Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission Bill 2024.
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service Amendment, Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service Act 2023 to establish the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. The purpose of the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service Amendment, Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission Bill, is to establish the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission, the IPSC. Establishing the IPSC was one of the recommendations made by the Australian Human Rights Commission in its November 2021 report, Independent Review into Commonwealth Parliamentary Workplaces, also known as the Set the Standard report. That report set out a framework for action to ensure that Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces are safe and respectful. In doing so, it observed that these workplaces should uphold the standing of the Parliament as a worthy reflection of the community it serves. That observation is incontestable. It is why, on the first sitting day of 2022, a joint statement of acknowledgement was delivered on behalf of the cross-party Parliamentary Leadership Task Force. The statement declared that this Parliament should serve as a model workplace for our nation. And it is why, in progressive updates on the implementation of the Set the Standard report, this place has acknowledged the mistakes of the past and committed to build safe and respectful workplaces. The Parliamentary Leadership Task Force, chaired by Dr Vivienne Thom, AM, has been working to steer implementation of the Set the Standard report's framework for action. Much has already been achieved. There have been real and important improvements to the culture of this place. Last year, the government, working with the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force and its staff consultation group, progressed legislation to establish the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service. The PWSS, as it is known, commenced its enhanced operations as a statutory agency on 1 October 2023. It provides centralised human resources support to parliamentarians and to their staff. The PWSS also provides services to a broader cohort of people who work in the Parliament to support a safe and respectful workplace. These are its confidential support service and a complaint resolution service. The PWSS also has an interim function to undertake workplace investigations. This review function will sunset on 1 October 2025. It is intended that the PWSS review function will be replaced by the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission, which would be established by this bill. Following the PWSS's successful commencement last year, the government turned our attention to progressing the IPSC. These represent two significant structural reforms to our workplace. As such, we considered their progression in a staged and orderly way would best integrate these entities into our workplaces. Subject to passage of the legislation, our aim is that the IPSC would commence on 1 October this year. The IPSC's commencement will mean that the separate behaviour codes for parliamentarians and their staff and the behaviour standards for the Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces can finally be adopted. These codes were developed by the Joint Select Committee on Parliamentary Standards. They were endorsed by both Houses of Parliament in February last year, pending the establishment of the IPSC to enforce them. Together, the behaviour codes and the IPSC are about accountability. The Set the Standard report said that the absence of clear standards of conduct and the absence of consequences for misconduct make the Australian Parliament out of step with developments in other parliamentary contexts. Additionally, also out of step with the most basic standards in other Australian workplaces. Consistent with the report, the bill would establish the IPSC as a fair and independent workplace investigation framework. Its role is to be an impartial fact finder. The IPSC commissioners would perform their functions in an independent and impartial way. Where expected standards of conduct have not been upheld, the IPSC will be able to impose or recommend sanctions set out in the bill. It will also be able to make referral for further action in the case of parliamentarians. If the IPSC finds the parliamentarian has seriously breached the Code of Conduct requirements, there will be a role for the Houses of Parliament. The IPSC would refer findings to the Privileges Committee, which would then consider the appropriate sanction and report to the relevant House of the Parliament with its recommendation. It is appropriate that the Houses of Parliament make such decisions about disciplining their members. There is accountability through this mechanism, and a recommendation by a Privileges Committee will become public. The structure of an IPSC investigation process in the bill aligns with the Set the Standard report. Recognising parliamentarians are elected members of the Parliament, 3 commissioners would decide a final report for a parliamentarian respondent. A single commissioner would make that decision for a staff respondent or other worker. The bill also provides avenues for internal review of decisions. In all cases, a review panel would be constituted of 3 commissioners. Again, this aligns with the Set the Standard report. Under the bill, the IPSC would be established as part of the PWSS. While its investigation function will be separated from the PWS's support and complaint resolution roles, the IPSC would still need to work in a complementary way with the PWSS. It is not intended that the IPSC would investigate a complaint that would be better addressed through the PWSS functions. People who have a workplace issue would be encouraged to contact the PWSS Confidential Support Service. This should be the front door for help and advice as envisaged by the Set the Standard report. The PWSS will be able to provide advice on ways to resolve a complaint. It can also provide wellbeing support. This is a confidential service and available to potential complainants, respondents or others who are involved. If an IPSC workplace investigation would be appropriate, the PWSS could assist a person to make a complaint to the IPSC. The bill is the product of extensive consultations with members of the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force and the Parliamentary Leadership Task Force Staff Consultation Group. I thank all involved in getting us to this point. Lots of thoughtful and constructive feedback was received. Ranges of views were put forward on various points and some balancing has been required. A particular point to emphasise is that it is not the intention of the bill to change existing work health and safety laws. Nothing in the bill requires people who have duties under work health and safety laws to make reports to the IPSC. The IPSC complements existing work health and safety laws. Importantly, employers in the Commonwealth Parliamentary workplaces already have obligations and duties under work health and safety laws. The IPSC provides an additional pathway to take action where appropriate. Because of many variabilities that can arise, if unsure what to do to meet a work health and safety duty, parliamentarians and their staff could obtain advice from the PWSS, as they can now. As part of this function, the PWSS can assist with advice on referral for an IPSC workplace investigation if it is an appropriate action. The establishment of the IPSC and the adoption of the behaviour codes will be a significant change in our workplace. The PWSS also has a function to provide guidance on the behaviour codes. It will roll out education on the codes so that people are aware of their obligations when codes commence. Consistent with recommendation 2 of the Joint Select Committee on Parliamentary Standards report, shortly after the IPSC has commenced, is intended that the behaviour code for parliamentarians and the behaviour standards for Commonwealth Parliamentary workplaces would be adopted into the standing orders of each House of the Parliament. As indicated in the bill, it is proposed that the behaviour code for parliamentarian staff will be formalised via a determination under the Members of Parliament Staff Act 1984 to coincide with commencement of the other codes. However, we know standards in this place are not set and forget. The legislation also sets out that the newly established Parliamentary Joint Committee on Parliamentary Standards would commence a review of the behaviour codes within 1 year of the first session of the new Parliament once the IPSC has commenced. As has been said before, the Parliament is a unique workplace, but is also one of Australia's most prominent workplaces. It should set the standard. Through the Set the Standard report, we heard from so many people who have worked and continue to work in this place. As a government, we have worked steadily and thoroughly to support implementation of the recommendations of the report. This bill provides further accountability. This bill will enable enforcement of behaviour codes and standards to improve safety and wellbeing across Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces, which is a goal we all share. And that, Deputy Speaker, is why I commend this bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Deakin.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Government business, notice number 4, National Health Amendment, technical changes to averaging price disclosure threshold and other matters, Bill 2024.
Minister.
I present the National Health Amendment, technical changes to averaging price disclosure threshold and other matters, Bill 2024, and the explanatory memorandum.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the National Health Act 1953 and for related purposes.
The Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. The National Health Amendment Technical Changes to Averaging Price Disclosure Threshold and Other Matters Bill 2024 amends the National Health Act 1953 to clarify the operation of provisions relating to pricing and supply arrangements for older and low-cost medicines. Under the National Act 1953, price reductions can occur for multi-branded medicines listed on the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme. These are known as price disclosure price reductions. These price reductions ensure that the subsidy paid by the Commonwealth under the PBS for a particular medicine more closely reflects the price actually paid in the market for a medicine by a pharmacist. This results in price reductions to some medicines on the PBS on 1st of April and 1st of October each year. These reductions are based on data submitted to the Department by medicines companies about their sales volume and revenue. A price reduction can occur where the difference between the PBS price and the average market price that the medicine is being sold at meets thresholds in Section 9980H of the Act. Amendments under the bill clarify provisions that were introduced through the National Health Amendment Enhancing the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme Act 2021 that implemented reforms negotiated with the medicines industry through strategic agreements to improve access to medicines for Australian patients. The Amendment Act included new provisions to support supply of the medicines that Australians need and use every day. This was achieved through the Medicines Supply Security Guarantee, which included reforms to improve the supply of older, lower-cost, multi-branded medicines referred to in the Act as designated brands. This bill will make technical amendments only, which are intended for avoidance of doubt and therefore are not intended to change the operation of the provisions in the Amendment Act, which have been in effect since 1st of July 2022. The bill includes amendments that apply retrospectively and prospectively to ensure the understanding of the provisions is consistent with the Parliament's intention when it passed the Amendment Act, removing any possible doubt as to how these provisions have operated to date and how they will continue to operate. The amendments clarify provisions in Section 9980H of the Act, which relate to the 12.5% average unadjusted price reduction test, and Section 9980H of the Act, which relates to the timing of when a brand becomes a designated brand. The amendments to Section 9980H of the National Health Act 1953 reflect the policy intent outlined in the explanatory memorandum for the 2021 Act, which states in relation to designated brands with an approved ex-manufacturer price greater than $4, there will be no further price reductions under the Act unless, over a period of 3 consecutive data collection periods, 1.5 years, the brand is discounted on average by 12.5% or more without taking a price reduction, or if the brand is discounted by more than 30% in any one price disclosure cycle. The amendments clarify paragraph 9980H6B that for a brand to pass the 12.5% average unadjusted price reduction test, that a price reduction cannot have occurred as a result of calculations using data from the 3 consecutive data collection periods used in the test. Each data collection period is 6 months in duration. Therefore, 3 consecutive data collection periods result in a period of 1.5 years between a possible price reduction for designated brands that have discounted on average by 12.5% or more in those periods. Section 9980H of the National Health Act 1953 sets out the conditions for a brand to be a designated brand and subject to a range of more protective pricing and supply provisions. These provisions include price disclosure thresholds, floor price protections, and the Minister's powers under Division 3CA if a medicine company offers a discount or incentive in relation to sales of a designated brand with an AEMP of $4 or less. Designated brands are also subject to the minimum stock holding requirements under Division 3CAA. As outlined in the explanatory memorandum for the Amendment Act in relation to designated brands, where a PBS-listed brand is protected by the price floor reduction, it will be subject to a condition that minimum stocks of the brand are held in Australia. As there are various consequences that flow from brand pharmaceutical item being identified as a designated brand, it is necessary to clarify the timing on when a brand becomes a designated brand. The bill provides a definition of previous data collection period to make clear which data collection period the previous data collection period refers to, which is required to determine whether or not a brand is a designated brand. This in turn ensures it's clear that each of the operative provisions associated with a designated brand are effective from the same date on which a brand becomes a designated brand. The bill includes provisions that are retrospective, commencing from 1 July 2022, in the interests of providing certainty to the various medicine supply chain stakeholders due to the inherent complexity associated with the PBS statutory framework. Although the amendments do not change the intended meaning of the provisions, they are made for the avoidance of doubt to avoid potential ambiguity. Therefore, retrospectivity and validation removes any potential doubts regarding past price reductions subsequent to which subsidies have already been paid to approved suppliers by reference to reduced approved ex-manufacturer prices. In conclusion, this bill includes technical amendments only that will provide clarity regarding the operation of sections 99 ADH and 99 ADHC of the National Health Act 1953 that relate to designated brands. These amendments are consistent with the Parliament's intention when it passed the Amendment Act and the overarching policy intent of the price disclosure regime. Thank you.
The debate must now be adjourned. The member for Deakin.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties, I present the committee's report 219, Australia to Louvain Philippe Union, Societies and Scientific Balloons, and ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection to the report.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to make a statement on the Joint Standing Committee's Treaty Report 219, Australia to Louvain Philippe Union, Societies and Scientific Balloons. With respect to JSCOT Report 219, contained in this report is the Australian to Louvain Philippe Union, which is a legally binding partnership between Australia and our Pacific Island partner. The treaty enhances development, creates human mobility pathways, including a recommitment to the concept of mobility with dignity, and facilitates cooperation between the two nations. The treaty focuses on matters relating to climate change and regional security. The committee heard that climate change remains the single greatest threat to livelihoods and the security and well-being of Toulousains. The treaty elevates Australia's existing relationship with Toulouse, and the treaty also improves Australia's standing in the Pacific. Also included in the report is amendments to Appendix 1, 2 and 3 on the Convention of International Trade in Endangered Species of Wildlife, Fauna and Flora. CITES is a prominent multilateral environmental agreement that regulates the trade of wild fauna and flora via listing more than 40,000 species of animals and plants in 3 appendices. This listing is undertaken based upon scientific assessment and analysis of international trade data. The treaty action recommends that the species listed in the CITES appendices 1, 2 and 3. Whilst most of the listings have no implications for Australia, the listing of the pygmy blue-tongued lizard, 4 marine species and 7 plant species have some trade implications for Australia. The committee welcomed the efforts of DQ for keeping it aware of the CITES Treaty action. However, notes that almost all the species listings in Appendix 2 came into effect prior to the referral to the committee for consideration. This prevented the committee from understanding the concerns of business impacted by the listings prior to the date of entry into force. Finally, in the report is the exchange of notes to extend the exchange of notes, constituting an agreement between the Government of Australia and the Government of the United States of America to amend and extend the agreement concerning the conduct of scientific balloon flights for civil research purposes. Deputy Speaker, this treaty is as old school as they get. The treaty extends the mutually beneficial agreement between Australia and the United States. Cooperation on space-related activities between the two nations dates back to 1957. The extension of the existing agreement allows the US to continue to use existing facilities in Wimmera for launching, tracking, recording, recovery for scientific balloons, in Australian territory. At the public hearing for the inquiry, the committee heard issues raised in relation to Australian sovereignty as well as the future broadening of the agreement. The committee found that the agreement did not impose on Australian sovereignty. There are no current plans to broaden the scope of the treaty, however, this is possible. The committee supports all 3 major treaties considered in the report and recommends binding treaty action be taken. Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the committee, I recommend this report to the House. I'd also like to take a moment on behalf of the Joint Standing Committee of Treaties to thank the former chair of JSCOT, the Honourable Mr Josh Wilson. His efforts contributed to ensuring that JSCOT was able to conduct inquiries into and report on a large number of treaty actions that are relevant to Australia's national interests. I am told it is the most active tabling committee that we have in our Parliament. On behalf of JSCOT, I wish him well in his new role. I thank the Chamber.
The member for Griffith.
I move that so much of standing order and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the member for Griffith moving the following motion. That the House notes 1A, the recent opinion of the International Court of Justice and the state of Israel's occupation is illegal and that Israel is responsible for apartheid. B, the widespread allegations of torture and sexual abuse against Palestinian prisoners in Israel's prisons and detention centres, including that from the UN Human Rights Office and B'Tselem. Statements from Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir and Likud member of the Knesset Hanok Milwitsky that support the legitimacy of the rape of Palestinian prisoners. The recent statement by Israel's Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich that the starving of 2 million Palestinians might be justified and moral. Israel's systematic bombing of water and sewage treatment facilities, Israel's systematic treatment of bombing of water and sewage treatment facilities has reduced water supply in Gaza to about a quarter of what it was pre the war and has contributed to the re-emergence of polio in Gaza, which causes paralysis and death in children. And F, the continuing genocide and war crimes in Gaza, including the wide-scale deaths and injuries caused by the State of Israel's bombings and other attacks. And 2, calls on the government to A, sanction the State of Israel and members of the extremist Netanyahu government, including the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Defence Minister Yoav Gallant, National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir and Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich. And B, end two-way arms trade with the State of Israel, including the F-35 parts manufactured in Australia and used in the State of Israel's fighter jets. How many atrocities does Israel have to commit before this government will take action? How many children does it have to kill before it will place sanctions on the state of Israel? How many schools does Israel have to bomb before Labor will end two-way arms trade with Israel and stop the export of F-35 parts that are in Israeli jets currently committing atrocities in Gaza? Now, we know now that the official death toll in Gaza is now over 40,000. Over 70% of those are women and children, and we hear these numbers a lot. We hear them a lot, but what we don't often do is think about the human consequences and stories behind these deaths, the horrific nature of them. And as I read these out, I want people to think about, why is it then that when these atrocities have been committed at a systematic scale, at a deliberate and systematic scale, carrying out a genocide in Gaza right now, why is it then that the Australian government and the Labor Party won't end two-way arms trade with Israel, or just like they sanctioned Russia, sanction the state of Israel? Let's talk about Mohammed Bar. One of the deaths, people killed, children killed by Israel. Mohammed Bar had Down syndrome and autism. He was attacked by a combat dog when Israeli soldiers raided his family's home in Gaza. His mother said Mohammed was pleading with the dog while it was attacking him. He said, "Enough, Habibi, enough." Habibi translates as "my love." The soldiers put Mohammed in another room and forced his family to leave with their home without him. When they returned a few days later, he was dead. Things like this are happening every day in Gaza right now. Every day, at a systematic scale, admitted by Israeli ministers that this is their goal. This is their goal. And what does this government do? Nothing. How many horrors have to occur? Is there a number that this government is looking at? Is there a number of kids that have to be murdered by the state of Israel before this government will take action? Let's talk about another one. What about 3-year-old Emad Abu al-Qura? He was killed outside his home when he went to buy fruit with his cousin. He was shot in the head by an Israeli sniper. His cousin was also shot and killed. In fact, what we know is that since October 7th, 115 infants, newborn babies, have been born and then killed. 564 schools have been either partially damaged or destroyed as Israel has deliberately targeted them and bombed them. What will it take? What will it take? And the gall of this government, for whenever they face criticism about the complicity in this genocide going on in Gaza right now, they talk about social cohesion. You know, people have eyes. They see what's going on in Gaza. The reason that people are upset is because they see stories like this and then they look to their government to show some moral leadership, to show some international leadership, to expect them, when they've seen this government sanction Russia, take out over 1,000 autonomous sanctions against Russia for their illegal invasion of Ukraine. And then they look and say, well, surely this government, with any sense of morality, any sense of justice, any sense of humanity, would turn around and do the same thing to the state of Israel and sanction the state of Israel. But apparently not. And the reality is, this is what we know. Every time that the state of Israel commits an atrocity like that, or carries out a bombing of a school or a hospital, every time Israel does that, and then they look around the world, and they look to countries like Australia, and then they do nothing. And Israel is emboldened to keep acting. I mean, we have a situation right now where polio has re-emerged in Gaza. Just think about the devastating impacts that will have on Gazan children. Do their lives not matter? And there is a lot of Australians right now who think that they should be proud of this country. And one way of being proud of this country is we would have a government that said no more. When we see atrocities like this, we say no more and we take action. Because for children like Mohammed Bar, whose last hours were scared and alone, bleeding and dying to death, as he couldn't even die in the arms of his family, scared and alone. And his story is just one of the over 15,000 Palestinian children have been murdered by Israel. And what is this about? Like, genuinely, why is it that the Australian government cannot take a single action against the State of Israel? Why is it that this Australian government, who has signed a $917 million defence contract with Elbit Systems, an Israeli weapons company that has been blacklisted by other countries around the world for war crimes committed with their weapons in occupied Palestinian territories, why is it they can't even cancel that contract? Why is it they can't follow the Netherlands and ban the export of F-35 parts going into Israeli jets? Why is it that they can't take sanctions? Is it perhaps their slavish loyalty to the United States? And when will this country learn and this government learn, whether it be Labor or Liberal? By the way, the Liberal Party never reckoned with their disastrous invasion of Iraq. What is it? Iraq, Afghanistan. How many times do we have to follow slavishly into a war backed by the United States and look at the consequences, the millions dead? And the reality is that it makes the world less safe. Australia backed the US invasion of Afghanistan to apparently get rid of the Taliban. And what do we end up with? After 20 years and hundreds of billions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of deaths? The Taliban. They're still there. And what happened when Australia backed the invasion of Iraq, which some estimates said led to 1 million dead? 1 million dead. What did we end up with? ISIS. Good on you guys. You worked out real well. Great stuff. I mean, the lack of seriousness and the lack of intellectual capacity on either side of this House to deal with the consequences of a foreign policy that this country backs that leads to the death and suffering of millions of people. What will it take? And the message that a lot of people hear is that, well, for this government, when you compare what's going on and the sanctions that they've taken about Russia, with the sanctions that they refuse to take out against the State of Israel, is somehow Palestinian lives matter less. Well, you know what? That view's not represented by the people in the community. Because people in the community and people across Australia have a different view. They have a different view. They see when our country has a responsibility created by the fact that this country is engaged in two-way arms trade with the State of Israel as it carries out a genocide, a responsibility that says this is a country that's part of the international community. Well, that responsibility warrants actions. And where this government does not take actions, then that creates a complicity in the actions that the State of Israel is carrying out. And at the end of the day, and I'll take those objections because the lack of humanity in this House, what about Mohammed Bar, left to die with autism and Down syndrome, not even with his family? Oh, great. And you talk about the deaths on October 7th, which the Greens have condemned and are disgraceful. But that does not justify the deaths of 15,000 children. That does not justify the deaths of men, women and children, unnecessary deaths that only create less...
Expired. Is there a seconder for the motion? The member for Melbourne.
I second this motion. Action. Action. That's what people want from their government. When we witness a genocide and starvation and destruction of people's lives and the re-emergence of polio and a court saying that the State of Israel is committing the crime of apartheid, people want their own government to take action. Enough of the hand-wringing words. Enough of the pleas and the supposed red lines that the extremist government of Benjamin Netanyahu then crosses every time without consequences. People want action. There are things that this government could do to put pressure on the extremist government of Benjamin Netanyahu to stop the slaughter and the genocide, but Labor is refusing to do it. Governments were more than willing, with the support of everyone across the parliament, to put sanctions on Russia when it committed its illegal invasion. Well, since the parliament was here last time, when everyone else, certainly on the Labor side and on the Liberal side, voted against the recognition of Palestine, despite it being something that Labor said would make it a priority. Since then, we have had International courts say the crime of apartheid is being committed. And we have now seen, ministers in the government say that the starvation of 2 million Palestinians might be justified and moral. And we have seen the re-emergence of polio, not just the tens of thousands of deaths, but we now have the re-emergence of polio. We are on the verge of epidemics that will see a whole generation of children now being forced to live a life that we thought we had left behind us as humanity. They are now going to be facing diseases that we thought that we know are preventable, but we are now seeing reappear. And not only that, we are seeing kids die because they can't get enough to eat or drink. This is happening on a daily basis, and people want their governments to take action. And we are seeing voices right across the spectrum speak up since we've last been here. And I want to pay tribute to those brave voices, including those brave and heroic voices from the Jewish community who are saying this extremist Netanyahu government is committing war crimes. And as they lend their voices, not only to everyone across this parliament who is calling for the release of hostages, but is calling on this government to recognise that the extremist Netanyahu government has crossed lines time and time again, they are saying, like millions of people across this country, it is the time for the government to take action. And it has been said that the words are too strong when the Greens say that Labor is complicit in genocide. Well, no, because these international treaties that we have signed up to require governments to stand up and take action when they see war crimes being committed. There is no supranational police force that is going to come in and step in and stop governments like the extremist Netanyahu government, stop them from committing war crimes. These very treaties, like the treaty against committing genocide that Australia has signed up to, say that governments like this Labor government are required to take action when they see war crimes being committed by others. And there's a reason for that. It's because if Labor keeps letting Netanyahu's extremist government commit these war crimes, then more and more will be committed. These treaties, these conventions that we sign up to impose obligations on this government to take action when they see war crimes being committed, when they see the crime of apartheid being committed. And at the moment, when Labor does nothing, Labor is complicit. Labor is not meeting its legal or its moral obligations under these treaties. And it could also very simply say, like they have in the Netherlands, that it is wrong that Australian-made parts are being used in these F-35 fighter jets to drop bombs, and they won't even do that either. So this is a chance for every member of parliament now. Every member of parliament who voted against recognising Palestine before will come in now and vote to put some pressure to stop the genocide.
The member's time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Fisher.
Strongly against this motion. Where were the Greens on October 7? Where were the Greens? Now, where were the Greens when 1,200 innocent Israelis were killed? Now, where were those Greens? Have the Greens, any members of the Greens, been to Israel? Have they been to see the sites of the atrocities? Have they bothered to watch the 43-minute video? Have they bothered to do that? Now, you don't have to go to Israel. Have you seen it? Nope. Have you seen the 43-minute video? Because if you haven't, I encourage you to do it. I encourage you to watch the 43-minute video.
Through the chair.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I encourage those members of the Greens to watch that 43-minute video because it will enlighten them. I wish I hadn't seen it. When I travelled to Israel in December and I watched that video in December of the absolute barbarity of those attacks, the absolute barbarity of Hamas, kitted up with rocket-propelled grenades, with automatic weapons, and you know what else they had? They had cameras, because they wanted to show the world what they were doing. Not only did they kill innocent Israelis, they killed women, children, beheading people. The rape. Where was the Greens? You know, it's Me Too unless you're a Jew. Rape was used as a weapon of war. And yet the Greens come in here and say nothing about what caused this war in the first place. What caused this war was the atrocities on the 7th of October. If Hamas wanted this war to be over, they could unconditionally surrender and hand back the more than 100 hostages which are still being held. Six hostages were discovered overnight, dead, killed. There's around about 105 or 106 hostages that are still remaining. We don't know whether they're alive or whether they're dead. But the unbelievable hypocrisy of the members of the Greens to come in and make these political statements which are designed to try and get the media involved and look at what the Greens are doing. Let me tell you, Greens, through you, Chair, that what was once a party of environmentalists, those same environmentalists are walking away from you in their droves because you've become, through you, Chair, the Greens have become much more than environmentalists. They've abandoned that, and now what they are doing is effectively trying to become the major party on the left. Please God, that will never happen. Please God, that will never happen. It will be bad enough if they form some form of a coalition with the Labor Party, but at least the Labor Party is a party of government. They don't just come in and make ridiculous comments. The Greens will never, hopefully, have to serve in government. I want to encourage the members of the Greens, before they do this stunt again, to travel to Israel and see what I've seen. To watch, at the very least, watch that 43-minute video of the atrocities that have occurred and continuously come out and condemn Hamas and condemn the violence and call on Hamas to unconditionally surrender and return each and every single one of the hostages. If they did that, this war could end today. So why don't they do it? Why don't they do it? Well, I don't understand. I don't understand, and I don't pretend to understand what their motivations or their rationales are, but it is not coming from a bona fides place. And this House should condemn the Greens today.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The Minister.
Speaker, I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the debate be adjourned. All those that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
You must be on holidays. Oh, no,
Lock the doors. The question is the debate be adjourned. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point tellers for the ayes, the honourable members for Bean and point tellers for the noes, the honourable members for Griffith and the leader of the Australian Greens, and the members for Bean and Gray as tellers for the ayes.
Oh, good.
Order. The result of the division is ayes 83, noes 6. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. And I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Better and Fairer Schools Information Management Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to speak on the Better and Fairer Schools Information Management Bill, which is concerned with extending the unique student identifier to students in the school sector. The unique student identifier has been in use for higher education and vocational education and training students since 2015. It is an important reform measure implemented by the former coalition government's National School Reform Agreement. The unique student identifier is a simple but powerful tool. Allocating a unique student identifier to every school student, a number issued by the Office of the Student Identifiers Register, will help provide a better understanding of a student's progress throughout their school life. As has been agreed between federal, state and territory education ministers, the student identifier will effectively travel with the student when they move from one school to another, one school system to another, or from one state or territory to another. This enables the efficient and timely transfer of a student's information, meaning key information about learning progress can be easily identified. Subject to the agreement of education ministers, there is also the potential to use a student identifier for a broader range of purposes, such as supporting the identification of students who are falling through the cracks, or to target students needing additional support throughout any part of their school life. This could assist with building the evidence to deliver improved teaching methods or identifying issues surrounding school refusal, non-attendance or withdrawal from school. We know that the unique student identifier works. Since 2015, more than 15.6 million unique student identifiers have been generated for higher education and vocational education and training students. Of course, it's important to recognise the privacy considerations with a policy measure like this and ensure that there are appropriate privacy protections in place. Protecting an individual's personal information is of the utmost importance. Importantly, this bill specifies the limited circumstances where the collection, use and disclosure of information is authorised. Any other collections, uses or disclosures of this information will be unauthorised and taken to be an interference with an individual's privacy under the Privacy Act 1988. I do note here that we are yet to see the long-promised reforms to the Privacy Act that the government states that it is committed to. The bill also provides the Student Identifiers Registrar and any other entity administering school identifiers will be required to protect this information from misuse or unauthorised access. Deputy Speaker, the Universal Student Identifier is hardly the only matter deserving of the urgent attention of the Minister for Education. Last week's NAPLAN results show that as a nation we have a lot of work to do to raise school standards. We need every tool in the toolkit to support student learning, engagement and progress from primary school through to higher education. 1 in 3 students is effectively failing NAPLAN. In my home state of New South Wales, the report card is dim. The results show more than 29.5% of New South Wales school students are now below the national minimum proficiency standard in literacy and numeracy. That compares to 28% last year, with the youngest children assessed in the testing program struggling the most. The latest results of the OECD-run Program for International Student Assessment, or PISA, released late last year, reflect stagnation in the short term, but a long-term decline. The average Year 10 student is 1 year behind in their learning compared to 20 years ago. PISA tells us that nearly half of all students tested performed below expectation in maths, with 43% failing to meet the grade in reading and 42% in science. The Coalition is strongly focused on the need for a back-to-basics approach in education, sharply focused on literacy and numeracy, underpinned by explicit teaching and a knowledge-rich, common-sense curriculum. As the Australian Education Research Organisation continues to show, evidence-based teaching methods are critical to raising school standards. Perhaps the Minister could spend less time coming up with heartwarming stories for question time and more time knuckling down on his ministerial briefs. I also wish to note with concern the government's failure to deliver the next National School Reform Agreement. While there is a signed agreement with the Northern Territory and an agreement in principle with Western Australia, a full-blown school funding war has erupted between the Commonwealth and the remaining 5 states and the Australian Capital Territory. It's worth noting that all of these but Tasmania are Labor governments. The West Australian government has agreed in principle only, while the other states continue to engage in a public war with Minister Clare over funding arrangements. This says a lot about Labor's misleading election commitment to provide, quotes, full and fair funding, close quotes, and the Education Minister's failure to work constructively with state and territory education ministers. While the draft agreement proposes a number of important reforms, including evidence-based teaching, screening tests such as the Year 1 phonics check, and improved student attendance and performance targets, the reforms are both light on detail and inadequate. We continue to urge the government to respond to the Coalition's Senate inquiry on classroom disruption and include important recommendations such as a national behaviour curriculum into the next National School Reform Agreement, which was initially due to be finalised more than a year ago. The PISA results tell us we have some of the unruliest classrooms in the world, with the most recent findings from the Journal of School Violence revealing a quarter of all Australian teachers feel unsafe at work. It is incumbent on the government to take action on this very important issue. I conclude by observing that it is pleasing that the Coalition's leadership in relation to the unique student identifier has attracted strong bipartisan support. This is an important measure for school students now and into the future when its use could potentially be expanded. We trust this will provide meaningful, practical support to young Australians and their families and lead to better school outcomes. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Manager Opposition Business and call the Assistant Minister.
Thanks, Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned to a later hour.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. Those of that opinion say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2. Universities Accord, Student Support and Other Measures Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Universities Accord, Student Support and Other Measures Bill 2024, a bill that amends the Higher Education Support Act and gives effect to several measures from the Australian Universities Accord final report. These measures include changing the way help indexation is calculated to use the lower of either the Consumer Price Index, the CPI, or the Wage Price Index, the WPI, backdated to the 2023 and 2024 indexation years. The introduction of a Commonwealth prac payment for teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students. Fee-free uni-ready courses for students to undertake preparatory courses to prepare for university studies, and requiring universities to provide 40% of the student services and amenities fee to student-led organisations. While the Coalition will not stand in the way of this bill in the House, there are many unanswered questions, which is why it is important that there be an inquiry in the other place into this bill. We hold a range of concerns about this bill, and that inquiry will allow an opportunity to fully interrogate this bill. The Coalition welcomes any initiative to combat escalating student debt, which has occurred on this government's watch. The claims, however, that the government is wiping $3 billion in student debt are misleading. Let's remember the damage this government has caused. In 2023, indexation was at its highest level since 1990, 7.1%. increasing the average student loan of $26,500 by more than $1,800. This year, indexation was 4.7%, increasing the average student loan by around $1,250. In just these 2 years alone, student debt balances have increased on average by $4,000. In contrast, under the Coalition, indexation averaged 1.7% per year. The proposal to change help indexation to the lower of the Wage Price Index or the Consumer Price Index would, if passed, still result in student debts increasing by 11.1% since June 2022. In the meantime, students have become one of the hardest hit groups when it comes to the cost of living crisis gripping our nation. We know that Australians are paying 20% more personal income tax, while real wages have dropped by 9%. We know that the price of everyday essentials is going up. Food up by 11%, health costs up by 11%, education 11%, housing up by 15%, rents up 15%, electricity up 22%, gas a staggering 25% increase. And while this government has talked big on reducing student HECS debts, this bill does not include a date by which student debt credits will be applied or refunds will be paid. In other words, despite all of the rhetoric, students don't know when that HECS relief will be credited to their accounts or land in their bank accounts. While the bill sets the formula for the calculation methods, the explanatory memorandum and the Minister's speech do not offer any further detail as to when credits will be applied. This is a significant oversight, given the government's sweeping claims about this being a measure that will ease financial pressures on Australians. The other big unknown is how much money will be paid as a refund. Most of the refunds, in fact, will end up as a credit against a HECS loan account and may very well be eaten up by future rises in that balance as a result of indexation, meaning that there will be very little actual cost of living relief to many of the purported beneficiaries. Let me turn to the issue of prac payments. Students studying teaching, nursing, midwifery or social work hard. Student teachers do around 80 days of work placement as part of their university studies. Student nurses do around 800 hours, midwifery students around 1,300 hours. Social workers do 1,000 hours. And skill shortages exist across these three sectors and particularly are acute in regional areas. The Coalition recognises all of these realities, But we cannot avoid stating an obvious problem with this bill. It fails to provide any detail on how students will be eligible, means tested or paid. The Australian University Accord Review noted students who undertake work placement as part of their course studies can face financial constraints when they need to cease their part-time employment to do their work placements. Recommendation 14 in the final report states the Australian Government will work with education providers, state and territory governments, industry, business and unions to introduce financial support for unpaid work placements. This should include funding by governments for the nursing, care and teaching professions and funding by employers generally, public and private, for other fields. But in rolling out this measure, there appears to be no consultation with state and territory governments or industry to share the cost of the measure. This is despite the fact that it will be the states and territories which will derive an obvious public policy benefit from incoming teachers, nurses, midwives and social workers. And there certainly has been no consultation with the education sector about the implementation of the payment. Despite the payment description, the amount will be benchmarked to the single rate of AusStudy at $319.50 per week, which will be taxed. It will also not be delivered via Centrelink, but through a so-called grant bucket, from which the universities or higher education providers will have to seek payments. Whilst it's not in this bill, the government confirmed during budget estimates that eligible students will face a means test that will require them to be eligible for an income support payment and to meet a need to work requirement. Students will also need to have worked for a minimum of 15 hours per week for the previous 4 weeks before applying for the payment. This is a concerning omission which should have been more clearly outlined in the legislation rather than being hidden in the guidelines. It's also worth noting that since the government announced this measure, veterinary students have raised concerns that they have been excluded. They undertake placements of around 2,000 hours. Psychology students have also put their hands up. They notch around 1,500 hours in placements. It is important for these students to understand why they've been left out when they are also acquiring skills that will be in high demand in the workplace. Students have also expressed disappointment over delays with the new payment not being set to start until 1 July 2025, halfway through the next school and university year. The government needs to explain the reason for this, and universities remain in the dark when it comes to the detail they require. This bill also includes funding for fee-free courses which currently exist and are currently known as enabling places. This appears to be more of a rebadging exercise than anything else. Enabling courses provide an alternative pathway into university for people who need to further their skills before entering higher education. It might be students who have not completed Year 12, did not achieve the marks required for entry to university, or are kick-starting their studies at a mature age. These courses prepare them for university study by providing a range of skills from preparatory essay writing to maths and computer skills. The course range is very diverse. Students study on average around 10 hours per week over a 16-week period. In 2022, around 25,000 students studied in an enabling course. Around 88% of these undertook their studies in a Commonwealth-supported place with no student contribution applied, meaning it was completely free to the student. Students can study them right now and at no cost. We await further details as to how these courses will be delivered. This bill will also deliver the government's 2024-25 budget measure and mandate a minimum of 40% of the student services and amenities fee revenue be directed to student-led organisations, including student associations, student unions and student guilds. Students studying at university or with a higher education provider pay what is known as the Student Services and Amenities Fee. It is set to a maximum amount each year. This year it sits at $351 and is collected by universities to provide non-academic support. This includes help with housing, health and welfare, career advice, the provision of library or study areas, financial advice, legal services, or providing food and drinks. In 2022, more than $257 million was collected through these fees. The Accord report noted that while universities have discretion on how they use these funds, as long as they use them for the intended purpose, it is a financial source that student unions rely on heavily. The Coalition remains deeply concerned that this bill lacks any measures that require transparency over how unions, guilds and associations use this funding. I close by noting that while the intent behind the University's Accord, Student Support and Other Measures Bill 2024 is to ease the burden on students and address critical needs within the education sector, the Coalition has a range of concerns which are noted in the second reading amendment, which I now move in my name. The government's headline-grabbing announcements, from help indexation changes to Commonwealth prac payments, may sound promising, but look beneath the surface and it's a very different story. At a time, of course, when the university sector is in turmoil over the mismanagement of international students, including the discriminatory treatment of regional and smaller universities, transparency and accountability are critical. The opposition looks forward to obtaining further detail through the inquiry to be conducted in the other place.
I thank the Manager of Opposition Business, and I call the is the amendment seconded?
The amendment is seconded and I reserve my right to speak.
Thanks. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Bradfield has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to.
I move that the debate be adjourned to a later hour.
The question now is that the the question is the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for a later hour this day. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 3. Future Made in Australia Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Kooyong to the amendment moved by the member for Indi to the amendment moved by the member for Hume.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the Future Made in Australia Omnibus Amendments No. 1 Bill 2024. I therefore call the clerk. Okay. The question is the amendment be agreed to, and I call the member for Ruinga.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, I do welcome this day of being able to speak on this legislation, the Future Made in Australia Bill 2024. Since July 2023, the average global temperature has consistently exceeded 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. And I would like to remind all members and our broad community, 1.5 degrees is not just a target, it is not a goal. It is a very important threshold that all within the scientific community have recognised as a threshold beyond which major consequences will occur that impact all of us, all of our communities and our children and their children, our environments, everything that we take for granted in our lives. So it's very important to keep in mind the why it is important that we supercharge our transition towards clean technologies, clean energy, and ensure we develop that capacity. This is a new industrial revolution. This is an opportunity to be part of a global race. And unfortunately, we are behind. And I'm a very competitive person with my background in sport, and it's frustrating to think of where Australia is in this race and the opportunities that we are still reaching for. So we must rapidly develop and supercharge new technologies to rapidly reduce emissions. We must be mindful of that 1.5 degree threshold. So what do we know that needs to happen for that? Well, we need to keep up and accelerate the momentum to net zero. And that also means a net zero economy in the face of what is occurring around the world. And we know there is a race on. And so we now are on the starting line, but we have to accelerate. Progress is possible, but it's not guaranteed. And we must have policies that look to the future, that underpin the transition that has to happen. So I do commend the government. The Future Made in Australia proposal in front of us is a major piece of the economic puzzle that will get us through that transition to a more prosperous future. And whilst temperatures are at records, we are also at records and inflection moments in our economy as well. There continues to be those who want to delay the transition to clean technologies, to achieving net zero, that want to hold on to the past, that want to stop progress. But, they want to continue with fossil fuels, they want to continue to deflect, to spread falsehoods and lies, to give up reasons for delay, instead of embracing the opportunity that this global race represents to net zero, to an economy that is sustainable, that will nurture not just our prosperity, but also our health and well-being and environment. So, we know that we need strong new domestic and export industries. They will be essential to Australia's prosperity. By embracing the race to net zero, we can have an outsized impact on global emissions. And this is the bit that always just bewilders me, where deniers and people condoning delay keep talking about what the rest of the world is doing. But the reality is our environment and our atmosphere does not recognise country borders. As global warming will occur, everyone will be impacted. And so what we do in our Scope 3 emissions through our export industries matters. It will have a direct consequence on every one of our communities. So, and for a few facts, Australia is the second highest contributor to global emissions through its export industries. But we cannot wipe our hands of that. You cannot on one hand say, show me the money, look at all that export funding and revenue, but then say, but the problems of global warming and that cost that is coming is just something we can't tackle. So whilst we don't account for those Scope 3 emissions, we will pay the price of their consequences, of their impact on global warming. And I repeat, Australia is the second highest contributor to global emissions through its export industries. The carbon released in the downstream processing of many Australian commodities is huge. According to the Sunshot Alliance, emissions associated with the transport and processing of iron ore is estimated at around 900 million tonnes annually. That is nearly double all the domestic emissions in Australia. Just pause to think about the scale of that. So, in working on our clean energy future, we must also address transitioning our export industries, having something more positive to contribute to the world. And that is where the Future Made in Australia program will help us achieve that. Our biggest competitors are already miles ahead of us in this clean energy bonanza and focus, and we need to catch up fast. And that's why I do commend for the scale of the commitment by the government over the next 10 years in supporting that development domestically and through our export industries for clean technologies. The core aim of this legislation is that Australia needs to rebuild and modernise our export and manufacturing sectors in a climate-focused, sustainable way. Embracing this trajectory means we will see hundreds and thousands of well-paying industrial jobs created, support regional rural economies, contribute significantly to decarbonisation actions in Australia, but importantly, globally. We must do our job as global citizens. This year's budget included $22.7 billion towards targeted measures for renewable hydrogen, critical minerals processing, battery and solar manufacturing. Upping the government's investment means a long-term, ambitious package can deliver at least $300 billion a year to clean export revenue by 2035, with about 700,000 direct jobs estimated, mainly and again in rural and regional Australia. Australia has been a laggard on climate action. It's what brought me into this place, when the people of Warringah and so many around Australia are so frustrated at the politics being played rather than embracing opportunities. We're starting to catch up, but we need to pick up the pace. We need to get faster. We need to keep supporting the transition. We need to accelerate decarbonisation as the world is reaching dangerous temperature points. We know there are many races happening at the moment. There is a race happening when it comes to the temperatures, but we also have a race, a global one, for skills, for industries and for investment. And I hosted a roundtable just yesterday to acknowledge climate risk, and the loud and clear message that came out of it was, we will not be able to ensure our way out of climate risk and disaster. It is not going to be economically feasible. And so the incentive, loud and clear, is the focus on mitigation of emissions and transition from all aspects of our systems and economy. The US, since passing their Inflation Reduction Act in 2022, has seen a huge growth in green technology investment. It has absolutely drawn, as a magnet, so much investment and focus and manufacturing opportunities to the US. The EU met that challenge by passing the Green Deal. It has also focused on developing its own capacity and support for manufacturing and export industries. But we have been slow, and I've been critical of the government. We needed a fast response to the Inflation Reduction Act and the Green Deal in the EU. So for us to keep in that race, there are three key things that are important that are in this legislation. So firstly, it will supercharge clean industries, the exact industries we need to reach our emissions reduction goals. Batteries, electric vehicles, solar panels, wind turbines, clean ways of making steel, aluminium and other key materials needed for a net zero economy. These industries are all scaling up. Our sun, wind and mineral wealth right here in Australia means manufacturing can play a crucial part in cutting climate pollution here and around the globe. Secondly, it will build on the progress we have made since 2022. There have been a number of significant pieces of legislation passed by the government. The Reform Safeguard Mechanism, the Emissions Reduction Fund, the Renewable Energy Target Scheme, the Renewable Energy Agency, the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, the Capacity Investment Scheme and the Net Zero Agency. Some of these schemes and agencies are working towards a clean energy economy. But it would be remiss to say, just to give to say to the government that is not enough. Those issues, those pieces of legislations are pieces of the puzzle, but they are all brought together by overwhelmingly what target we set, what incentive and what direction and what message we send outwardly to investors, to the global community when it comes to Australia's commitment to emissions reduction. And there will be a moment for the Albanese government coming up in just a few months' time to really say if it is fair dinkum about emissions reduction, about keeping climate change and doing our bit in keeping to 1.5 degrees. And that will be, what will our target be under the Paris Agreement, under the next nationally determined contribution. We have to lodge our contribution for 2035 in a few short months. We have an absolute silence from the opposition. They have still not come to grips with the fact that we must have strong interim targets to reach and keep us within safe temperature goals. The government has on its plate a challenge. It must step up to the plate with a strong 2035 target. I am strongly urging the government to commit to a floor of 75% emissions reduction by 2035. And that sets the trajectory, it sets the roadmap, it sets the message loud and clear for all investment, for the global technology race, that Australia is fair dinkum when it comes to reducing emissions. And that, underpinned with pieces of legislation like Future Made in Australia, can get Australia in this race ahead of where we need to go. So this bill is part of an emerging consensus the government must play in this net zero transition. The budget, the government nominated 5 priorities for Future Made in Australia: renewable hydrogen, green metals, low carbon liquid fuels and clean energy manufacturing. I'd urge the government to also keep a focus on our domestic emissions, to make sure that we are electrifying households, that we are fast-tracking transition to clean transport, that we are looking at technologies like vehicle-to-grid charging to make sure that we are using all the tools in the toolkit to get us there. In practical terms, the Future Made in Australia Bill establishes a national interest framework. It will guide decision-making when public sector investments are made. And there are two streams of the national interest framework: the net zero transformation stream and the economic resilience and security stream. There will be community benefits principles embedded in all of those aspects, and they are designed to ensure the public investment and the investment that it generates leads to a benefit to communities impacted. But there are still some details that need to be worked out. And I have been engaging with the Treasurer, with many of my colleagues, around guardrails, around greater clarification, and making certain the direction this Future Made in Australia will take us. We are well positioned in our region to take advantage of the transition that is happening globally. Key trading nations in the Asian region to leverage this investment. It's a strategic national interest focused response, and it can be bold and ambitious. The old economic consensus is shifting. Markets remain central to making it happen, and we need to acknowledge that relying on traditional competitive advantage issues in that transition to net zero is difficult. But a $4.6 trillion US annual investment opportunity globally exists there. It is there for the taking. We must be key players and participate in it. So I urge the government to get ambitious, to make sure we focus on the right sectors, we get bang for buck when it comes to public investment. We need to focus on technologies that are focused on 1.5 degrees, that are focused genuinely on emissions reduction, not just offsetting, not just kicking something down the road. It must be focused on that. We also have to make sure we engage with communities, that First Nations have a true voice in this process, that they are considered. What this bill does is it establishes a roadmap for the future. This is an investment for future generations. It will directly impact the prosperity for next generations. So it does mean making this transition to clean energies as effective and efficient as possible. And so it means, and this is where the government is again just so conflicted, this focus on a future gas strategy. You cannot continue to have more gas exploration. We have enough gas. We just need to prioritise where we use it and where it's applied. We need no more coal. The cost of the consequences of continuing down those roads is just so far, it will just decimate our economy if we do not mitigate climate change. And so there's no point on investing in the future if you continue with old technologies that undo all the good work, that keep making the problem worse. So I commend the bill to the House. I support the government on a Future Made in Australia. I commend the Treasurer and ask him to consider the amendments put forward in good faith to make sure this bill is robust and delivers its purpose.
I thank the member for Warringah. The question is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong be agreed to, and I call the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I speak in favour of the Future Made in Australia Bill 2024 and the Omnibus Bill. This legislation is a supportive and measured response to the global climatic and international economic circumstances that the government must respond to. Failure to take action and respond to these circumstances would be a failure to govern. I note that the Liberal and the National parties appear to intend to vote against this legislation. That will be a failure to grapple earnestly with the challenges of our time. And to the students up in the gallery here today, it's a missed opportunity for their future that will be made here in Australia. So if all the Coalition can do is carp from the sidelines and indulge in spurious nuclear fantasies, then they will not be fit to govern for some time. They need to accept the science where they haven't, come to understand the international efforts by our trading partners in this space, and realise that it will be dangerous for us as a nation to fail to maximise our opportunities in what is a new economic paradigm. Whether the Coalition can do all of this without some sort of root and branch renewal of their parties is perhaps the most interesting question posed by this debate. What seems possible at the moment is that the Coalition will only catch up with the world in 10 or 20 years' time. Certainly the world can't wait for the coalition, and neither can this parliament. This bill is a simple and efficient bill that runs to 15 clauses. It does 5 simple things. 1, it creates a national interest framework to guide the federal government's consideration and decision-making in relation to the way public support encourages private investment at scale. And that framework has 2 streams. The first is directed towards the net zero economy, and the second, economic resilience and security. There will be a significant and increasing overlap between these streams as time does go on. For the net zero economy stream, we seek sectors that can provide a sustained comparative advantage and for which public investment is likely to be needed. For the resilience and security stream, the domestic production must be a necessary or an efficient way to deliver the outcome, and it's unlikely to occur without government support. Note that it is necessary or efficient, not necessary and efficient. This government takes security in all its forms, including supply chains, seriously. And secondly, it directs certain matters to be considered in sector assessments in determining the role that sector can reasonably play in a future made in Australia. For not every sector, industry or product will be one for which domestic production makes economic sense. As an example, we may find that the production of wind turbine blades is better done offshore, while nevertheless supporting a local company developing wind turbine gearboxes here and eventually exporting those to the region. And importantly, number 3, it outlines the community benefit principles, which must be applied in making decisions about the provision of support. The legislation provides that the support needs to lead to safe and secure jobs, skill development, positive benefits for local communities, including Indigenous communities, strengthening local supply chains and transparency in tax affairs. Further community benefit principles can be provided for in the rules. The 4th thing that this bill does is it provides for certain investment programs to be identified as future Made in Australia supports. The legislation does not limit the nature of those supports, which may include grants, loans, equity investments and others. Regardless of the nature of the support, what is important is that the community benefit principles do apply. And 5th, it requires plans to be provided by recipients of support that outline the way in which the projects will meet those community benefit principles. For clear commitments to meeting the community principles will always be required. So 5 simple things, but by this legislation we create an overarching framework within which the interface between the federal government and the private sector investment, both domestic and international, will be encouraged, supported and governed. It is a framework for a future made in Australia. Deputy Speaker, we're not doing this though in a vacuum. Indeed, we are playing catch-up. 2 years ago, the Inflation Reduction Act in the US created great hope and a great challenge. The Albanese government's policies in climate change and energy and the nation building are meeting that challenge. The executive summary of A Building a Clean Economy, the policy paper issued by the White House in January 2023, states, the Inflation Reduction Act's $370 billion in investments will lower energy costs for families and small businesses, accelerate private investment in clean energy solutions in every sector of the economy and every corner of the country, strengthening supply chains for everything from critical minerals to efficient electric appliances, and create good-paying jobs and new economic opportunities for workers. There are clear parallels in the current bill. The US challenge is being met in Europe. Just this month, Germany's cabinet provided a €57.6 billion for green investments in 2025, increasing subsidies to help the country become net zero by 2045. The allocation includes €18.9 billion for construction, €12.6 billion for renewable energy, €4.0 billion for EV charging infrastructure, €4.1 billion for local production of renewable components, and €4 billion for semiconductor production. Much of this investment is directed not only to the net zero economy, but also to resilience and strengthening local supply chains. But in the face of what is a global movement, the contributions so far by members of the opposition parties of this bill have been disappointing. The member for Mallee stated with a reference to Disney, then made Fantasia-level error of calling green hydrogen experimental. That would come as a surprise to many companies around the world manufacturing green hydrogen today, like Linde and Shell. The member for Riverina referred to what he called a rush to renewables as if that was a bad thing. That language indicates perhaps the member doesn't understand the gravity of our urgent need to move to renewable energy. He also raised the Coalition's three-eyed nuclear red herring. The Coalition have been talking about nuclear power in opposition for the last 30 years or more, never in government mind, just when they're in opposition. The member for Riverina may be interested in a recent study from Fraunhofer Institute for Solar Energy Systems in Germany. The study found that solar and battery systems are now much cheaper than coal or gas power plants or new nuclear, much cheaper. And the member for Hume, true to form, raised integrity concerns and used the word pork barrelling. I'm sure the member for Hume is capable of writing a book on the subject, but it is a strange thing to raise as an objection to a bill that quite clearly sets out a framework with legislative community benefit principles. Sometimes it feels like the member for Hume lives in an alternative universe that is only somewhat similar to our own. The member for Hinkler thinks it's wrong for the government to want to use something called the National Interest Framework to guide decisions. The National Interest Framework. The member for Hinkler thinks it's wrong for the government to want to use something called the National Interest Framework to guide decisions. The member for Casey complained that government members were spending too long talking about the opposition in this debate, and he could be right. But the opposition is certainly the gift that keeps on giving in this space. And the member then calls renewables a single technology. Renewables isn't one technology, the hint is in the plural. Renewables are many and varied and complementary and include solar and wind, both on and onshore, and geothermal and hydro and others, and are supported by all different kinds of storage. I invite the member for Casey to seek to correct his error. Deputy Speaker, we are in a transition and we need to, over time, wean ourselves off coal and reduce our need for gas, which will nevertheless play a firming role for the foreseeable future. We need to take action to help our trading partners to do exactly the same thing. Transitions take time and need to be planned, which is something that the Greens unfortunately don't seem to understand. This bill is a crucial part of the Albanese government's plan, which began with the climate change legislation 2 years ago and which has already seen a record investments in renewables. But a transition requires something else too. It requires a long-term commitment. I hope it can be a shared commitment. I would like to see the Coalition come on board with this, not with nuclear pretence, but with real policy. The Commonwealth Bank's commendable early announcement last week to stop funding fossil fuel projects is the first in a series I expect we will see from like banks and other finance companies. In fact, ANZ some years back already stopped funding coal. I acknowledge their leadership in this space. And in the Parliament, we also need to lead. As the former Prime Minister Scott Morrison brought a lump of coal into this place and brandished it in a silly way, thus indicating he wasn't on board with any transition. But even today, Senator Babbitt has a lump of coal in his office window. And these are absolute failures on show. But the Coalition needs to take a step forward now. It's time for them to acknowledge either that we need to engage with the transition due to the threat of climate change, or at the very least, due to the economic imperative that squarely faces us. To do anything else will be to fail to lead. The government seeks to create the conditions whereby we can become a renewable energy superpower within the transition to a global net zero economy. There is no reason why the Liberal Party and the National Party can't engage in that effort too. In fact, I know they will, but I hope they will start today. I expect they will start shortly after the coming election. I fear, however, they will continue to leave it for years and years when they've already caused years and years of delays. 10 years of delay, in fact, that we could ill afford. We need to attract investment. We are in a global race for this. Over the next few decades, we need to replace our fossil fuel industries with green industries. We need to start now. Indeed, we are late to start and we are playing catch up. But back home in Hasluck, however, industry isn't waiting for the Coalition to catch up. BGC is an example of a company in Hasluck in a high-emitting sector, concrete and bricks. They recognise that some of their products are emissions intensive and see it as their responsibility to reduce their emissions profile. They are watching developments elsewhere in WA, like the Collie Renewable Energy Hub, supported by the Cook State Government, and looking for partners in their endeavours. Taking action now, surely a better course than to continue emitting and waiting for a fantasy of a Collie nuclear power plant to be ready in 30 years' time. BGC have also set up their Material Innovation Hub to conducting research and development work, aligning with their commitment to reduce Scope 1 and 2 GHG emissions to net zero by 2040. And earlier this year, ARENA announced funding of $15.8 million to assist Centurion and Hazelmere in Hasluck to roll out 30 battery electric trucks and 15 dual port chargers to cut emissions from its depot there. Centurion aims to operate Australia's first 100% renewable energy off-grid electric truck fleet. I mean, this is just phenomenal and examples of the change that is rapidly coming, and we need to be on board. Hoffman Engineering in Ashfield operates across the fields of mining, defence, transport, energy, manufacturing, agriculture. It is a splendid example of our ability to rise to the challenge of a future made in Australia. Hoffman Engineering has been repairing and improving life expectancy of wind turbine gearboxes since 2008. Fortescue Futures Industry in Hazelmere, among other projects, have been designing and testing groundbreaking 100% carbon-free green hydrogen haul trucks and battery electric haul trucks. They've also investigated renewable green hydrogen, green ammonia, battery power for trains, ship engines and surface crawler drills. Deputy Speaker, we do already have energetic, forward-looking companies that are willing to be part of the solution. They are putting the money into investing in these solutions and working in partnership with our government. The challenges before us, however, to address climate change and meet our targets and to transform our economy to one which is net zero at home and exporting as a green energy superpower requires investments of a greater magnitude. And this bill sets the ground and the grounds for the traction of that investment. It outlines a careful attitude on the part of this government and an acknowledgement that Australia will not manufacture all things in all sectors, but rather that we must play to our strengths. And the Albanese government is up to this task. The people of Hasluck and of Australia can be proud that they have a government at last that is prepared to confront in a serious and realistic manner, take action to get us to net zero. Take action to ensure our supply chains are solid, work with our international partners, attract investment and back in innovative Australian companies. And as Deputy Speaker, as it is on topic, I'd like to remind all members that Mr Till Mansman, the German Innovation Commissioner for Green Hydrogen, will address the Australia-Germany Interparliamentary Group, and all interested members, senators and staff tomorrow are welcome from 10:30am in the committee room at S1, S3 to discuss green hydrogen and the opportunities that we have before us for international cooperation. Thank you.
I thank the member for Hasluck. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong be agreed to, and I call the member for Kooyong. For Moncrieff, sorry.
Moncrieff, Central Gold Coast. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The member for Cooper stood at the dispatch box and delivered a speech where she declared that the government is the party of working people. We on this side say that the government is the party of working poor people. Under this government, Australians feel poorer simply because they are. Prices are up by 10%, and for working households, prices are up over 18%. Australians know it. They can feel it in their hip pocket every time they go to the supermarket. Personal income taxes are up by 20%. Real wages for employees have collapsed by 9%. Living standards have collapsed by 8%. Household savings are down by 10%. And a family with a typical mortgage of $750,000 is $35,000 worse off. Where are they getting their money from? That's the question they're asking. This bill does nothing to alleviate the pressures on struggling families and small businesses. In fact, the big spending agenda is likely to keep inflation higher for longer. I also particularly enjoyed the member for Adelaide's contribution, where he seamlessly admitted the great Liberal and Country League Premier Sir Thomas Playford was an undeniable visionary for creating the manufacturing satellite city of Elizabeth in South Australia. And I've spoken before in this place about my very special connection to Elizabeth. and the manufacturing sector. It was where I was born and grew up the first 8 years of my life. 3 generations of Holden's workers in my family, both my brothers, my father, my grandfather. A couple of them got gold watches working at General Motors Holden, and my mother was a machinist, an award-winning machinist, I might say. She worked very hard at Levi Strauss in Elizabeth. And it was the vision of Sir Thomas Playford to set up Elizabeth as a satellite city for manufacturing with affordable houses through the South Australian Housing Trust that gave me my start in life and my family the opportunity to save a little bit of money, save that deposit for a house, bought a small house in the northern suburbs of Adelaide. I remember it was about $25,000 back then. And they moved from social housing, from the Housing Trust Commission home into their own home. And that certainly helped my education opportunities as a young person. And so it's because of that background that I really understand the significance of manufacturing. Also in my now home, as a Queenslander for almost 30 years and a proud Gold Coaster for 23 years, the local statistics for manufacturing on the Gold Coast from June 2023 tell us that it has been growing at a pace of 1.1% per year for the last 10 years, which is actually higher than the Queensland figure and indeed the national figure. And the manufacturing sector on the Gold Coast is worth $3.6 billion in exports for Gold Coast businesses, $132,018 of productivity per worker, with a total output of, wait for it, a whopping $9.2 billion through sectors such as food, metals, transport, machinery, non-metallic mineral product, beverage, and others, of course, like boat building, of which we are so proud on the Gold Coast. And that's just a local snapshot of how important manufacturing is to this country. And of course, the Coalition supports those manufacturers. But speaking to this bill, the Coalition will indeed oppose it. Not because we oppose manufacturers or manufacturing or the jobs that it represents, but because we oppose bad policy that has not been properly thought out. And the role of the opposition is indeed to oppose bad policy. That's what good oppositions do. And so we are poking holes in their legislation to make sure that Australians can see the light on the other side. And this bill has plenty of those holes. And now, the member for Wentworth, in her contribution from the crossbench, said the bill fails to deliver the framework needed for a renewables future and has brought forward a number of amendments that she thinks will improve the bill. And she also outlined that the government should focus on tax reform and cutting red tape. And I think we agree on that. I think they are very sensible measures. And perhaps those and all of those others on the crossbench will vote with the opposition on this bill if they agree that it's all spin and no substance. We'll see after the second reading speeches. But this is another bad policy from the Labor government, and it's out of its depth. It sounds like it's saying all the right things, of course, which Labor loves to do, the headlines like national security and sovereign capability and clean energy, etc., saying all those things that it thinks it needs to say in order to stay in government. A future made in Australia, it shouts from the rooftops. More things made here, we hear being said. But we ask this government, whose wheels really are falling off at the moment, when will it focus on the right things for Australians right now? When will it focus on delivering all those promises it made before the last election? Those promises that we're yet to see materialise, like affordable and reliable energy. It should be focused on flexible workplaces, less regulation, not more, and incentive-based tax system, not billions of dollars on pie-in-the-sky policies. The government needs to be focused on getting our country back on track and getting those basics right in the economy so that all Australians will benefit from lower inflation, lower grocery prices, lower energy prices, lower mortgage repayments. That's the only way to get this country back on track, and this government simply is not focused on those areas. Their policies on energy, industrial relations and tax are all making Australia a less attractive place to do business, and the facts are very, very clear. Insolvencies, business insolvencies are up. Productivity is down less than 0.1% in the last quarter, and businesses are struggling to keep their doors open. I know because I got about 32,000 of them in my electorate on the Gold Coast, and hospitality providers are struggling at the moment. We had the Pacific Air Show last weekend, which reportedly brought 400,000 people to the beach in Surfers Paradise. It's a big number, but that's what was reported. And of course, all of the local businesses gobbled up all of that beautiful business that came to the Gold Coast. Very, very important for our families on the Gold Coast. But economist after economist has criticised this policy. And every day we hear more stories about dodgy processes, the lack of economic security, and the double standards that apply to this program. The government won't solve the cost of living crisis by throwing hard-earned taxpayers' money around, which is what they're doing. $315 billion of extra money in the economy is keeping your interest payments higher. They're not working with fiscal policy and monetary policy. They're working against it. The Prime Minister might want to pick winners, but Australian families will lose from Labor's reckless spending and their bad policies, of which this, of course, is one. The Prime Minister has revealed his plan to spend even more money, make productivity worse. And that's failed to gain any support from mainstream economists. With this policy, the government's taking from household budgets to bolster business balance sheets. This is not responsible economic management. And I'll take the scoffing from the other side. They think there's something funny about this. There's not. People are hurting across the nation. They are hurting across, they can't pay their bills, Minister. In fact, this big spending agenda is likely to make inflation, as I said, worse, just like households, governments need to manage their budgets and live within their means. Thank you, Speaker. But the Albanese government has shown weak economic leadership. Now, these bills expand the role of Export Finance Australia and ARENA, the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, and establish a national interest framework that retrospectively underpins the government's Future Made in Australia policy. And the accompanying omnibus bill expands Export Finance Australia's remit to fund domestic industries and nominates the Minister for Finance as an additional responsible minister. The omnibus bill also expands ARENA's functions from a pure R&D and demonstration to support manufacturing, deployment and commercialisation. This legislation fundamentally changes the purpose, duties and the roles of ARENA. ARENA always has been a research and development agency. This is clear in its remit, the explanatory memorandum and the second reading speech. Labor in opposition opposed even expanding that remit to cover sensible net zero related R&D expenditure, including into carbon capture and storage and blue hydrogen. How times have changed, because now they're expanding that remit even further into deployment, manufacturing, and because it suits the interests of their donors. If ARENA is doing deployment, why is the Clean Energy Finance Corporation even needed? If these industries are commercially viable, why do they need government funding? But Labor's changes are more insidious, because the bill gives the Minister for Climate Change the ability to boost its funding at a stroke of a pen. That's detail, Minister. No parliamentary oversight. That's
Minister,
detail.
No scrutiny. The member is entitled to be heard in silence.
No scrutiny, Minister. Just some delegated legislation and the government can roll out up to $3.98 billion out the door in an election year. It's a slush fund, plain and simple. Australian taxpayers are already on the hook for Labor's inflation, and you know it. Labor has spent $315 billion in new spending since the election. I'll say it again. That's how much they've spent, over $30,000 per Australian household. How is that not keeping inflation higher for longer under this irresponsible and reckless spending government? It's fuelled inflation, but also Australians ultimately pay for that. Australian families are already paying the price with 12 interest rate hikes, some of the most stubborn core inflation in the developed world, and higher taxes that come with it. 20% higher taxes are paying under this government. Australian families just should not be paying. Now, don't take it just from me or from others standing here on the coalition side, but from Danielle Wood, the Productivity Commissioner, the government's key economic advisor, appointed by the Treasurer, has said if we are supporting industries that don't have a long-term competitive advantage, that can be an ongoing cost. Baked in, that's what that means. It diverts resources That's workers and capital away from other parts of the economy where they might generate high-value uses. We risk creating a class of businesses that is reliant on government subsidies, and that could be very effective in coming back for more. Your infants grow up, they turn into very hungry teenagers, and it's kind of hard to turn off the tap. That's what Danielle Wood said. And when asked whether Future Made in Australia contained tax reforms, Ms Wood explicitly said it is not tax reform. On alternative policies, including lowering the corporate tax rate, Ms Wood offered it would make us more internationally competitive. Well, the Coalition's alternative is that we must get back to economic basics. The Coalition is working to ensure that Australia can play to its strengths. We'll steer our nation out of our current domestic crisis. We'll not just talk about the challenges of our time, we'll meet them head-on with action to carve out a more secure future for Australia. And most importantly, we'll make the decisions that set up our nation for success, for generations to come. It requires strong economic management, not slogans, not handouts, with a plan to get back on track and back to economic basics. First, we'll rein in inflationary spending, as I talked about. Second, we'll wind back Labor's intervention and remove regulatory roadblocks which are suffocating the economy and stopping businesses from getting ahead. And we'll condense approval processes and cut back on Labor's red tape, which is killing mining, jobs and entrepreneurialism. Third, we'll remove the complexity and hostility of Labor's IR agenda, which is putting unreasonable burdens on business. We'll revert to the former Coalition government's simple definition of a casual worker and create certainty for our 2.5 million small businesses across the country who are employers, who are being tied in knots by this government. Fourth, we will provide lower, simpler and fairer taxes for all, because Australians should keep more of what they earn, and that's our line, not Labor's. That's what they do. They take a line and they own it. No, we are the party for small business. That's us. We are the party for working Australians. Fifth, we'll deliver competition policy which gives consumers and small businesses a fair go, not lobbyists and not big corporations. And sixth, we'll ensure Australians have more affordable and reliable energy. Our economic plan, with its tried and tested principles, will restore competitiveness and rebuild economic confidence. The policies that we seek to implement are not just about the next election cycle. They're not just about that election that we're due within 8 months. They are a foundation for forging a better Australia and a better future for all Australians, for small and family business in particular, and for our country. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution. And the question before the House now is that the amendments before the House be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The contrast couldn't be clearer. This side of the House is about avoiding and learning from the mistakes of the past. That side is about repeating them. Yep. It's as clear as that. This debate is all about that. The Future Made in Australia Act is about recognising the experiences we've had and the challenges we confront. It is about making more things here. It's about playing to our natural advantages. It's about creating secure, well-paying jobs. It's about correcting our economic course so the blunders and bluster of Liberal governments don't define our economic future, because if the pandemic taught us anything, it taught us that our economic resilience was simply not equal to the boasts of our predecessors. It showed us the danger of placing our economic well-being in the hands of just one or two other countries, putting all our eggs in one basket. Supply chains that weren't up to the job when tested by a crisis. In the pandemic, the things we needed just weren't there when we needed them the most. Our economic resilience is absolutely at the mercy of our anti-manufacturing agenda, and we cannot have that. We cannot have that agenda define our future prospects. The truth is that the Liberal and National Party's old way of thinking has robbed us of sovereign capability. It's simplified our economy to a dig and ship mentality. It's sent our know-how offshore along with our raw materials. It disrespected science and our ideas, and worst of all, it decimated our industrial base. The generations of Australians spent their blood, sweat and tears building. And we want a stronger economy, not a weak one, not one that is vulnerable to the next global shock.
or to the whims of another country that wants to turn on or off supply, affecting our prospects. Because strong economies, friends, possess strong manufacturing capabilities, and these capabilities can be used to help respond to national challenges. And the big challenge we face is making the transition to net zero. And what our Future Made in Australia legislation aims to do is to mobilise, to build up and mobilise Australian manufacturing to make the things that reduce emissions using Aussie know-how that will then create a lot of secure, well-paying jobs in the process, especially in our regions. With this bill, we are charting a better direction, a stronger direction, continuing the task of rebuilding our industrial and manufacturing base, restoring our manufacturing prowess, supporting the quiet contributors to our economy who for too long have been disrespected and sidelined by the Liberal and National parties. Our scientists, researchers who consistently rank among the global top ladders in measurement, from medical science to robotics to quantum technologies. Our mineral processors and manufacturers who also can be scaled up but have been fed the lie that being the world's quarry should be the limit to our economic aspirations. And most of all, our workers who should see a future, the welders, the riggers, the technicians, the machinists, the electricians themselves, they all can have a better future and not be talked down as turning the economy simply into a services economy with no manufacturing muscle to it whatsoever. Speaker, where others see the mathematics of subtraction, we see addition. The bill commits almost $23 billion to the idea that the right co-investment at the right time in the right area can multiply our advantages. And what advantages we have. I mean, for example, we supply half the world its lithium, but we only make 1% of its batteries. How is it that we have some of the best battery and solar know-how in the world, yet import so many foreign products made for foreign conditions? Why, when we have the best sun and wind resources in the world, are we not capturing and storing that energy with Aussie solar panels, turbines, wind batteries and batteries? These are not conundrums that inaction and ideological laziness can answer. It takes a government, this government, committed to action, backing that action with investment with the private sector to multiply benefits throughout the economy. $400 million through our industry growth program to support emerging manufacturers through the early stages of their growth to create new industries. More than $500 million for the Battery Breakthrough Initiative to kickstart energy storage manufacture, backed by Australia's first national battery strategy. $1.7 billion for the Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund to invest in the know-how coming out of our labs and unis that can help rebuild manufacturing. $1 billion for the Solar Sunshot project that can employ potentially more workers making next-generation solar panels at New South Wales' old Liddell Power Station, employ more than what were employed at the old coal-fired power station, using Australian technology, Australian ideas, stuff that's being done nowhere else on the planet, way more efficient solar panels that gives us an edge in manufacturing. $9 billion to develop our critical mineral supply chains, focused on processing and refining through efficient and effective production tax credits, with the simple proposition in the tax credits. And you make it, you get it. That is the basis, Deputy Speaker, on which the credits operate. Billions in hydrogen production tax credits are invested into electrolysers, like those being made in Gladstone, Queensland, to scale up green hydrogen for industrial use. The Green Metals Plan, designed with our steel makers to give our industrial heartlands in the Illawarra, Hunter, Gladstone, Whyalla, Collie a bright and sustainable future. These and other investments we're making in our Future Made in Australia plan work together so everyone benefits across the country. Secure, well-paid jobs for working families, especially in our regions. Secure supply chains so we can confidently confront economic uncertainty. A strong industrial base of skilled workers and cutting-edge technology, which will be the foundation for a strong, thriving, modern economy. Plentiful, cheap, clean power, lower emissions, positioning us as a green energy export powerhouse. And Speaker, nothing encapsulates our approach to a future made in Australia like an initiative close to my heart, the $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund. This is the one that the scorched earth economic theorists who've driven the agenda in this country struggle with the most. They call it picking winners.
Excuse me, member. Member Faber calling a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to draw your attention to the state of the House.
I'll just take advice. Can we do that at the quorum required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Everyone should come here and enjoy it. You're in manufacturing. You troublemaker. I understand, because it embarrasses you. You should be embarrassed.
Bed. I thank the House for its indulgence. Quorum is now required, and I will give the call to the Honourable Minister.
By those opposite,
the Minister has the call.
Who, friends, have an anti-manufacturing mentality. Everything that they say, the coalition say they are pro-manufacturing and then vote against every single thing that supports manufacturing. They drove out 100,000 jobs in manufacturing in their time in government. They pushed out auto manufacturing firms and all the jobs that went with it. They voted against the National Reconstruction Fund, and they also voted against energy price relief to help manufacturers. Everything. Then come in here and bemoan energy prices when they had a chance to do something about it. They voted against it. They don't have a plan on energy prices themselves. They won't be able to stump up and deal with the challenges that manufacturers face, but they want to be able to pretend. They want to turn up with the cameras and the high-vis gear to make themselves look like manufacturing, but then do nothing but sell out manufacturing in the process. And there couldn't be anything clearer, particularly Queensland members of the LNP who refuse to back Queenslanders building frontier technology in this country. We are in a race in the world to build the first fault-tolerant quantum computer that can be used by industry to crack problems that current computing power can't do. We had 2 Queenslanders who stepped forward, who are recognised as global leaders. There are countries way bigger than ours that are chasing this technology and we are Australians in the front to be able to do that. And they want to come back to Australia. Queenslanders want to come back to Australia and be able to build this thing that will supercharge our economy. And it is in a heritage where we were one of the first countries in the world to build a digital computer, and we shipped it off and never manufactured the stuff here, and it would have made a difference to our economy. We were approached by Intel, the maker of chips, who wanted to set up their fabrication here, and John Howard said, not interested.
Wow.
Wow, that decision aged well. And now, with PsiQuantum, formed by 2 Queenslanders, all we've had from those opposite, particularly Queensland LNP members, is criticism. Now, I get that you've got a North Shore Sydney MP and Paul Fletcher, the member for Bradfield, criticising it. But I can't believe this lineup of Queensland LNP members who've chipped it. Queensland LNP members who refuse to back their own, who bag out Queenslanders, who had to leave the country because when they were in office they didn't understand the importance of the technology. They want to come back to Australia, help our country be on the map, be able to create high-paying jobs, build up research capability, strengthen our country's economy. And the LNP from Queensland, all of them, who refuse, who criticise the deal to work with the Queensland government and invest in this, unbelievable that they wouldn't. Criticising us on grounds about the way we worked, that is exactly how they worked when they brought Moderna to Australia, where they consulted and negotiated with Moderna while doing a call for an expression of interest in building mRNA manufacturing in this place. They criticise us, saying we backed PsiQuantum instead of local firms, and yet they chose Moderna over CSL, an Australian firm. They did that, and their investment in silicon quantum computing was also delivered as a result of similar processes that delivered these decisions. And the reason I mention this is frontier technology will mean a lot to future economic growth. It will position us in a way where we make the technology to build a stronger economy. Our Future Made in Australia plan is all about us being able to build up our capabilities, make more things here, create good jobs. This is about avoiding the mistakes of the past. That side is about repeating them. We think we can do better.
Hear, hear.
I thank the Minister for his contribution. The question before the House now is that the amendments before the House be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the honourable member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The future of Australia depends on a sound economic plan built upon free market principles that allows businesses to thrive and working individuals to get ahead. It depends on a plan that allows small businesses to have a fair go without being punished or pushed out of the market by government-funded enterprises. And it would allow Australians to keep more of what they earn, not deprive them of their hard-earned income. The Albanese Labor government's so-called Future Made in Australia bill goes against all sound economic judgment and threatens to cripple the economy. This bill would overwhelm small businesses with more government intervention that will crush the private sector. And it will punish hard-working taxpayers by driving up cost of living even further through reckless inflationary spending. Labor's Future Made in Australia bill might be designed to score political points in the short term, but it will cost Australians severely. We've already witnessed the disastrous effects of Labor's economic policies on businesses around Australia. Since Labor came into office, 19,000 businesses entered into insolvency, a record 25-year high. And the number of businesses at risk of collapse have increased by 20% since last year. Worker productivity has plummeted, economic growth has stalled, and the cost of doing business has skyrocketed. These hardships have reverberated around the country and felt in regional towns like Townsville, where small businesses have been hit hard by rising energy bills, insurance costs, and commercial rents. I can't visit a business in Townsville without the owner bringing up how much harder it is to make decent living since the government has taken over. As their expenses mount, they have become less able to invest in growth and sustain job creation, creating a vicious cycle of economic uncertainty in the community. Labor's economic mismanagement has devastating implications on small businesses, and this new bill only promises to deepen this crisis. This bill will also inflict more cost of living pressures on working individuals by unleashing inflationary spending on the economy. This comes at a time when Labor has already shown itself incapable of controlling the inflation caused by its own economic mismanagement. On Labor's watch, prices for working households have skyrocketed by 18%. Workers are now paying 20% more in income tax, and households are losing an average of 10% in savings. The Prime Minister promised mortgages would go down under his government. They've only gone up. We throw around numbers in this place every day, but behind every statistic is a real person experiencing real financial pain. Families are wondering how they can keep up with their mortgage payments, which are rising by the tens of thousands of dollars. Working individuals are struggling to keep their head above water, digging into their saving and taking on extra jobs to make ends meet. The results are clear. This Labor government has proven itself inept and untrustworthy when it comes to managing the economy of today, let alone the future. The fact Australia is the only G10 economy where core inflation has gone up since December. Labor has spent $315 billion in new spending since the election, with disastrous results for the Australian people. You'd think it's time to re-evaluate the strategy, but instead, Labor is pushing forward with the same plan to ramp up more inflationary spending to a tune of $22.7 billion through this poorly drafted bill. And it's Australian families, working individuals, who'll pay for it. They'll be forced to shoulder the resulting tax burden and the cost of living pressures. Regional Australians in particular are suffering from this economic failures of this government. 3/4 of regional Australians, including people in Townsville, are saying that the skyrocketing cost of living is already their biggest concern. 41% of regional Australians have said they are experiencing financial difficulties, according to the recent Mood of the Bush survey. A major manufacturing business in the electorate of Herbert wrote to me a few months ago telling me that the cost of power have gone up by more than double. The owner said to me, government policy is driving inflation. And they are exactly right. Another local resident told me how their power bills have gone up by 37%. They are age pensioners. It's not an increase they can afford. And what's the government's solution to this national problem? It's not to solve the underlying supply issues in the electricity network. Labor's economic mismanagement has inflicted real cost of living crisis on hardworking Australians. And Labor's Future Made in Australia bill promises to take even more from them. This bill expands the power of the government to pick and choose who gets to be winners in a government-directed economy. But this begs the question, if these industries are already commercially viable, why do they need to be bankrolled by the government? Under this scheme, the Treasurer will get to decide which businesses are worthy of investment, but the Treasurer has never owned or operate a business, and his bureaucrats have already have a track record of suffocating the entrepreneurial spirit that has made our nation prosperous. Meanwhile, through this bill, you can be sure the friends of Labor will receive a big slice of the cake. Labor is promising $22.7 billion to the so-called national interests sector, but refuses to be transparent and specific about who stands to benefit. We've already seen Labor breaking their own rules to invest in pet projects, like Minister Husick's decision to bankroll PsyQuantum without any departmental consultation, bypassing the national interest framework. Likewise, the Treasury was not consulted about the decision to back solar manufacturing, which they later concluded was not a sound investment. Even when Labor has attempted to subsidise the mineral industry through its production credits for nickel factories, price pressures still spiralled out of control thanks to rising energy costs, increased taxes and overbearing workplace laws. If Labor has been unable to empower the industries of today, how can we expect them to advance the industries of tomorrow? Economists across the board are already sounding the alarm that Labor's poorly designed Future Made in Australia bill will do more harm than good. The Productivity Commissioner, the government's key economic advisor appointed by the Treasurer, has said, we risk creating a class of businesses that is reliant on government subsidies. And if we are supporting industries that don't have long-term competitive advantage, that can be an ongoing cost. Even the former Productivity Commissioner has said that a Future Made in Australia bill is a fool's errand. That will risk repeating the mistakes of the past by propping up political favourites. And it's not just the economists who are sceptical. Even Labor's union backers at the Australian Manufacturers Workers Union have reported by ABC as saying they don't want the Treasury to have a central role in Labor's economic plan because the Treasury has limited expertise. So while the Future Made in Australia bill will allow Labor to pick and choose who gets to benefit in a state-commanded economy, small businesses and working individuals will ultimately be the biggest losers. Australians deserve an economic policy that secures a future where small businesses can thrive and working individuals can prosper. The Coalition will ensure that the future, and we will do so by rejecting Labor's damaging policies and implementing sound economic principles that benefit all Australians. We won't revert to quick political stunts like handouts and empty slogans. We will advance a plan to get us back on track and back to basics. We will start by reining in the crushing inflation that Labor has inflicted on the country through its reckless government spending. We will ensure affordable and reliable energy for businesses and households. We'll make Australia an attractive place to do business by cutting back the government intervention, which is stifling entrepreneurship and suffocating the economy. We want to get out of the way of business, not in the way. We will allow small business to fairly compete without having to worry about market dominance by government-funded corporations. We will champion critical industries such as mining, manufacturing and agriculture to be able to do business without overbearing regulation and red tape. We will promote healthy market competition, not the interests of lobbyists and the government's pet projects. We will ensure that every Australian has the ability to own a home and not be locked out of the housing market because of cost of living pressures. We will get back on track and back to basics. Labor might be scheming to solve the cost of living by throwing taxpayers' money around, but we will make it easier to do business. And we will lower taxes so hard-working Australians can keep more of what they earn. The Labor government's Future Made in Australia is a political stunt designed with the next election in mind, but our policies will be built upon sound economic principles that will set up this nation for success for generations. Businesses around the country have been reaching out to local members saying how tough they're doing it. Just yesterday, I was stopped in the hallway by someone who is a big supporter of the government and the Labor Party and told me that this bill will cripple them. This bill will not support them. And how can we look, or how can this bill look at what it claims to do, which is make a future better in Australia, when it doesn't even look after the industries that we have here? And I think that has reverberated around the country in all of our electorates. And for that reason and many others, the Coalition will not be supporting this bill.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution. And the question before the House now is that the amendments before the House be agreed to. And with that, I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Climate Change and Energy. The Minister has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the government believes that Australia's future should include Australian manufacturing, and we believe that Australia should shape its own future. I don't think either of those propositions are particularly surprising. I think those are propositions that will be broadly supported right across the Australian community. Australia should be a place that makes things. We have been in the past, we should be in the future. And Australia should be a nation that can shape the way that we proceed into the 21st century, not have a different kind of future inflicted on us, not be at the mercy of the change that is inevitable, not miss out on opportunities or fall behind. It is strange that those opposites say no to all of those things. It's strange that those opposites say no to Australian manufacturing, that they say no to Australia shaping its own future. They in essence say no to the future. That's been a consistent theme of the opposition over the last 2 years. The most consistent theme has been that they say no to everything. They certainly say no to Australian manufacturing. That's not a change in direction for the Coalition, for those opposite. In their 9 years of government, they presided over the loss of 100,000 manufacturing jobs in Australia. They dared the Australian car industry to shut up shop and leave, and it did. They say no to Australian innovation and new business opportunities and jobs, no to the investment that we need to sustain those things as part of how we move into and through a period of change. And that would be disastrous for Australia. If Australia ceased to have the capacity to make things, if we cease to have the capacity and take new opportunities to shape our future in the region in which we live, that would affect everyone's prosperity. It would affect households and businesses alike. Change is inevitable, Deputy Speaker, whether it's technological change or climate change or regional change or geopolitical change. Change is inevitable. And if we don't have the steady resolve to manage and embrace change, we will be left behind. We will be left behind as the world moves on. We'll see other countries succeed while we miss out. We'll find ourselves less prosperous, less secure and less sustainable. This Future Made in Australia package is something we were very clear about in coming to government. It's something that the Minister and the Prime Minister have worked on, and it has two sensible priorities. The first is the net zero transformation stream, and the second is the economic resilience and security stream. Each has a strong and common sense logic. They are also obviously related. The world is changing as energy systems change and as we deal with the risk and threats and costs of climate change. And the move to a low carbon economy, a net zero economy, is essential for our well-being. Making sure that that part of the economic and social transition in Australia is properly supported is a vital responsibility of government. The idea that we would abandon that, the idea that we would let Australia be buffeted by the winds of change, by the choices and interests of other nations rather than taking charge of that process is frankly ridiculous. Needless to say, our own economic resilience and security is vital, and it's interesting that the other side, that the Coalition that does like to beat its chest when it comes to matters of national security seems to take no interest in the challenges of making sure that we are in fact secure in the future when it comes to energy, but when it comes to a number of other parts of our life. So we believe that Australia should control its own future, and that the best way of doing that is to make sure that we step up into and take advantage of the energy transformation and the net zero transformation that countries around the world are rightly focused on, and that we have a good hard look at what it really means to be economically resilient and to have our own sovereign and self-sufficient capacity in a range of areas. The pandemic was a reminder of how important that is. It was a reminder that there are tendencies sometimes in the way that we operate economically as part of a global market that don't necessarily put resilience and sovereign self-sufficiency higher enough up the priority list, that if you move towards a sort of just-in-time inventory approach, you will find yourselves fragile and vulnerable to supply shocks. Some of those we're still dealing with. But Australia has an enormous amount to look forward to and to benefit from in terms of being a leader when it comes to decarbonisation, renewable energy, storage and energy efficiency. And as we reflect on those lessons of the pandemic, Deputy Speaker, and the challenging nature of our geostrategic circumstances, we are compelled to make sure that we shape our future rather than having that future shape us. And we're going to achieve that by focusing on areas where we do have a competitive advantage and a comparative advantage. And the member for Herbert, the Speaker before, was somehow suggesting that that won't be the focus of this program, of this bill, and the things that it enables. And of course it will. Of course it will. But as other countries have shown, if you think that those comparative and competitive advantages will just naturally lead to the kinds of transition that we need to see, which are complex, which need to be coordinated, which depend to some degree on investment that comes from outside of Australia. If you think that those things will just happen by themselves, you are kidding yourself. And I don't really know why those opposite would think that. They tried that approach for 9 years. They tried the approach of literally taking the hands off the wheel and letting it spin round and round. And we saw what occurred. We saw that in our energy system. We literally had a decrease of 1 gigawatt of generation capacity during that period of time because there just was no focus or no imperative coming from those opposite to make sure that this country has what it needs. There's talk from those opposite about picking winners as if they question whether our country has any winners, as whether we have any advantages. You can't talk about the importance of comparative advantage and competitive advantage without at least being prepared to see that we have some. And we're blessed actually to have the best renewable energy resources in the world. We're blessed with an incredible range of critical minerals, with innovative and entrepreneurial businesses, with talented scientists and researchers and a kind of energised, highly educated population that actually should be unleashed. That potential should be unleashed in order to enable us to achieve our potential, which is, among other things, to be a renewable energy superpower. And nobody should think that other countries are taking a different approach. The great home of the free market, of entrepreneurialism and technological development in the United States, has not introduced the Inflation Reduction Act and a number of other measures just for fun. They've introduced those measures because they want to make sure that the United States is at the cutting edge of the energy transformation, the net zero economy, and they want to make sure that they don't see a further drift out of manufacturing in that country, with the consequences that it has for their resilience and their self-sufficiency. So if the United States is looking at doing that, of course many other countries, especially throughout the OECD, why would we think that the best approach is to follow what those opposite did for 9 years and literally take your hands off the wheel and do nothing? We're not going to take that approach. We believe Australia deserves to shape its own future. We know that our businesses and our workers and their representatives are ready to be part of that, but they expect leadership from government. They expect government to do its bit. They expect government and our incredibly high quality public service, which those opposite seem to come up to the dispatch box or stand in their seats every day and denigrate as some kind of pastime. All of those parts of what makes Australia distinctively well placed in this time of challenge should be applied to our best interests, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to make sure our investments unlock private investment at scale. That's what has happened through the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. I remember when I was first elected, one of the things of the then coalition government in 2016, middle of 2016, was to once again try and get rid of the CEFC and get rid of ARENA. Two things that the former Labor government established that have been enormously successful, that have delivered a return to the Australian taxpayer while making sure that there is investment for the kind of change and innovation that every economy needs and that we need. We will achieve the change in the two streams I mentioned, Deputy Speaker, by applying community benefit principles. We want to promote safe and secure jobs. We want to deliver skills development and industrial capacity that is flexible and endures. The things that those opposite have put forward as their kind of propositions for maybe achieving a little bit of progress or momentum in these areas are almost the opposite of that. I've heard a number of speakers get up and say, actually what we need is to make sure that, you know, they use sort of tricky phrases like that wages are competitive and that conditions, working conditions aren't unduly onerous or burdensome. I think Australians see through that. I think that they see through that kind of language, because what the coalition is really saying is they'd like to go back to their approach, which was stagnant or falling real wages and unfair working conditions. That somehow is the one key dynamic element that will generate change. We don't see it that way. We're going to work towards the revitalisation of Australian manufacturing, and we're going to make sure that Australia faces up to the global challenges with optimism and energy and shapes them to our needs. But we're not going to do that by sacrificing the interests of the community, and particularly by sacrificing the interests of workers. I know that this is an approach very welcome in my community. I talked about comparative and competitive advantage. The truth is that the appetite for a future made in Australia, the energy, the entrepreneurialism, it exists. It exists right around our country in businesses, small, medium and large. And what it asks for, really, what it asks for from people in this place is that we unlock and unleash that energy and that potential. In my electorate of Fremantle, we have one of two national shipbuilding precincts. I've got industrial precincts with an emphasis on the new energy economy, batteries, energy system innovation, the production of graphene, high purity alumina, robotics, all of these things that Australia shouldn't keep telling itself we can't be part of. You know, there are important national stories, but there can also be self-defeating stories, and the idea that the era in which manufacturing did depend on relatively low-skilled labour, and quite a lot of it, has passed. We are not in that era and haven't been in that era for some time. And so if a country of the same population as Australia, 25 million odd people, a country like Taiwan can go and be the leader in chip technology, why should Australia say to itself all we can do is be a country that focuses on primary production and the sort of earlier parts of the minerals and resources production process? We can do anything and everything, and the moment that we acknowledge that, the moment that we actually make that an object of our national story, we begin to move down that path to making it real. Those opposite, as I've said, are going to say no to this bill. That's not a surprise. I can't think that they've said yes to anything in the last 2 years. They say no to energy price relief, no to relief for households, no to the responsible management of a budget that's delivered 2 surpluses after 9 years in which there were eye-watering deficits as far as the eye could see, a tripling of the debt, doubling of the debt before COVID occurred, unbelievable waste in programs like JobKeeper that blew $20 billion up against the wall on companies whose profits rose through the pandemic. Just every kind of bad governance that you could possibly imagine. And now that they're no longer sitting behind the wheel as it just spun aimlessly around, they say no to every single thing we do to try and clean up that mess, to try and put Australia back on a sound budget position and try to guide Australia towards the future that Australians deserve, a high-quality future, an optimistic future, a future that does involve manufacturing, that does allow us to be a regional, in some cases global leader on the big challenges, on the net zero economy transformation, on the energy transformation, on tackling climate change. That's what people want. That's what this government is delivering. On the other side, it'd be nice if one of these days the relentless negativity and the relentless hypocrisy makes way for something else. I won't hold my breath. The Albanese Labor government is going to get on with guiding a future made in Australia.
Yeah. I thank the Minister for his contribution, and the question before the House now that the amendments be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and indeed I rise to speak in favour of the Shadow Treasurer's second reading amendment and commend his contribution on behalf of the Coalition on this bill to the House. As he articulated, we indeed do not support this legislation whatsoever. It is completely against the DNA of the Liberal Party and, frankly, where the modern Australian economy has been heading for decades and decades and decades. From the government, this is all about politics. And, Deputy Speaker, we saw the Prime Minister announce this policy. From memory, it was just after the Dunkley by-election up in Brisbane, a speech about a future made in Australia. And whilst we're only debating this legislation in this chamber right now, the government has already been out there picking their winners and already selecting businesses that are going to get special treatment and the largesse of the government if this legislation passes through the Parliament. And of course, the principles of the Liberal Party are very simple and very clear when it comes to the management of our economy. We want government to be as small as it can be. We want taxes to be as low as they possibly can. We want everyone to be on a level, equal playing field. We want businesses to be encouraged to take risks, to put their capital on the line. We want capital to go where the market determines that it should go, where the best ideas are and the best opportunities within our economy are, and we want those businesses to be paying the lowest possible tax to give them the best chance to succeed. What we don't want businesses to be doing is making different decisions that they otherwise would have made because a government policy skews them, skews where the money flows, skews the benefit in the economy from one particular industry to another particular industry, from one particular business to another particular business, from one type of activity in the economy to another type of activity in the economy. And what we have in this bill is exactly that, attempts to dramatically interfere with the sensible natural market forces and natural merit-based decision-making and success and failure of good and bad ideas in a free market capitalist economy. And in the Coalition, we will defend those principles very strongly, very bitterly at every opportunity we get. And the opportunity before us today is to speak against this bill and to seek to defeat this bill. Now, ever since the Second World War, there's been an international consensus on the need to have open economies and open markets, and that not only does that lead to economic prosperity, but it also stops wars from happening. Because a lot of the tensions that led to many of the conflicts in the centuries preceding, particularly the First and Second World Wars, were about locked up markets and an inability of different economies to trade with and access other economies, and for those economies to have no interlinking whatsoever, so that when tensions and pressures got to a certain point, the only course that was taken was that of warfare and bloodshed. And the consensus that emerged at the end of the Second World War, particularly learning from the mistakes of the Treaty of Versailles after the First World War, was that we needed to have an international framework of open markets low tariffs and let economies trade with other economies, produce what they were good at producing, sell the surplus of that produce because they were the best at making it, and equally import products that were more competitive from other economies. And Australia has been the great beneficiary of those fundamental principles, because as a nation of 26, nearly 27 million people, our economic prosperity and success comes from exporting our surplus product. We have a trade surplus, beyond question. Under no dispute is it that we earn more money selling to other countries than we do from buying product into this country from other countries. And there's not a lot of countries that can say that. And for us, that's because industries, particularly the resources sector, particularly the agricultural sector, they produce enormous surplus and sell that into other economies. And they've benefited from the fact that we have an international trading regime that has brought tariffs down in the years and decades since the GATT and now the WTO frameworks were in place, and people can invest in confidence in our competitive advantages in our own economy and sell that surplus to great profit. And I am concerned about what other countries are doing which the government is citing as examples to be followed, frankly, because we're going backwards on the metric of open free markets. And now we've got a variety of economies around the world saying, let's get back into subsidisation, let's get back into protectionism, let's get back into government interference and government intervention in economies. And it is a very dangerous path to go down, and if we've learnt nothing from history and what that leads to, then I deeply lament that, because we know where we will end up, and for Australia in particular, with a massive trade surplus, the consequence of us participating in and encouraging a return to dramatic protectionism and trade barriers is going to collapse our standard of living in this country. Now, when the Treasurer handed down the budget, it became clearer and clearer that this policy is all about politics and the next election. And the best example of that is that in the appropriation for this policy is a $45 million taxpayer advertising campaign. Now, if this is a great set of policies and a great idea for the nation, why is it that the government has to spend $45 million on an advertising campaign to tell people that it's great? And I might add that the key measures in this bill are not ones that involve consumers having to make any decisions or do anything at all. Why would you have to have a television ad in the middle of the AFL Grand Final talking about future made in Australia when everything to do with this suite of policies involve industry and business decision-making? Why would anyone need to learn about that when they're watching the television when they get home from work? Well, the only reason is because the government is using this to try and look like they have an economic agenda and a plan for the future of our economy. And that is very regrettable that such a spectacular amount of taxpayer resources is being put on the line through this legislation purely to try and concoct an argument and create the mirage that there is an economic agenda underpinning what this government's doing. And the facts and the reality are very much the reverse, Deputy Speaker. Australians have never done it tougher. They have never found it more difficult to make the household budget ends meet. And people are making difficult decisions and sacrifices because their mortgages are going up, their rents are going up, their power bills are going up. Now, that's not just happening to Australian families, it's happening to Australian businesses. So this government has a policy to pick winners and dollop taxpayer funds to particular businesses. Now, of course, if you say to a business, we'd love to give you tens of millions of dollars, they'll take it. Of course they will. They'll probably also agree to be at a press conference and put a hard hat on you and a high-vis vest and stand next to you and say, this is a fantastic policy for my business. That's no surprise that businesses getting millions of dollars through this program would say that it's a good thing. People that are interested in the broader economy, like, I don't know, the Productivity Commission, helmed by someone appointed by this government, and senior, significant, respected economists have a very different view, because they have the same concerns that I've just outlined about a government that is using taxpayer funds to pick winners and to concoct press conferences and to run television ads in the lead up to an election. And so the consequence of that is that the money that is being spent on this program is coming out of the pockets of Australian families and off the P&L of Australian businesses. Because every dollar, let alone the billions of dollars in this program that are spent on picking winners, mean that taxes have to be higher on everyone else. Now, there's not many economists or economy-wide industry groups that will tell you that it's easy as it is to meet the high costs of doing business in this country. That's not just taxes, it includes taxes, but it's all the other inputs that businesses have to face. Their power bills, their payroll taxes, their local government charges, all the different costs of doing business are very significant in this country. And if you wanted to help manufacturers and you asked a fair spread of manufacturers what we could do to help them, they would say, try and get our costs down. Help us get our costs down. An individual manufacturing business might say, yeah, I'm more than happy to take tens of millions of dollars from you if you want to give it to me. But if you put all the businesses together, who are obviously not collectively getting tens of billions of dollars, they'll say, can you cut my power bill for me? Can you help get other input costs down? You know, we're out there competing against other economies with much lower electricity charges. I worked in the manufacturing business for a long time. We had one plant in Adelaide and a replica plant doing exactly the same thing in Suzhou in China. And so we were running the exact same business in two jurisdictions, and the input costs were the difference. And as much as, of course, labour costs are always going to be lower in other countries than Australia, and we're not seeking to dispute the excellent high living standards and high real wages in this country, power bills shouldn't be any more expensive in Australia than in our major competitors. And when you're competing in manufacturing and your major input is your power bill, then why don't we do something about getting power prices down in this country? Because the opposite's occurring. And this bill and the expenditure of billions of dollars on this picking winners strategy to try and convince people in the lead up to the election that there's an economic plan pales into insignificance if there was an actual plan from this government to help get business costs down, like electricity generation. Now, there are fundamental principles at stake here, and I've obviously talked about the position of the coalition, and obviously the government is bringing forward something that is against the DNA of our party. There's an opportunity for members in this chamber to reflect deeply on going down this path, because what we're doing is enabling, we're supporting those that are already going down this path, and we're just encouraging our other major competitors to do the same thing. This is us contributing to a global trend to re-protect and put barriers back in and walls around economies across the planet. And if you look at the ABS statistics on trade, effectively, if you want to measure the impact on the Australian economy of that, just remove our trade surplus completely from our current GDP and remove that from the living standards that supports for every single Australian. Now, I know the government don't want to bring back protectionism, and I acknowledge the Hawke and Keating government's work on recognising and understanding the benefit to Australia and our economy in getting rid of trade barriers rather than bringing them back. But once we get into the business of doling out big licks of taxpayer funds to the businesses that we do like, that we want to help compete against other businesses, there will only be retaliation against that. And we won't be the winners of that, because the end of that cycle just means a reduction in global trade. And as a nation of 27 million people, we are absolutely dependent on producing more in this country than we consume and selling that surplus to other nations to grow and expand our wealth. Now, there was a consensus on those fundamental principles in both major parties, thanks to the changes that Hawke and Keating achieved within their own parties' attitudes to those things. But now we've got a situation through this bill where one of the two major parties is reversing their position on open markets, free trade, global competition that has a demonstrated record of success for the Australian economy. Deputy Speaker, I urge the House to defeat this bill.
I thank the member for his contribution, and the question now before the House is that the amendments be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I applaud...
Excuse me, member for Macarthur, I see that the opposition duty minister is seeking the call.
I do, thank you. Do I have the call?
Absolutely.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I draw your attention to the state of the House.
Quorum required. Ring the bells.
He doesn't want to listen.
No, I want everyone to listen. I want everyone to listen to the boss.
Give you a history lesson. Free trade versus protectionism.
I just needed you guys to come and show your commitment.
Not us.
Surprise!
Yeah, thanks, Walter.
I do thank honourable members. Quorum is now present. And I give the call to the most honourable member for Macarthur in continuation.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I get to my feet very positively supporting the Future Made in Australia bill. It really is a wonderful statement and a wonderful process by which this government will support Australian manufacturing, which I have to say is thriving in my electorate. My electorate of Macarthur, by population, is the biggest electorate in the country. And the many people that live in Macarthur need high-paying, well-qualified jobs. And this is what this bill will promote. We are very excitedly looking forward to the opening of Western Sydney Airport, which is just to the north of my electorate. It's actually in the electorate of Werriwa, which borders Macarthur, And just over our border is the wonderful Western Sydney Airport, which will be the most modern, the most high-tech airport in Australia and one of the best in the world. My eldest son is the lead engineer on the rail project that is delivering public transport to the airport, and I'm very excited about it, as are the many members, many people in my electorate that will have very high-tech, well-paying and very satisfying jobs in the businesses that are already springing up around it. So I'm really excited about it, and it is a signature policy of the Albanese Labor government, and I support it 100%. All I've heard from the other side is negativity, some very stilted views of Australian history, and no policies. They had a decade of watching our manufacturing industry decay. They previously allowed one of our biggest manufacturing industries, the motor vehicle industry, to leave Australia. They shut it down, and they had no view of the future. And unfortunately, 20 years later, there's no difference. From the opposition, all we get is negativity, no policy, and no view of the future. That's exactly right. They just want to dig things out of the ground, grow things on the land, and export it, but they don't understand the importance of manufacturing and, of course, sovereign capability in our country. I'm the proud member of Macarthur, and I've had the privilege to visit and see incredible work of the over 650 manufacturing companies in my electorate. They are amazing. They are from construction manufacturing, defence industry, high-tech printing. We have the absolutely wonderful Deco group in my electorate at Minto, and they produce the coatings that you see on buildings, the non-flammable coatings that are really taking over from imported products. They can do wonderful powder coating, they do wood panelling, they do really anything you want coated onto metal or other products for industries, including the medical manufacturing industry, the construction industry, all different industries. It's absolutely wonderful, led by the amazing Ross Doonan, who is a manufacturing engineer producing his own equipment, his robotic equipment, in Macarthur for his business, which is rapidly expanding. And interestingly, over 60% of his power that's in an industry that is traditionally a high energy user is now renewable energy, thanks to the renewable energy project that Ross has done on his own factories. It is amazing to see, and gives me huge hope for the future. There are other businesses like Deco, Platt Company, producing for the defence industry, a whole range of different industries, including Numi, the company that now produces the different forms of milk, almond milk, soy milk, all those things, in an amazing high-tech factory in Ingleburn that I've been to visit several times. I am so impressed with the manufacturers of Macarthur. I really see the products, the quality of the material being produced in Macarthur, and I'm continually impressed. I'm not the only member of this House, of course, that can say they're proud that they know that there's Australian manufacturing in their electorates, and we are seeing this renaissance around the country supported by the government in policies like the Future Made in Australia bill, as well as our commitment to renewable energy. As well as my position, of course, on the health, as chair of the Health Committee, I'm also on the Agricultural Committee, and I've had the benefit of visiting many innovative industries in agriculture around the country that are using new technologies to produce food and other agricultural crops without the use of pesticides, without high use of fertilisers, all for export, all making the lives of Australians better. But, you know, obviously my first and main interest is in the health industry, and I have seen some absolutely amazing things. And one in particular that I'd like to say that I've seen several times, even though their present manufacturing hub is not in my electorate, is that of Cochlear, who have their manufacturing plant in Australia in the electorate of Bennelong, Jerome Laxell's electorate. When you visit their factory, you cannot help be impressed by the quality of the workers and the quality of the things that they produce there with cochlear implants. Of course, the man Professor Graham Clark, who developed the cochlear implant, grew up in my electorate of Macarthur. And it is incredible to think that his vision and his foresight has now led to a company like Cochlear. And to visit their plant is amazing. They have other manufacturing plants around the world, but their highest quality, their most modern technology is produced in the Australian plant, in the electorate of Bennelong, which is exported all over the world. It is just so impressive to see, and they have a huge research group that is looking at further advances in things like bionic eyes and other high-tech medical developments. And I'm very proud of that as being an Australian and seeing what they can do. Another fantastic Australian medical company is ResMed. And ResMed was developed through the efforts of Professor Colin Sullivan at Royal Prince Alfred Hospital in Sydney, and I knew him as a young resident and a medical student. And because of his developments in sleep and sleep technology, we now have another fantastic Australian company, ResMed, which is producing in Sydney, but also some of its products are developed in my electorate and produced in my electorate of Macarthur, particularly through the Deco Group. And they are another fantastic Australian medical manufacturing company that this government is supporting and will continue to support innovative companies like this through the Future Made in Australia program. It's not about picking winners, it's making companies have the ability to develop their products in Australia for Australian use and for export use. Of course, we learnt in the pandemic that we do run the risk, if we let our manufacturing industry continue to run down, we run the risk of not being able to have products that we use every day in health, in agriculture, etc. And so it is important that we have that sovereign manufacturing capability. Because we have lost the ability to manufacture many things in Australia, we've lost the ability to produce a lot of pharmaceuticals, which we are using every day. In my time as a medical student, Australia used to produce its own antibiotics. We no longer produce the really high-level antibiotics that we use in our hospitals and rely on imports. We need to reverse that. There are already shortages that have been developed over the last 5 years, and it is very important that we develop sovereign pharmaceutical manufacturing, and the Future Made in Australia will help support that. It'll give companies the confidence to invest. Companies like Moderna, which is developing an RNA vaccine manufacturing plant in Melbourne. And these things are important that the government supports for not only our sovereign manufacturing and the fact that we need these things in Australia, but the fact that we can now export overseas. And many international companies like Moderna are learning that with the philosophy of this government and the policies that this government is putting in place, are learning they can invest in Australia confidently, knowing they have a government that will support their efforts, not just to produce in Australia, but to produce things for export all around the world. There are many examples of innovative companies which have changed the lives of many Australians and many people overseas. Our near neighbours are huge, with high populations, and they are going to want the high-tech products that our manufacturers can produce. I am very optimistic about our future. I know that my children and my grandchildren will have positive futures because of government policies that encourage manufacturing and export from Australia. I have no hesitancy to stand here and speak about the Future of Australia, Future Made in Australia bill, because
that gives me confidence, not just for myself, but for my children and my grandchildren and future generations. We are a country that we're resilient, we have many inventors, and unfortunately, over decades, we've lost the ability to support them by manufacturing in Australia. And we now have an opportunity to compete on a global scale in the global economy, particularly in things like our transition to net zero. This bill steps at how we will put the discipline, the rigour established on the Future Made in Australia Bill into practice by expanding the roles of the Export Finance Company and the Australian Renewable Energy Agency. I'm very excited about it. I'm very positive about this bill. We have a government that at last sponsors manufacturing and is doing its best to prepare Australia and future generations for a prosperous future. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong be agreed to. The member for Wright.
I thank you, Mr Speaker. And I want to make a small contribution to the Future Made in Australia bill and try and just outline in the most simplest terms I can possibly why we will be opposing this bill. You know, we hear those from the government come in and say that members of the coalition opposing this because we don't believe in a future made in Australia. Well, that's just simply not true. I want to give primarily a shout out to those manufacturers here in Australia who are doing amazing things for our country, providing the services and the products that we need, and in some cases exporting them all around the world. And then I want to share with you some of the comments when I talk to the Australian manufacturers, is that if we were to redeploy this $22.7 billion ear-tagged in this bill, the second largest budget item of this government spending, I want to share with you what they would prefer to see happen instead of this bill. Both sides of the House are equally committed to making sure that we have long-term manufacturing capability in this country, because it does give us sovereign capability. It does give us security into the future. We both have an enthusiasm from both sides of this House to make sure that Australia can manufacture product into the future. But we have basically fundamental differences in the approach and how we should get there, and hopefully at the end of this brief contribution that will become clearer. I suppose to start my contribution, to give you a sense of how those on this side of the House think, is that we predominantly think like business people. We think like manufacturers, because for all intents and purposes, those on this side of the House do come from a small business background, do come from a manufacturing background, did employ people, did make contributions to our nation. I myself, after my banking career in agri-finance, started a small transport express courier company. I had 14 depots around the state of Queensland and employed over 100 permanent staff and contractors, of which I'm very proud. The member for Leichhardt behind me, a predominant pastoralist in Northern Australia, had a crocodile farm, was one of the first Australians with his business to start exporting crocodile skins to a little-known company back then called Louis Vuitton. And the stories are endless on this side of the House of our comprehensive understanding and the needs of businesses and manufacturers in this country, because we are them. We are those. Now, with the exception to those on the other side of the House, where there are some who come from a small business background, and to them I say hurrah. But the vast majority of those on the other side are in this House as a result of a relationship that they have with the union movement. And there's nothing wrong with that, it's just a point of difference. It's just a point of difference. But when we stand here and try and make a point around future made in Australia, do not, for those listening, believe for 1 minute that the coalition is not committed to a greater Australia and a greater manufacturing capability. In my home state of Queensland, Mr Speaker, I take everyone's mind back to nearly half a century ago with the, to a small village then called Gladstone in central Queensland. It's a port city. And it was built predominantly then by the Bjelke-Petersen era on the back of an emerging coal industry, where the government of the day borrowed money from Japanese government to develop the mines in partnership with them, build a railway line. And then if we have a look at the mega manufacturers, our aluminium capability, our powerhouse capability, our steel manufacturing, just through that one postcode. And we have a look at what the fundamental settings that needed to be in place for that community to strengthen and to grow and to prosper over many, many, many decades. And fundamentally, like any small business, the same as large business, we cannot, like the member for Sturt rightly pointed out, we cannot be in pursuance with low wages of international competitors such as China, because we just cannot match that low rate input cost. But there are other input costs through our fiscal settings in this room that we can address, that will return that competitive pendulum back towards us on a global stage, and sadly they are missing from within the contents of this bill, such as lowering our company tax rate. Everyone in Australia remembers the commitment made on several occasions by this Prime Minister before the election: my word is my bond when it comes to the reduction, the implementation of stage 3 tax cuts. My word is my bond. It doesn't get any more concrete from that. But as soon as they got in, they crab marched away for it. They'd done a couple of polls, and it's like a Robin Hood tax. They took money away from those who make these very contributions, the manufacturers, those on higher wages, and gave greater tax cuts similar to that of stage 1 and 2 to low and middle income. So I'm just pointing out the differences in our tax policies, where we seek to, in this nation, provide a lower tax competitive rate, so we don't have our 108,000 manufacturers in this country seeking to move offshore. Why would you manufacture here in Australia when within this bill and government does nothing to reduce our company tax rate, when you could be going up to Singapore and paying around 8 to 10%? Any other jurisdiction where we have lower? America at the moment, they're hungry for investment through their IRA, their investment footprint up there. And some economists have said that this is just a very poor imitation of that policy, and it's been belittled and bemoaned by economists, and of which I'd only be reading from my speaking points to enter into Hansard. I'm sure that they're already there. We've heard those on the other side make the contribution that our Australian manufacturing, that we hounded, that we dared the motor companies here in Australia to leave the country. I just remind those in the chamber that whilst I was a great supporter, and still am, of both Ford and Holden, at the time they exited the Australian motor market, they were respectively number 13 and 11 on the top car sales in Australia. And for those on the other side of the chamber, they would make the argument that we dared them to leave the country. When challenged, Hockey said that, the then Treasurer.
Order.
But then when we had those conversations about, well, why aren't you doing more to support the car industry? What type of car were you driving? The top 5 cars were either made in Japan, in the country, or Korea, with the Hyundai Excel or the Mazda. The reality is that the Australian market had changed its appetite from the large six-cylinder vehicle to something more practical in Australia, and the large manufacturing companies failed to accommodate those changes. Mr. Speaker, this is going to be a failed bill. It'll get through the House, but the intent of it, whilst noble, the intent is noble, wanting to secure a future made in Australia, it's fundamentally flawed because it picks winners. It picks winners over other winners. Say, for example, within the green hydrogen, the hydrogen space. Now, hydrogen is, for all intents and purposes, it is the vehicle that is going to fill the energy void between renewables and as coal exits the market. But we don't know how much it's going to cost. Mr. Speaker, you'd be well aware of committees in this place that have travelled the country, looking at green energy substitutes. Actually, no, we're on a different committee. Other committees that have travelled the country looking at such. And if this future Made in Australia bill was fair income, it would have included all of the hydrogens, the grey hydrogen, the blue hydrogen, the pink hydrogen, rather than just the green, because when you look at the hydrogen industry in its complete state, you can pick the winners out of those and then green hydrogen will float to the top. Without a doubt, it's the most expensive. And we're not prepared to inflict additional cost onto the Australian taxpayer that already exists as a result of the fiscal settings of this government. Under this government, 12 progressive interest rate rises for those with mortgages. The pressure on households lay squarely at the feet of the inept mismanagement of inflationary pressures. And I also would like to put into Hansard, since this government has come to office, the 19,000, no less, 19,000 businesses that have entered insolvency since Labor has come to office. Now, how is it that 19,000 businesses in Australia have entered into insolvency, the highest on record since the Australian Securities and Investment Commission began collecting data? And it's because the input costs that is being asked of businesses, and when you transfer those input costs to those manufacturers here in Australia, they are all looking for cheaper energy. So as our coal mines, who provide the cheapest baseload power at the moment, look to access this Future Made in Australia bill funding, $22.7 billion, they're precluded from doing so. And it's that picking of winners, I'm not going to say pork barrelling, but the picking of winners that this bill has done that precludes the real essence of what we should be looking for in this country, and that is to give every Australian manufacturer the opportunity to access this, not just those friends that may share the same political ideologies of this government. If they were fair income about a future made in Australia, they'd be sitting down with the manufacturing sector, representatives of the 108,000 manufacturers here in Australia, and I sing their praise. I sing their praise. When I was the Assistant Minister for Transfer, Packard at Bayswater in Victoria, manufacturing Kenworths and assembling DAF trucks. Little known to most Australians. I sing the praise of Mack and Volvo, manufactured right here in Australia in Brisbane at Wacol. I sing their praise. Do you know how much government subsidies both of those companies put their hands out for? Nothing. Nothing. In contrast to the many billions that we subsidise the car industry with. So I say well done to the Australian manufacturers that are persisting in an environment where insolvency rates are through the roof. I say to you, the Coalition is committed in reform. The Coalition is committed to getting government out of your way. The Coalition government is committed to lower taxes, lower input costs, to make Australia an attractive place to invest in, to employ people in. We cannot compete on low wages like our input partners out of China and other small countries, so we have to have a competitive difference, and that has to come through other line items on our expenditure balance sheet. But I acknowledge our manufacturers. I praise them. Continue to make a contribution to Australia, and hopefully at the next election we'll be back supporting you in the hardest way we can.
Outstanding contribution. The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong be agreed to. The member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I am pleased to speak on this bill. I have noticed that many members in this place have contributed by speaking on this bill, and I thought I'd better not miss my opportunity. Considering South East Melbourne is one of Australia's largest manufacturing regions, with more manufacturing jobs than Greater Adelaide and Western Sydney. A future made in Australia is simple. It's all about an economic plan for a more secure and independent future for Australia. Acting Speaker, Australia sits before a unique opportunity. There is a global transition afoot to net zero. Australia must take an active role in this transition, not just for the economic benefit of our nation, but because it's in our national interest to do so. Australia is well placed to play a key role in the decarbonisation of economies. We have advantages in the development of renewable energy technologies, vast reserves of minerals required for the construction of these technologies, an abundance of sea, wind and scorching sun, and highly skilled labour who can slot in to meet these manufacturing capabilities. The changing geostrategic landscape has also meant we must have sovereignty over manufacturing. Our supply chains are under extreme pressure due to global conflict, increasing fragmentation and global competition. The last few years, COVID, war and geopolitical tensions have shown that there is an undeniable, compelling reason to have more control over the industries important to Australia. As I stated before, the transition to net zero can have great economic and industrial benefits for Australia. The Albanese Labor government's Future Made in Australia will unlock private investment in these future industries, create jobs across the country and build a stronger and more resilient economy powered by renewable energy. It recognises our future growth prospects lie here in our great nation, a nation that has the industrial capacity, resources, skills and energy to make us into a globally attractive investment destination. Yes, private sector is responding to these opportunities, but there is also a role for government in this transitionary process. I would go as far to say that government must have a role in providing economic incentives due to the broader national interests at play. These incentives will assist Australia to take up the opportunities created by our trade partners and comparative advantages to other countries, enabling Australia to capitalise on opportunities in areas like critical minerals, processing, green metals, clean energy technologies and in low-carbon liquid fuels. Acting Speaker, if I may, I might go briefly into some of the details of the bill. The bill will codify a national interest framework. This is much needed and will help to better align economic incentives with the national interests of Australia. Legislating the framework will provide certainty to the investment community, which is critical to attracting private funding at scale. There will be two streams of the framework, the net zero transformation stream and the economic resilience and security stream. Essentially, just covering sectors that could have a sustained comparative advantage in a net zero global economy and sectors where some level of domestic capability is a necessity. I note also that a set of community benefit principles will be applied to Future Made in Australia. The bill will ensure that a Future Made in Australia has a mechanism that can be used to implement the community benefit principles as required. This will go to ensuring that investments develop secure jobs that are not only safe but have good conditions and pay, boost more skilled and inclusive workforces by investing in skills development and giving people opportunities for broader workforce participation. The investment will engage collaboratively with and achieve positive outcomes for local communities, such as First Nations communities and communities directly affected by the transition to net zero. It will strengthen domestic industrial capabilities, including through stronger local supply chains. It will demonstrate transparency and compliance in relation to the management of tax affairs, including benefits received under Future Made in Australia supports. The Future Made in Australia is also supported by other Labor government initiatives, including fee-free TAFE. I would like to take this opportunity to thank South East Melbourne Manufacturers Alliance, the Peak Industry Association, made up of 230 companies in South East Melbourne. They provide a strong, clear voice for manufacturers in our region. SEMA, its board members and organisations are working hard to maintain the South East as the premier manufacturing region in Australia. We need organisations like this, like SEMA, with strategies to guide the work and vision of a future made in Australia. So, Acting Speaker, a future made in Australia is quite simple and frankly deserving of support from every member in this House. If we wish to have a country that has sovereignty and is able to support our own needs in the community. We all want Australia to be a country that makes things here. We'll put the talents of our people and our incredible natural resources to work, making things here, instead of just importing our own things all the time. So we can manufacture more solar panels with the minerals from the country, not just shipping off the minerals to other countries. Under Labor, we're generating 25% more renewable energy, and we've ticked off enough renewable projects to power 3 million homes. This is a significant achievement already. And a future made in Australia will boost more projects like these, powering us forward into a net zero economy. This is good for our economy, good for jobs, good for our sovereignty, good for the nation, making Australia wealthier and more secure against global forces and pandemics. A stronger economy made right here. A future made in Australia.
The question is that the amendments moved by the Honourable Member for Kooyong be agreed to. The member for Fairfax.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to speak in opposition to Labor's Future Made in Australia bill. There is nothing wrong with industry policy. The question before the House is whether the policy put forward by the Albanese government is good policy or bad policy. And I stand here today to assert it is bad public policy. In fact, the Future Made in Australia bill is a vile ruse. It's trickery. It's deceitful. And it will not achieve what Labor purports it to be able to achieve. And we always have to remember when it comes to this Albanese government, not to take them at their word, because that word gets broken time and time again, but rather don't listen to what they say, but look at what they do. And this bill reflects the depth of cynicism to which this government is prepared to go. Let's take the very phrasing of Made in Australia. This is a cynical misuse of a brand that has been built over decades on the part of Australia. Personally, I've spent much of my 20+ years in business in overseas markets ahead of coming to this place. I know firsthand how many men and women of Australia have built the Made in Australia brand in international markets. They have sweated. Many of them have lost their shirt trying to get deals over the line, but what they always had was the pride in Made in Australia. Indeed, there are companies today who are going through the process with government so they can use the label Made in Australia on their own products. We have legislated in this very Parliament how that must be done. And despite having that Made in Australia brand built over many years by Team Australia, successive governments of all stripes, the private sector, the men and women of this country, the Albanese Labor government has decided to steal that brand for themselves. They are taking that brand from Team Australia and giving it to Team Labor in this belief that they will con the Australian people. It's a vile ruse. It's trickery. It is deceitful. And people might say, oh yeah, but you know, what's in the title? The title goes to the heart, the cynicism of this government. Now, if you look then at the detail, Deputy Speaker, the Treasurer entered this Parliament to table this law, and he made very grand comments about any funding going from the federal government to a sector of the economy or to a project must, and I quote, apply to strict policy frameworks. Strict policy frameworks. Gee, that sounds good. Think about that. It's strict policy frameworks. And it even sounds better when you go to what those frameworks are, Deputy Speaker. The first criteria in the national interest framework is, and I quote, Australian industry is expected to have a sustained comparative advantage in a net zero global economy. So in order for a sector of the economy to be prioritised to get government money, it has to have a sustained comparative advantage. Criteria number one. Sounds good. Anyone who studied economics, they understand that comparative advantage is one of those foundational principles. I mean, you know, it's David Ricardo stuff from the early 1800s. So great, tech sounds good. What has this government done? The first project it announces under this scheme is for $1 billion to manufacture solar panels. Think about that. To manufacture solar panels. Is there a problem with using solar energy? No. Is there a problem with solar panels? No. But if this government was true to what its framework suggests, then it has to be an area of comparative advantage. Australia does not have a comparative advantage in the manufacture of solar panels. Oh, well, I'll take the intervention from the minister at the table. He now thinks that Australia does what, relative to China, relative to the main producers around the world, there is no manufacture. See, this is a problem with this government. Even the industry minister thinks that suddenly Australia actually has an opportunity cost advantage over China on solar panels. This is the cluelessness of this government. But I don't think it's cluelessness. I don't even give him the benefit of the doubt of not knowing what he's talking about. I actually think it's deceitful. I think it's all part of the vile ruse of the Labor Party. Here they talk about comparative advantage of a nation, and their first announcement is actually something that China actually has the full advantage of. And even this industry minister does not know that, or is he, like his colleagues, being deceitful? Because he knows Australia does not have a comparative advantage on the manufacturing of solar panels relative to other countries. That's what a comparative advantage is, Deputy Speaker. Why don't we go to quantum computing? That was their second announcement. Now, who are the beneficiaries of this? Is it really a company that is Australian, or is it an American one? It's an American one. So how about that? The first two announcements actually don't even go to Australia's comparative advantage. And the industry minister here, which I think is quite funny, actually thinks all of these are. I don't know, what's the third biggest comparative advantage, Minister? No, that was his second. He doesn't even know a third. So there you go. Solar panels and quantum computing. This, members of Parliament, is what this minister believes are our comparative advantages.
The member for Fairfax will resume his seat. The member for Macarthur on a point of order.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker. The minister is somehow regaling, the Shadow Minister is regaling the minister and other members of Parliament, not addressing himself through the chair at all. It was quite hysterical. He surely is out of order.
The member for Macarthur will resume his seat. I've raised that with the member for Fairfax, that all comments are through this chair, and I'll ask people on the other side to stop interjecting. This is the chamber. It's not a playground. The member for Fairfax has the call.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And through you, I refer to this minister and I refer to all of the members on that other side of this parliament, the government, because this is a vile ruse of deceit on the Australian people. Let's go to criteria number 2 in their national interest framework. It says, and I quote, public investment is needed for the sector to make a significant contribution to emissions reduction at an efficient cost. Okay, that sounds good. Yet again, sounds great. But don't listen to what they say, look at what they do. It has since been confirmed, Deputy Speaker, that technologies recognised around the world, resources recognised around the world to reduce emissions, to achieve net zero, are excluded by this government, by this policy. So is CCS, carbon capture and storage, is that included? No, it's not. Ideologically, they disagree with it. Blue hydrogen? No, we don't want that either, says the Albanese government. Let alone uranium, let alone nuclear technology, not a chance in the world. This again contradicts their own national interest framework, which is why you have to look at what they do and not at what they say. We also know that once you look at the detail of the flow of money coming through this policy, there is $3.9 billion unaccounted for. $3.9 billion, which does not state on what it will be spent. But here's what we do know. That nearly $4 billion will be used, at least announced, over the next 12 months in an election year. This is a slush fund. This is a cynical slush fund from the Albanese Labor government to try to set them up for an election. And here they are coming in with all the motherhood statements of made in Australia. This is made for the Labor Party. This is made for their election campaign. $3.9 billion, and I invite any member of the Labor Party who is prepared to come into this House, including the Minister at the table, to clarify what that $3.9 billion is going to be used for. But they will not say so because it's a slush fund. This is not about Team Australia, this is about Team Labor, and this is why it is cynical. It's a vile ruse. Don't listen to what they say, Deputy Speaker. Look at what they do. It is typical Labor, big government. They pick winners. But when you have a bunch of losers trying to pick winners in the marketplace, it's the Australian people who will always pay. That's been the case to date with this Albanese government, and it will continue to be the case if indeed this so-called future made in Australia passes this House. Now, Deputy Speaker, what this really is trying to mop up failure in policy. If time permitted, I would love an extension of time if the Minister would allow me, because I'd like to go through the failures in his policy. But let me just focus on the policy for which I am shadow. That is climate change and energy. Such is the failure of this government that we have seen a tripling of insolvencies in the manufacturing sector since they came to office. The feedback from the manufacturing sector is one of their key problems is the cost of energy. This government looked the Australian people in the eye, this minister did, other members of Labor in this House looked the Australian people in the eye and promised them a $275 reduction in household power bills. $275 coming off household bills. Today, there are areas of Australia where households are paying up to $1,000 more than what Labor had promised. But the impact on business, especially on manufacturing, is far more long-term, because we have manufacturers closing down. We have major energy-intensive manufacturers looking to relocate to the likes of China and India. Now, is that a criticism of China and India? No. But why are they relocating? Energy prices are too high in Australia. Why are energy prices too high? Direct consequence of government policy. Why is government wanting to increase the cost of energy? Because it's coming from technologies they don't like, especially coal and gas. So work this one out. If the policy settings of this government is all about reducing emissions, so they're bumping up the cost of energy, which is what is happening, the companies that get stung go to China and India. In the manufacturing sector alone, emissions from those countries are 3 to 4 times what they are in Australia. So they are, in fact, making emissions worse globally by the policies they are introducing. And that's before you even talk about the collapse of industry, the shedding of jobs, the fact that regional communities are becoming weaker and poorer as a direct consequence of this government. What's the relevance here to the future made in Australia? Well, the relevance is the pork barrelling, which is going to be going on through this policy, will be doubling down on those same failed energy policies. They know full well that the 82% renewable target by 2030 is an unmitigated disaster. It won't be achieved, it's driving prices up, and industry knows that. They know that because industry even tells them that. So what's their solution? Double down on it. Introduce a so-called future made in Australia, when in truth it is going to lead to the closure of industry and would be more honestly rephrased at a future made in China. That is the fact of this bill. Again, Deputy Speaker, can I say in closure, do not listen to what the Labor Party says. Look at what they do. This policy is nothing but a vile ruse to help the Labor Party, certainly not Team Australia.
The question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong be agreed to. The member for Lalor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, it's hard to believe I left my office where I was listening to former President Barack Obama make an inspiring speech about hope, to come in here to listen to a shadow minister make a less than inspiring speech, followed by many others from those opposite, that drive down hope. Speaker after speaker from that side on this piece of legislation are showing Australians what they are really about. They don't trust Australians. They don't believe Australians can do things. What they're demonstrating is they don't believe Australians can make things. After 10 years in government, driving manufacturing out of our suburbs, out of our regions, out of our country, they come in here to criticise a piece of legislation that is deliberately made to build hope in our suburbs and in our regions. Legislation about a future made in Australia. Legislation about a return in manufacturing. And, you know, I remember the dark days of the pandemic, and I remember us planning and lots of planning and talking about sovereign capability. Lots of woeful moments where we realised that we were at the bottom of the supply chain and that we couldn't get our hands on things in this country that we needed. And I was listening yesterday to people on the other side talking about increased costs of housing without factoring in to that shortages of things that we need to build things in this country because we are at the bottom of the supply chain and for decades have allowed ourselves to not build the things or create the things or make the things that we need here to ensure that we are safe in dangerous times. This piece of legislation is about just that. It's about building hope. It's about building things. It's about Australia returning to a place of sovereign capability. It's about Australia returning to a country that actually believes in its people, believes that its people can innovate, can create, can make things here. So for 2 days now, I've listened to those opposite walk through the door, come in here to make a speech about this legislation, and they need to understand that all I hear is their lack of faith, absolute lack of faith in the Australian population to do the things that we need to do. Unlike those opposite, we believe in Australians. We believe in our capacity to innovate. We believe in our capacity to get things done. We believe in our capacity to collaborate, most importantly. We believe in our capacity to collect around an idea and to make things happen, and that's what this legislation is about. It's about a plan for a future made in Australia. It is very simple. We want Australia to be a country that makes more things here because it will grow our economy and create good jobs. That's what drives us. It means we'll be a country standing on our own 2 feet and spreading opportunity. It means that we'll be making the most of what we have, making more things here. It means that we will be more than a farm and more than a quarry. Because those opposite are quite happy, as the member for Macarthur said earlier, quite happy to dig things out of the ground, but don't have the faith, don't have the drive or the energy to believe that we can value add to those minerals and create new markets. We just heard from the member opposite who doesn't believe that we can compete. Doesn't believe that we can compete on the international stage. Doesn't believe that we can do it. I heard him say it.
The member for Fairfax had his go.
It came out of his mouth. He doesn't believe that we have a competitive advantage. He doesn't believe in the Australian ingenuity, and he doesn't believe in Australian capacity. That's what I heard the member opposite say, and it's a litany of members opposite saying just that. Day in, day out this week, that's what we've heard. They don't believe in Australian ingenuity. They don't believe in our workforce's capacity. They do not believe that we can do things here. They believed that we needed to close down car manufacturing in this country. They believed we had to close it down and stood in this chamber and dared General Motors to leave, knowing full well that if GMH closed down in Australia, it would be the death of the car industry. They knew it. They knew full well what they were doing that day. They did. They knew exactly what they were doing that day. They knew exactly what they were doing.
Order.
And they
The
still
member for
have the
Ryan
same
will
belief.
resume her seat. The member for Kennedy on a point of order.
Point of order. The member is misleading the House. It was Keating that took 25% reduction.
The member will resume his seat. The member for Ryan has the call. And before I give the call to the member for Ryan, can I just warn everyone in this House, as I said earlier, this is not a playground. You're not to throw comments across the floor with your loud voices disrupting the procedure. And I ask you, for the benefit of this House, to just calm down and keep it quiet. Everyone gets a go. If you want to speak, you put your name down on the list and you speak. The member for Ryan has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Companies using Australian minerals to manufacture solar panels to put on our roofs is what this legislation is about. It's about researchers making breakthroughs in science that will lead to new medicines. Under Labor, we're generating 25% more renewable energy, and we've ticked off enough renewable projects to power 3 million homes. On this side of the chamber, we believe in Australian ingenuity. We believe in Australians' capacity to work together. Most importantly, we believe it is our duty to respond to the crisis of global warming and to be part of that solution. This is an opportunity for Australia. We're compelled to do it because it's the right thing to do. Why wouldn't we grab that opportunity with both hands and drive manufacturing in this country? It will create opportunities in our regions and our suburbs, in our factories and our labs, in our TAFEs and our unis. It is mind-boggling this week to listen to those opposite express a lack of faith in Australia's competitive capability. Because with that lack of faith comes in that lack of faith is reflected what they truly believe about our country. And what they believe about our country is that we're second rate. They believe we're second class. I don't. I believe this is the best country in the world. I believe in the capacity of Australians. I've spent my life working with young people in this country. I know what they're capable of. I taught them. I know them. They are capable of anything. I wish those opposite believed the same. I wish they believed that we were capable of leading the world, as we have done time and time again. I wish that when we celebrated gold medals of our athletes, those opposite believed we could win gold medals in manufacturing, but they don't. They don't believe you can pick winners because they don't believe we are winners. That's the bottom line, and that's what I've learnt in the 2 days of this debate. That is what I've heard. The Labor government is about creating opportunity in our regions, and I would think the member for Kennedy would want to talk about our regions and creating opportunities in our regions, because the member for Kennedy has represented an incredibly large region in this country where ingenuity has been demonstrated for decades. We need a government prepared to step up and do its part, and this legislation is this government saying that that's exactly what we will do, that we will fund the apprenticeships, attract the investment to build the infrastructure, boost the industries and back the ideas of Australians. Deputy Speaker, in closing, I find it incredibly disappointing that those opposite from opposition want to stand in the way of Australia moving forward. I know that that's echoed in the place I represent. They want to move forward. They want to be a place where manufacturing occurs. They want a better life for their children than you left them after a decade in office.
Thank you. And the debate is interrupted. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the debate may be resumed at a later hour, and the member will have leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? I give the call to member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to talk about investment in regional communities, and I'll use two examples, SAM and MOVE. And no, Speaker, I'm not talking about myself. You may not, SAM is the Shepparton Art Museum. You may not know that Shepparton is home to one of the finest collections of ceramics in Australia. A new art museum was needed to expand and incorporate a major collection of Indigenous art generously offered by the Gantner family. It also has Kaila Arts, which is a First Nations industry that supports working artists. The previous coalition government backed the project with $15 million. SAM now stands overlooking Victoria Park Lake and is a drawcard for the region and the cultural centre of Shepparton. MOVE is the Museum of Vehicle Evolution. It started in 2011, predominantly as a car museum, entirely through philanthropy and the hard work of enthusiasts. MOVE wanted to expand to incorporate other forms of transport, particularly trucks, and from the earliest days of fruit growing in the Goulburn Valley, the produce needed to be transported to market, and orchard families bought one truck, then a second truck, and soon they were running a cartage business. Again, the former coalition government recognised the potential and invested $2.5 million to support the expansion of MOVE. Both investments have reaped rewards for the region in attracting visitors and extending the length of their stay. Good for the economy, good for local business, and good for a regional community. To those opposite, all I say is there should be more of this investment, not less. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. In recent weeks, over Territory skies, exercise Pitch Black was in full flight. 21 nations, 140 aircraft and 4,000 crew. Unfortunately, an Italian pilot encountered some complications with his jet aircraft, but he ejected safely over the Daly River region. Troops from the Northwest Mobile Force, known as Norforce, were conducting patrolling not that far away in Territory terms. They became aware of the pilot ejecting and he'd parachuted into heavy bush. The Norforce patrol responded quickly with a search and rescue mission. They navigated their way to the pilot using a combination of GPS, compasses and maps. Their valued contribution is one that I'm extremely proud to report to the House today. Indeed, I was proud to serve with Norforce when I was in the Army, and they act as the eyes and ears in the North. They're based in my electorate of Solomon, all over the Territory actually, and out to the Kimberley, in much the same way as 51 Far North Queensland Regiment does in Far North Queensland and the Pilbara Regiment does in the West. So thanks to the efforts of these troops and other responders, the pilot was found safe and he made a full recovery. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
And Member for Flynn.
Deputy Speaker, the wider Gracemere community has been advocating for a high school for almost 30 years, and in this time various petitions and campaigns have been formed by the local community. Last week there was exciting news from LNP candidate for Rockhampton, Donna Kirkland, and LNP candidate for Moranny, Glenn Kelly, that a state LNP government will build a high school at Gracemere. The nearest state high school to Gracemere is Rockhampton State High School, which is located at Campbell Street, Wandle. As the school is the only state secondary facility on the southern side of the city, it draws a student population from families of diverse economic and vocational backgrounds. The diversity includes nearby Gracemere, which has seen urban development along with semi-rural properties and small farming communities extending to Gagango in the west and to Bajul and Marmore in the south. Over 600 students rely on buses to Rockhampton every day. Overcrowded buses, high student-teacher ratios in classrooms, bullying and overstimulating of children before they even get to the classroom are just some of the issues raised by parents calling for a high school in Gracemere. I'm sure the announcement by the state LNP to build a high school at Gracemere will be strongly welcomed by the wider Gracemere community, and well done to the local residents as well as Donna and Glenn for your strong advocacy.
Member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The standards you walk past are the standards that you accept. And it's clear that during the 46th Parliament that there were allegations of harassment and bullying, and frankly, it was unacceptable. This is the highest decision-making body in the country, and we must set the standard. That is why I'm proud that the Albanese Labor government is introducing a bill to establish the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission, which is about delivering Recommendation 22 of the Set the Standard report. What this seeks to do is to hold politicians to account. For too long, we have been in a place where politicians could not be held to account, and now there will be consequences if people
are if people are found out to be accused of bullying or harassment. This includes things such as fines of up to 5% of your salary. This includes being kicked off committees. This is a place where everyone should feel safe. It doesn't matter what your gender, your sex, your race, everyone deserves to have a safe workplace. It doesn't matter whether you're in a bar, a mine site or the federal parliament. We deserve better. The Australian public deserves better.
Member for Spence.
Well, thank you, Speaker. It's that time of the year again. The Gawler Show, which is South Australia's largest regional show, and the historic beating heart of the community spirit in the town of Gawler, returns this weekend on the 24th and 25th of August. Established in 1854, the Gawler Show brings together tens of thousands of people both in my community and across South Australia, showcasing the brilliance of our region in agriculture and animal husbandry. And while that rich tradition of farming excellence in South Australia's regions continues to this day, the Gawler Show has also grown up significantly, embracing a format jam-packed full of fun and activities. I'm talking everything from show rides, show bags and fireworks, to blacksmithing, wood chipping and sheep shearing, on top of live music, silent discos and a racing simulator. And the most important feature of all, your local federal MP, giving out a whole bunch of free goodies on the treasure trail. I could not be more honoured to be part of such a storied event in my electorate, both as a patron and now as a stallholder. And myself and my staff will be present throughout both days for a chat, so I encourage everyone able to get down to Gawler Show. It's South Australia's place to be this weekend. Thank the House.
Member for Kennedy.
Madam Speaker, there was a very foolish initiative by the federal government which allowed the contamination of the great artesian aquifer. People are ignorant of the history of our nation, but there were no people living much in inland Queensland and to a lesser extent inland New South Wales because there was no surface water. Most certainly in Queensland that was true, and to a lesser extent in New South Wales, no surface water. We dug a hole in the ground and up came water from the great artesian aquifer. Now there is only population, there is only a wool industry, there is only a cattle industry as a result of the great artesian basin. And for a government to have allowed the contamination by a foreign corporation of the great artesian aquifer, absolutely disgraceful. And the person that stood up and fought this battle is Shane McCarthy, a very great Australian. Not only did he fight the battle and win the battle against the pollution of the artesian aquifer and poisoning of the artesian aquifer, but he also was the great hero, arguably the institutor of the first dam scheme in Queensland history in 30-odd years, the first dam scheme. I mean, I represent more water than any other nation on earth if I was a separate nation per area of land, the wettest part of Australia. Yet we have no water.
Time has expired, and I'm giving the call to member for Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of James Newell, a valued member of the Clark community who recently interned in my office. James, a young man with high-functioning autism, is dedicated to advocating for reform of the NDIS. Now, James tells me the NDIS has become focused on fixing individuals with disabilities rather than supporting them. He explains this causes him significant stress because any progress he makes in life could result in a cut to the very services responsible for his success. Moreover, the increasing costs of services terrifies James. He describes squeezing the services he needs into an ever-diminishing pool of funding until some are squeezed out, including support to attend social events that help him maintain friendships. In his words, this leaves him with no support, no pillars, no life. Deputy Speaker, James has enormous potential when given the right support. The NDIS helps him, and I quote, be an active member of Australia's great society, end of quote. Indeed, research from Per Capita shows that every dollar spent on the NDIS returns $2.25 to the economy. The contribution James can make is something I saw firsthand when he worked in my office. So, Deputy Speaker, on James's behalf, I call on the government to meaningfully reform the NDIS so that people with a disability can reach their full potential. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I know we've only got 90 seconds, but I've got a rather serious matter to speak about, and I sort of need a bit of guidance, Deputy Speaker, because when we have divisions and people move around the chamber, sometimes people leave documents behind, and I assume this belonged to the member for Fairfax, but I'm not sure. But whilst in a division, I came across the opposition's plan for nuclear reactors, and I just wanted to see if I I'll take that interjection from the member for Kennedy. Just wanted to refer to it, because obviously this big plan opposite in terms of building nuclear power is something that we should share with the House as much as possible. Because, I mean, this is the member for Fairfax Alternative Energy Plan. It's a serious energy plan according to the member for Fairfax, but we know that we're just focused on making sure people have cheaper electricity. He has a plan. I'll take that interjection, member for Fairfax, because energy bills have gone down. In Queensland, we've got the state government that's actually giving a cut to people. We've got a federal government giving a cut to people as well. So obviously your plan for 2050, delivering a nuclear power reactor, you know, I can give you your plan back if you want, the member for Fairfax, but that is it. Build nuclear plants by 2050. That's it.
Time expired. Member for Wright.
It gives me great pleasure today to announce and welcome the South East Queensland Council of Mayors, chaired by Lord Mayor of Brisbane, Adrian Schrinner. They are in the House today. They are the preeminent advocacy group for local government in the South East corner. Attending is Peter Flannery, Teresa Harding, Tanya Milligan, Jeff McDonald from respective shires. But in addition, Madam Speaker, there's another 6 mayors who have only just taken the roll on as mayor at the last local government elections. That's Frank Wilkie, John Raven, Josh Mitchell, Tom Sharp, Jason Wen and Rosanna Natali. Now, the South East Queensland Council of Mayors do an amazing job, particularly in Queensland, where they represent no less than 4 million ratepayers, which represents 73% of the great state of Queensland. That's 1 in 7 Australians across the entire country. So it's a significant body. While they're here, Madam Speaker, they'll be discussing the infrastructure requirements required for South East Queensland and Queensland as a whole for the Olympic Games, along with a myriad of other topics such as the growth infrastructure plan, South East Queensland waste management, smarter regions. Madam Speaker, I invite everyone in this great country that if you're in the South East Queensland to make yourself known to these council of mayors. They are great, eminent Australians.
Member for Gilmore.
Thank you. During the Black Summer bushfires, hundreds of residents took refuge at the beach reserve on the shores of Malua Bay in the Eurobodalla as flames and smoke bore down on them. After such a traumatic experience, many local families now hold a deep connection to that reserve. So I was really pleased to have secured more than $1 million in federal funding to create a special place for them. The beach reserve has now been completely transformed with a wonderful playground, climbing gyms, exercise equipment, a flying fox and a very cool basketball half court. There's new accessible amenities, covered barbecued areas, beautiful gardens and a spectacular viewing platform for our community to enjoy. It is now a happy place. It was so wonderful to open this amazing upgraded reserve, which I know is greatly loved and will continue to be well used by families in Malua Bay and surrounding areas, as well as visitors to this spectacular stretch of coastline. I was absolutely overjoyed on opening day to see the huge smiles on the kids' faces as they flew through the air on the Flying Fox, and I took the opportunity to shoot a few hoops with local teenagers on the basketball court. The federal government's local roads and community infrastructure program continues to create wonderful community spaces like this, projects that support the resilience of local economies and create regional jobs by delivering community infrastructure. Thanks to Eurobodalla Shire Council, the Batemans Bay Lions Club and all who supported this amazing project.
Member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This week, children across Australia are celebrating Book Week. This morning, my 2 youngest daughters went along to daycare dressed in a unicorn theme, inspired by one of their favourite books, Thelma the Unicorn. It's crucial to instil a love of reading for our young ones, but this also extends to adults. Reading broadens our knowledge and understanding, offering insights into a variety of fields. I, for example, have recently enjoyed reading the Troy Bramston books on Hawke and Keating, which reminded me of an era when the Labor Party actually cared about the economy, how to manage it, and to show some level of competence in government. This week, I'd like to recommend a book for the Treasurer to read, Economics 101. If the Treasurer had grasped the basics of economics instead of getting his qualification as a Doctor of Spin, then perhaps he would understand that injecting billions of dollars into the economy fuels inflation. Labor's failure to manage our economy has become alarmingly evident. We've warned about the consequences of their cash splashes, and now, in an election year, Labor is trying to fool Australians with more empty promises designed purely to secure votes. And so, with 12 interest rate hikes, some of the most stubborn core inflation in the developed world, Australian families are paying the price for Labor's mismanagement. So to go back to the Bob Hawke book, if you're not going to lead, get out of the way and let someone else do it.
Member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia going from a fossil fuel giant to the Sun King just came a step closer with the approval of the Sun Cable project by Tanya Plibersek. Sun Cable is an audacious project that will blanket 12,000 hectares in the Northern Territory on pastoral land, with solar panels generating 4 gigawatts of continuous renewable energy, which will be used for much-needed green industries in Darwin, with some shipped to Singapore via a 4,000-kilometre undersea cable. It will bring almost 6 times the energy of a 700-megawatt large nuclear reactor. And here's the best part. With no overdraft from the Australian taxpayer and no iodine tablets for communities. In a million years, this project would never have been signed off by the Liberals. Their brand of pessimistic politics is about division and doubling down on the past, on coal and gas, which is what they really crave, while their uncosted, unviable and divisive nuclear reactors remain decades away in the never-never. Sun Cable is one of 55 renewable energy projects signed off by this Albanese Labor government, enough to power 7 million homes. That's New South Wales and Victoria and a bit more combined. Only renewables with storage and a little bit of gas to fill in the gaps can keep the lights on, lower our energy bills, bring an abundance of jobs for our kids, and there they are up there, and get us to net zero.
Member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I'm calling out the shameless and despicable greed of our major banks as reported across several media outlets yesterday. These financial giants have shown nothing but contempt for the Australian people, particularly in their disgraceful decision to slash term deposit rates. Right now, while Australian families are barely keeping their heads above water, struggling under the crushing weight of relentless interest rate hikes, what does the Commonwealth Bank do? After raking in a jaw-dropping $9.48 billion profit, the CBA has had the audacity to kick its customers when they're down. It was the first to slash term deposit rates by up to 50 basis points, and of course NAB and Westpac were quick to follow to jump on the bandwagon, slashing theirs by 80 basis points. The hardest hit are our self-funded retirees. They rely on term deposits to support themselves, and now their livelihoods are being squeezed even further by this decision. The big banks are shamelessly fattening their wallets at the expense of everyday Australians who are already drowning in the soaring cost of living crisis. It's high time these banks stopped their relentless profiteering and started to show some decency by supporting, rather than squeezing, the very communities they pretend to serve. You are not our friends. I bet you go and give yourself a big pay rise.
Member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I know and the Albanese government knows that small business is the engine room of our economy. And to boost small business, we've just rolled out 2 amazing rounds of energy efficiency grants. These are being embraced by small businesses across my electorate of Corangamite, from distilleries to retailers, from farmers to breweries. This grant is helping businesses reduce their energy bills to embrace energy efficiency technology and reduce reduce emissions. Just last week, I visited Jono at Bells Beach Brewing in Torquay to congratulate him on receiving a $23,000 energy efficiency grant. Jono said, "It's awesome. It means we'll be able to do a feasibility study on preheating our water with heat pumps, which are a lot more efficient, and also use more of our solar power on site rather than exporting it from the grid. That means we don't have to draw as much energy, which will reduce our costs." Deputy Speaker, it makes absolute sense for small businesses to take up this opportunity, reducing their energy costs and driving down emissions. And just this morning, our Environment and Water Minister made a generation-defining announcement, ticking off Australia's biggest renewable solar energy project ever. This heralds Australia's arrival as a world leader in green energy. It's a win for our environment and it's a win for reducing energy bills.
Member for Parkes.
Over the years, I've heard magnificent speeches in this place about decentralisation, regional development, lower carbon emissions, cheaper prices in our capital cities, better access to ports for farms and miners, lower use of fossil fuel, jobs for Aboriginal people, lower death toll on the Newell Highway and support for the Australian steel industry. There is one project that does all of those things, Deputy Speaker, and that's the Inland Rail. But for the last 2 years, there has been no activity north of Narromine. So the farmers that are wondering whether they should be negotiating to sell their land. Look, will the one-term member on the other side be quiet for a bit?
Member for Parkes, sorry, I did in fact ask the member for Hasluck to stop her interjections, and I'm warning you. You wouldn't even know. Over to you, Member for Parkes.
The Prime Minister has championed this project way back when he was a minister in the Gillard-Rudd government, but at the moment, there's been no one. Minister King or the Prime Minister has not been to that area to explain to those communities, to those farmers, to those businesses that are having to sell their equipment to make ends meet. Prime Minister, don't send another Gormless senator to go to those towns and patronise those people about what's going on. Hop on the jet. There's plenty of places to land at Narromine, Narrabri and Moree, and talk to the people and explain to them what's happened to this project.
Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yesterday I met with David Pearson, the CEO of Australian Alliance to End Homelessness, and Tim Richter from the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness. David and I worked together in the homelessness sector for many years when he was CEO of Adelaide Zero Project and I was co-chair. Adelaide Zero Project is a collaboration between all 3 layers of government, including health, housing and police, and the not-for-profit sector, working together to end rough sleeping in the Adelaide CBD. The model is now being replicated across Australia in 29 communities, ranging from Geraldton to City of Port Phillip. The Zero model is based on a by-name list where we know each person sleeping rough by name and we know what they need to exit homelessness forever. The aim is that homelessness should be rare, brief and non-recurring. The key was all 3 layers of government working together, along with the not-for-profits, sharing data with consent and ensuring scarce resources are spread to those in need, focusing on homelessness prevention and support. Queensland data shows that housing people with full social supports is $13,000 a year cheaper per person than keeping them homeless on the streets, and most people don't need that support ongoing. So there's a financial reason as well as common humanity in ending rough sleeping. Many thanks to Minister Claire O'Neill and her staff for making time to meet with them and to attend the forum. Thank you.
Member for Canning.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese government has punched a hole into Australia's border security. They've ignored vital security checks and they've issued thousands of tourist visas to people from a war zone controlled by Hamas, a listed terrorist organisation. And this troubles me and many Australians. Now, to be clear, most Palestinians living in Gaza are people of decent character and they have no choice about where they are born or where they raise their families. But there may be some among them who support Hamas and its use of violence, and they shouldn't be allowed to come to Australia. No exceptions. The Coalition, therefore, has called for a pause on all Gazan refugees entering Australia. And we've asked the Prime Minister to give a straight answer about the process for issuing almost 3,000 tourist visas to people from Gaza. The Australian people deserve assurance that the Prime Minister has done proper identity and security vetting of these people, because Australians shouldn't have to absorb that risk themselves into their own communities. Now, the opposition leader has been a lone voice on this, and Labor, the Greens and the Teals have maliciously tried to smear him with accusations of racism. But this is just lazy and nasty way of silencing legitimate debate and questions about an important issue. But thankfully, he's big enough to take the abuse. We're big enough to take the abuse because we're happy to ask the tough questions of this government, because our priority always is to keep the Australian people safe.
Member for Hunter.
If I had $1 for every time those opposites said no to cost of living relief, we wouldn't need to be worried about cost of living. We'd be rich, Speaker.
Yeah.
If they're like the grumpy, strict grandparents who say no to everything.
Oh.
Can we change the TV channel? No. Can we go to the park? No. Can we make life easier for Australians by introducing cost of living relief? No. I certainly wouldn't want to be their grandchild.
Yeah.
They're no fun at all.
Yeah.
They are so many ways to describe the no-alition. They're like a traffic light stuck on red.
Yeah.
No matter how much you need cost of living relief to help you move forward, they're stuck in the way saying no. The opposition are like a vending machine that takes your money but never delivers your snacks. They will say anything to get your vote, but when you put your faith in them, they'll leave you hungry for cost of living relief.
That's right.
In fact, those opposite remind me a little bit of Squidward from my kid's favourite burger-themed TV show, SpongeBob and SquarePants.
Yeah.
They're always cynical and salty. They're always saying no.
That's right.
And they complain about a problem, but those opposite don't have a solution.
Never.
Luckily, we are a government that doesn't say no, and we're delivering cost of living relief for all Australians. That's what the Albanese Labor government does. We deliver for Australians, unlike you guys opposite, that just do what? What do they do, everyone? Say no!
Manager of Opposition Business.
Recognise 3 great moments of people acting surprised in the performing arts when something very bad is revealed that they knew about all along. Casablanca. I'm shocked to find out that gambling is going on in here. Muriel's wedding. Deirdre Chambers, what a coincidence. And Australia's Minister for the Arts and Minister for Workplace Relations on 17 July quotes the reported behaviour from the construction division of the CFMEU is abhorrent and it's intolerable. This is the same minister who jumped to the CFMEU's bidding to abolish the Australian Building Construction Commission in 2022. The same minister who ran through successive rounds of changes to the Fair Work Act to give new powers to CFMEU officials to enter into businesses anywhere in Australia, bringing their baseball bats with them. The same minister who failed to support a bill in February 2024 which would have allowed the manufacturing division to demerge from the CFMEU, something which the mainly women workers in the textile, clothing and footwear sector desperately wanted. Labor claims to support the equality of women in the workforce, but it's amazing how you can overlook your principles for $6.2 million of donations. The conduct of the member for Watson and the Albanese Labor government in running a protection racket for the CFMEU has been a disgrace. Thankfully, Labor's wet lettuce administration bill has been toughened up thanks to great work by Senator Cash, but it was only necessary because this Prime Minister was willing to look the other way.
Member has the call. Senator Hasluck has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. The Coalition are just starting to realise that the Albanese government's future Made in Australia policy is not just good, it's pretty popular too, and the students up here in the gallery will know that. We know it's starting to bite when the member for Fairfax comes in here and says he doesn't like the name of the bill. Well, too bad. It's a framework for a future Made in Australia. And if the Coalition had spent any of the last 2 years in policy development rather on their silly nuclear fantasy, then they could have had their own vision of a future made in Australia, but they don't. Instead, they can't accept the science. Instead, the member for Mallee thinks green hydrogen, which is starting to be manufactured all around the world, is still experimental. Instead, the member for Riverina thinks we are rushing to renewables as though that's a bad thing, and he reckons we need to have another look at the Coalition's three-eyed nuclear red herring. Instead, the member for Hume, without any shame, tries to use the term pork ballaring, on which he could write a book, and instead the member for Hinkler thinks that a national interest framework
is no basis for decision-making. I mean, seriously, Speaker, these contributions from the opposition range from the daft to the ludicrous. Meanwhile, back home in Hasler, cutting-edge companies like BJC, Centurion, Hoffman, Engineering, they're getting on with it because the Albanese government has instilled the confidence and the business certainty to get on with making a future in Australia.
Order. The member's time has concluded. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. And I call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I inform the House that the Minister for Housing and Minister for Homelessness will be absent from question time today, and the Treasurer will answer questions on her behalf.
I have to report that the order of the day relating to the Prime Minister's motion of condolence in connection with the death of Thomas Page Pritchard has been debated in the Federation Chamber and is returned to the House. I present a certified copy of the motion. I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the matter immediately. The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable the Prime Minister be agreed to, and as a mark of respect, I ask all present to signify their approval by rising in their places. I thank the House. Members can take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the honourable member for Wannon.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Journalist Mark Riley from Channel 7 has reported that of the 43 tourist visas the government granted and then cancelled to those from the terrorist-controlled Gaza war zone since October 7, 20 have been reinstated on appeal. Can the Prime Minister confirm that this is accurate?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I'm asked about Mark Riley's reports, and Mark Riley's reports are always worth watching on Channel 7, Mr Speaker. And Mark Riley has also reported on Channel 7 that Hamas didn't take over the occupied Palestinian territories and the Gaza Strip since October 7, that they were actually there beforehand, when those opposite were granting 1,000 visitor visas from people from the occupied Palestinian territories. I can certainly confirm that of the visitor visas that have been granted since October 7, the only cancellations have been offshore.
Give the call to the honourable member for Reid.
My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering cost of living relief? Why is this so important, and what approaches has the government ruled out?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for her question, and it was great to be with the member again in her electorate over the weekend at Ferragosto, and we had a wonderful day together, and the member was very well received, I've got to say, in her electorate. We know that Australians are under pressure, which is why from day one we're focused on cost of living relief. And on July the 1st we delivered not just for the electorate of Reid but for every single taxpayer received a tax cut, all 13.6 million of them, energy bill relief for every single household, an extra 2 weeks government-funded paid parental leave, a freeze on the costs of PBS medicines, and we backed in a pay rise for 2.6 million award wage workers. And last week we added to that with a 15% pay rise for our early educators who work in our childcare centres right around the country. But once again, we did it in a way that will keep costs down for working families by making sure that there's a guarantee there. Again, delivering, making a difference to cost of living whilst putting that downward pressure on inflation, and of course the 2 budget surpluses delivered by the Treasurer has really helped with that as well. And this week we're working through the Education Minister on the legislation that will cut $3 billion from student debt, as well as we've got legislation to put super on paid parental leave. This is This is our priority as a government. For those opposite, of course, it's clearly not their priority. More concerned with the Middle East than Middle Australia. Not concerned with cost of living relief at all, or the economy, indeed, at all. Indeed, the only thing that they have to offer on cost of living are ways to make the problem worse. A wages scheme to drive down pay, a supermarket scheme to push up grocery prices, and a nuclear obsession to drive up power bills. Obsessed with division, what we're focused on is delivery. They want to play cheap politics. We're delivering cheaper childcare. He wants to drag this whole debate into the gutter. We're focused on lifting wages and lifting Australia up. He wants to drive Australians apart. We're bringing people together. That's our focus, delivering on cost of living while making a difference to working Australia and middle Australia.
Give the call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Of the almost 3,000 visas approved for people from the terrorist-controlled Gaza war zone, how many were approved by an automated process and did not involve a referral to ASIO?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for her question, which goes to automated processes. I'm reminded of who's obsessed by automated processes when they took the humans out of human services with catastrophic consequences for Australians. And that's why they're not concerned about the impact that they had in government on robo-debt, on real Australians, real concern that they have. We'll continue to be focused on the needs of Australians. We'll continue to be focused on the issues that are of concern to them. We have, I've answered many questions about these issues. They're obsessed by it. What we're focused on is the same issues that Australians are interested in.
Give the call to the Honourable Member for Aston.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Why are decent earnings an important part of the Albanese Labor government's efforts to help ease cost of living pressures, and how does this approach differ to what has failed in the past?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thanks to the member for Aston for the way that she represents her local community and understands that cost of living pressures are the main game right now. And Mr Speaker, when we came to office, inflation was higher than it is now, and it was rising. Wages were stagnant, and that meant that real wages were going backwards really quite substantially. And the tax cuts were skewed to people who were already on the highest incomes. There were deficits as far as the eye can see, and there was $1 trillion of Liberal debt in a budget weighed down by waste and rorts. Now, we've turned two of those deficits into Labor surpluses, Mr Speaker. We created almost 1 million jobs. Inflation has come off substantially. Wages growth has almost doubled, and annual real wages are growing again on our watch, Mr Speaker. But we know that people are still under pressure, and that's why cost of living pressures are our primary focus. And that's the big difference between our focus on cost of living on this side of the House and them ignoring cost of living pressures on that side of the House. We're rolling out meaningful and substantial and responsible cost of living help. Tax cut for every taxpayer, energy bill relief for every household, cheaper medicines, cheaper early childhood education, help with rent. And we're also making a meaningful difference when it comes to people taking home more pay, earning more and keeping more of what they earn. Now, on our watch, Mr Speaker, the average full-time worker is now earning around $104,000. That's an increase of $8,273 a year, or $159 a week since we were elected, Mr Speaker. That same worker is now getting a tax cut of $43.72 a week, or $2,274 this year. Now, if the same worker had seen the same wages growth we saw from those opposite, and the old stage 3 tax cuts that they had legislated, they'd be taking home $3,235 less a year than they are under us. That's $62 a week. They're earning more under us, Mr Speaker. Now, those opposite, they want lower pay. They want less help with the cost of living. They want higher inflation. They want higher interest rates. They have absolutely no costed or credible economic policies, and they won't tell us where $315 billion in cuts are coming from and what those cuts will mean for Medicare and for pensions and for the economy more broadly, Mr Speaker. Now, we are focused on the main game on this side of the House, which is the cost of living. We're fighting inflation, we're delivering surplus budgets, we're rolling out cost of living help, and very importantly, Mr Speaker, we are ensuring that more Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn.
Order. Before I call the member for Goldstein, the member for Riverina was constantly interjecting during that answer. He's going to cease interjecting for the remainder of this question and question time, or he'll be warned. Give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. To the Prime Minister. This week a mum in my electorate emailed me. I'm the daughter of a gambler, she said. I grew up walking on eggshells. 1 minute home was full of love and joy, the next uncertainty and despair. Her father gambled away the family's life savings and then took his own life. Now, with a 12-year-old son, she says of gambling ads on TV, it terrifies me. Prime Minister, how would you justify only a partial gambling ad ban to this mother who fears for her child?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Goldstein for her question and for sharing the very personal story of one of her constituents. That personal story indicates the fact that this is not something which is new. If someone with a 12-year-old daughter is speaking about her life experience when she was a child, then one would assume that that is decades ago. And indeed, that goes towards the fact that gambling has been an issue in our society, I suspect, since man and woman walked and had a bet on who could ride the horse the fastest or who could run from rock to rock, literally probably before there were buildings.
Order.
So this has been around for a long period of time.
Order.
And in the last
the
2 years...
Barker will cease interjecting.
In the last 2 years, we have done more to tackle gambling harm than the entire period before then, for when this woman was a young child watching her father waste away the assets in that family. More in 2 years. We have delivered the most significant online wagering harm reduction initiatives of the last decade, including mandatory customer ID verification, banning the use of credit cards for online wagering, forcing online wagering companies to send their customers monthly activity statements.
It's going to be very difficult for the member to take a point of order on relevance when the Prime Minister is delivering his answer regarding the argument in the question regarding what he is doing on this topic. So it's going to be difficult for the member to take a point of order on relevance when I've explained to the House what the Prime Minister is doing with this question. But out of respect for the member for Goldstein, she has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. It is on relevance. The question went to the reasoning behind a partial ad ban, and I'm sure this mother would appreciate a direct answer. Thank you.
Prime Minister is being directly relevant.
And being relevant, not based upon hypotheticals, based upon what we have actually done. What we have actually done, most of which I assume is supported by the member for Goldstein and supported by most members of this chamber. We have said that the status quo regarding the saturation of gambling advertising is untenable, and that those are issues that we are working through. But we have done all of this. We've launched BetStop. which has meant that 27,000 Australians have now registered as of the 31st of July. That is 27,000 Australian families who will benefit directly now, today, not some decades ago, which I acknowledge has been an issue. People used to gamble at the SP bookies around the corner from where I grew up. Gambling has changed in its nature, but it is still around. The new minimum classifications we've done for video games have made a difference. The different taglines that are very different from the ones that we inherited that just said gamble responsibly. Like, what does that mean? Now that clearly indicate if you gamble, you will lose, and points towards the opportunity cost of spending money on gambling rather than on other things.
Before I call the member for Lingiari, I'd just like to do some acknowledgements in the chamber today. I inform the House that present in the gallery today are representatives from the South East Queensland Council of Mayors, led by Chair of the Council and Lord Mayor of Brisbane, Councillor Adrian Schrinner. I inform the House that present also in the gallery today is a delegation from the Ahmadiyyan Muslim community as guests of the Minister for Communications. We have a number of ministers and members from parliaments from around Australia, and I inform the House that present in the gallery today is a delegation from Thailand, led by Ms. Shaipiar Sintupuri, and they are here today as part of the participation in the Canberra Fellowship Program. And I also would like to recognise former Senator for New South Wales, Mr Michael Forshaw, and members of the BAPS Temples Association of the Hindu Faith, led by P. Bladresh Swami and other Swamis, accompanied by leaders of the BAPS community in Australia. Welcome to you all. I give the call to the honourable member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. Minister, how is the Albanese Labor government ensuring Australians have access to life-changing medicines on the PBS after a decade of cuts and neglect? Why is it important to make medicines cheaper?
The call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the terrific member for Lingiari for that question. She knows Australia has one of the best medicine systems in the world, underpinned, of course, by the PBS, another great Labor legacy that was opposed tooth and nail at the time by the Liberal Party. And in just 2 years, we've made more than 200 new or expanded listings on the PBS. This month, we listed the first ever immunotherapy cancer jab, Tecentriq, which treats lung and liver cancer. Different immunotherapies, as I think we all know, Mr Speaker, are offering cancer patients new hope and longer lives, but those patients spend literally hours and hours in hospitals receiving their treatment through intravenous drips. Now, for the first time, Tecentriq will be available for more than 4,000 patients through a very simple injection delivered at home or in a GP clinic, saving more than 60,000 hours of hospital time every single year. And without PBS listing, Mr Speaker, this convenient, life-saving injection would cost $120,000 a year, but now it will be available at affordable PBS prices. And of course, Mr Speaker, we've been making those PBS prices even cheaper. In our first 3 months, we slashed the maximum amount that millions of pensioners pay for their medicines every year by 25 years. In our first 12 months, we delivered the biggest cut to the price of medicines in 75 years. And in our first 18 months, we finally allowed doctors to prescribe certain common medicines for 60 days' supply rather than just 30. Cheaper medicines, Mr Speaker, have made a real difference to millions and millions of Australians. But we know household budgets are still under very real pressure, and we know we need to do more, Mr Speaker, which is why we've also decided to freeze the price of PBS medicines for up to 5 years, which will save Australians another $500 million in their pockets. But we also know, Mr Speaker, that this progress, making medicines so much cheaper, is under real and direct threat from those opposite. The Shadow Treasurer last week, of course, confirmed that he doesn't support any of our investment in cheaper medicines.
Order.
Part of his $315 billion of secret cuts that are coming our way. And let's face it, Liberal governments have formed in this area. The Howard government, of course, in their final term, jacked up the price of medicine scripts by $5 for general patients, and the Leader of the Opposition, when he was Health Minister, tried to repeat the trick by jacking up scripts again by $5, Mr Speaker. Well, on this side of the chamber, we'll keep doing whatever we can to responsibly help Australians with the cost of living, including by more bulk billing and cheaper medicines.
The call to the honourable member for Wide Bay.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, of the reported 43 tourist visas your government granted and then cancelled to those from the terrorist-controlled Gaza war zone since October 7, 20 have been reinstated on appeal. Did ministerial intervention occur to support any of these 20 cases?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you. The member is asking me a question about ministerial intervention. There certainly has not been prime ministerial intervention.
Give the call. Order. The member for... Order. No, members on my left will cease interjecting immediately. The member for Deakin... The member for Deakin will cease interjecting. The member for Wide Bay will cease interjecting. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to support university students and give more people from the outer suburbs and regional Australia the chance to go to university?
The call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend, the absolutely sensational member for Bendigo, for her question. Mr Speaker, we're wiping $3 billion of student debt for more than 3 million Australians, including almost 17,000 Australians in the member for Bendigo's electorate. That'll help with the cost of degrees. We're also, for the first time, introducing paid prac to provide financial support for teaching students, nursing students, midwifery students and social work students. That'll help with the cost of living while they're at uni. But we've also got to do something about the cost of young people from poor families, from the outer suburbs, from our regions and from the bush, from missing out on the chance to go to university at all. About 1 in 2 young people in their 20s or 30s today has a university degree. But not everywhere. Not where I grew up, not in our outer suburbs, certainly not in the regions and not in the bush. And one way to help with that are those regional university study hubs, places that bring university closer to where people live, so they don't need to leave home to go to university or travel for hours to get the skills and the qualifications that they need. When we were elected 2 years ago, there were 34 of these hubs across the country. We're doubling that. Already we've announced 10 more in the Pilbara, East Arnhem Land, King Island off the coast of Tassie, Innisfail, Warwick, Chinchilla, Longreach, Victor Harbour, Gippsland and Katanning. And I'm pleased to advise the House that the King Island, Pilbara and Gippsland hubs have now opened and are starting to support students. Mr Speaker, these hubs work. The fact is that where they are, we see enrolments at university go up and we see completions of university degrees go up. And not just that, people get jobs where they live and they build a life in the community where they grew up. And today we've announced that applications are now open for another 10 regional university study hubs. And so I encourage all members who represent regional Australia, who represent the bush, to work with your local councils, work with universities and put a form in, put an application in. Applications close. And I ask members of the Liberal Party to pay close attention here. Applications close on the 18th of October 2024. To be more specific, 5 p.m. And it'll be daylight saving by then. So that's Eastern Daylight Saving Time. So remember to put your clocks forward, not back.
So you've got a 58-day warning. I hope that's enough time for the Liberal Party and, Mr Speaker, maybe to table all of those details for the benefit of the New South Wales Liberal Party. It's all part of building a better and a fairer education system.
The member for Moncrieff has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, why have we fast-tracked visas for nearly 3,000 people from the terrorist-controlled Gaza war zone since October 7, yet our allies, like the UK, have taken in 168 and the United States only 17? Many comparable countries require face-to-face interviews in third countries or biometric tests to apply for a visa, conditions that Albanese government has waived. Was this decision based on security advice or political expediency?
Order. The Minister for Infrastructure will cease interjecting before the Prime Minister has begun. Order. Members on my right will cease interjecting immediately. Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. All visitor visa applications, and this goes to a previous question as well, are decided with the involvement of departmental staff. None are fully automated. We have dealt with this process, as people would be aware, and I'm sure the member is aware. The Rafah border crossing is closed. Those opposite said nothing about these issues when the visas were actually being introduced. Now they're not being.
For Petrie.
They're not being delivered because people can't get out of the Rafah crossing, and those know that. But you know that's not the real point of this question, is it? It's not to get an answer. It's not actually to get information. It's to sow doubt and to stoke division.
Order.
And to create fear.
Member for Dawson.
And everyone knows.
The Assistant Treasurer will cease interjecting. Order. The Minister for Industry and Science. It's highly disorderly to interject before I take a point of order. Member Warren on point of order.
It goes to relevance. The question was very straightforward. Was this decision based on security advice or political expediency? Very simple.
Order. Members on my right, the same principles will apply as it was to the member for Wannon. The Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, and the last two words that were just quoted show exactly why this answer is in order, because he's referring to the political expediency that is dealing with question after question for processes that were the same as have been used in Australia for years.
Order. Order. No, the member for Wannon is entitled to raise a point of order. This question was different as it didn't specifically ask a fact or a figure, which we've been dealing with during the week. It was a very different question with a question regarding political expediency at the end. So if you're going to ask a question about that topic, obviously the Prime Minister is able to, or a Minister able to respond regarding that issue. The Prime Minister has the call.
I'm certainly speaking about the political expediency of those opposite.
Right.
Political expediency that isn't concerned about cost of living pressures, that's not concerned about jobs, that's not concerned about wages, that's not concerned about our economy, that's not concerned about social policy, that's not concerned about the environment or tackling climate change or any of the issues that Australians are talking about in their households, that is more concerned about the Middle East than Middle Australia. It exposes their political expediency because they don't have an agenda. They're yet to come up with a single-costed policy. And I think that people will be having a look at this bloke, who ever since he walked in to the parliament as a new member has always looked to divide, has always looked to bring Australians apart, not to bring Australians together. Even when he's left this parliament, as he did during the apology, it was all about divisions, and then he apologised for it. He said that Lebanese migration was a mistake under the Fraser government, and then he said he apologised for it. It's just he apologised to Annabel Crabb, not to anyone in the Lebanese community. He hasn't yet apologised to Africans in Melbourne, who he said people couldn't get out couldn't get out.
The Leader of the Nationals.
He continually looks to pretend that he's so strong, but nastiness is not strength. Nastiness is not strength. And punching down on vulnerable people is not strength. But that is what this bloke does. It shows Australia who he really is every day.
The member Moncrieff was on her feet. Just remind all members regarding reflecting on members during the course of answers and questions. Give the call to the honourable member for Canberra.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering cost of living relief for highly feminised sectors, including for early childhood education educators and teachers?
Call to the Minister for Early Childhood Education and the Minister for Youth.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Canberra for her question. At least on this side, we care to ask questions about early childhood education and care and feminised industries, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, Labor came to this government in 2022 with a commitment to drive action to close the gender pay gap. And since then, we've seen the gender pay gap drop to all-time lows. Last week, ABS data showed that the national gender pay gap has fallen to 11.5%. That's down from 14.1% in May 2022. And that's not by accident, Mr Speaker. It didn't fall out of a coconut tree, so to speak. We are closing the gender pay gap by taking deliberate and carefully considered action.
Order.
The action taken by this Albanese Labor government is working across the economy to lift women's pay. Now, in low-paid, highly feminised sectors like early childhood education, where women make up over 90% of the workforce, we've supported 3 wage increases since we came into government. And earlier this month, I'm proud to say that we announced an historic 15% increase for early childhood education and care workers, Mr Speaker. What this increase means is that by the end of this year, 200,000 early childhood education and care workers will get a pay rise of at least $100 a week. And by the end of next year, that'll be at least $150 a week. Because, Mr Speaker, this government believes in giving these critical early childhood education workers, who are highly skilled and highly qualified, the fair and decent wages that they deserve. Now, this $3.6 billion investment towards a wage increase will make a real difference. It'll make a real difference towards gender equality, and it will help to ease cost of living pressures, something that we have been focused on this side of the House. Now, Georgie Dent, the CEO of the Parenthood, put it this way. She said that this is momentous for gender equity, as it directly addresses the chronic undervaluing of a highly feminised workforce and bolsters a critical enabler of women's workforce participation. Mr Speaker, this wage increase, it's good for children, it's good for families, it's good for the economy, and importantly, it's good for women, most of whom are still primary caregivers, because it allows them to make that choice of what works best for them when it comes time to returning to work, to taking on further hours, or to returning to study. And it's part of this government's plan for a universal early childhood education and care system, Mr Speaker, a system that works for the economy, that works for children, that works for families, and that works for women.
The call to the honourable member for Wannon.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Will the Prime Minister concede that in cutting corners on security assessments to bring in 1,300 people from the terrorist-controlled Gaza war zone on tourist visas, he has made Australia less safe? Will the Prime Minister admit that this visa for votes scheme was only done to shore up votes in the seats of Watson, McMahon and Blaxland? Doesn't this go to his true character?
Yeah. There's obviously a part... Order. Because there was far too much noise, which is highly disorderly. I didn't hear... There was a part of the question I want to clarify. The Leader of the House.
Prohibition on questions containing imputations against members and containing imputations on motivation.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask that part of the question to be withdrawn or rephrased.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister.
No, just withdraw that part.
Oh, you don't want me to change the question? Oh,
Just-
you want me to? Okay,
just the
no, that's
inference,
fine.
yeah, just the inference.
I withdraw that component of it.
Yeah. Order. The member for Cooper is warned. If I'm dealing with a point of order that the Leader of the House has raised, it's highly disorderly. I thank the member for one, and the Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks. I'm asked a question about character from those opposite, and I'm happy to answer it by beginning.
Order, the Leader of the Opposition.
By beginning, he promised to smile more, but there's just more abuse.
Order.
Let me begin by quoting a character, Robert Menzies. This is what he had to say. It is a good thing that Australia should have earned a reputation for a sensitive understanding of the problems of people in other lands, that we should not come to be regarded as people who are detached from the miseries of the world. I know that we will not come to be so regarded, for I believe that there are no people anywhere with warmer hearts and more generous impulses. That was the founder of the Liberal Party. He wouldn't recognise this mob today.
Order.
Would not recognise
the Minister for Industry and Science will cease interjecting.
Because there was a time when the Liberal Party would have seen that people, whether they were fleeing Ukraine, Israel, Syria, Vietnam, Gaza at the moment, would have had some understanding that this was the worst time to try to just malign a whole group of people who are suffering enormously, something that we see on our TV screens every night. You know, this morning you turn on the radio, the latest hit was a school in Gaza with real people devastated and losing their life. We have, when it comes to security processes, we have faith in our intelligence agencies. They work. Our security and law enforcement agencies do their job on an ongoing basis.
Order the member for Bowman.
We have faith in them. The opposition apparently don't, even though they're the same security agencies.
Order.
And indeed the same personnel. We talk about character. When it comes to targeting groups, whether it's Lebanese, people in the South Pacific, Chinese, the entire continent of Africa, they're all fair game. If you're an au pair from Europe and someone can pick up the phone, no problem, you're in.
Order. The Assistant Treasurer is warned. Trying to hear from the member for Hasluck and these continual interjections, the member for Hasluck will just pause and resume her seat. The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
Highly objectionable imputation made by the Prime Minister, and he should withdraw it.
The statement that I was listening closely at the end, the final part of that question, a person wasn't named directly regarding that. So just to assist the manager, just so we're clear, if someone had said a person's name, I'm not going to identify anyone here, if they'd said this order, just so we're clear, if this person had done this or if this person had done this, they would have been made to withdraw. We're just going to remind all members, language is important.
Mr. Speaker, what's also important is that there are consistent standards applied to both.
The Leader of the House on the point of order.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Just on a point of order to be of assistance to the Manager of Opposition Business. The point of order that was earlier taken that requested the withdrawal was based on Standing Order 100, which applies only to rules for questions.
Just remind all members with their questions and answers to respect and reflect the standing orders. Member for Hasluck has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Veteran Affairs. What will the Albanese Labor government's reforms to veterans' entitlements mean for Australian veterans?
Call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for Hasluck for her question and her tremendous advocacy on behalf of the veterans in her community as a veteran herself. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide found in its interim report that the veterans' entitlement system is so complicated that it adversely affects the mental health of some veterans. That's because there are 3 different complex pieces of legislation that provide the support system for our veteran community, and some veterans can be covered by all 3 pieces of those legislation. The first recommendation of the interim report of the Royal Commission was that the government get on with harmonising and simplifying this legislation that supports our veterans. And over the last 2 years, we have been consulting with the veterans community, families and experts, holding roundtables, webinars around the country to make sure that we could undertake this very important task. And we put forward a proposal that featured establishing an improved Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act as a sole, single, ongoing scheme, closing out the old Veterans Entitlements Act and the Safety, Rehabilitation and Compensation Defence-Related Claims Act to any new claims, and grandparenting all existing arrangements to ensure that there's no reduction in entitlements for those currently or that have previously received benefits as veterans. Last month, I introduced the Veterans Entitlement, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill, the VETS Bill, to bring forth this new regime to support our veteran community under a single act. This will see an additional $222 million worth of benefits flow to veterans and families in just the first 2 years of operation of this new model. Critically, this will make it easier for veterans and families to understand what they're entitled to. It'll make it easier for advocates to work supporting the veteran community and making claims, and it will make it quicker for the Department of Veterans Affairs to process those claims so veterans and families get what they need and are entitled to in a timely way. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for all of us across this parliament to improve the circumstances and the supports for our veterans. I want to thank all of the veterans, the families, the experts that have come together as part of the consultation, that have given their frank and fearless advice so that we can get this right. And I really appreciate the work that they have done to get us to this point, and I encourage everyone to come together to support this legislation so that we can provide a better future for our veterans and families.
Give the call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
My question is to the Treasurer. Housing is a critical need, but the industry and now the RBA is saying that record public non-energy infrastructure is putting pressure on inputs and wages, and home building is becoming uneconomic. With productivity in the sector stagnant, something's got to give. What is the government doing to slow non-essential infrastructure spending and allow capacity to return to the sector so we can get on with building homes?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Thank you to the member for Wentworth for her question. I know that she won't mind me also shouting out my friends from the BAPS community who are in the gallery today as well. I wear this Nada Charlie in your honour, as you know, and I wanted to shout out in particular my friend Janesh, who's had a few health challenges in recent times, and it is so wonderful to see you here, my friend, to see you healthy. Lovely to see you on Saturday as well at India Day. I welcome you all. You are a reminder of the wonderful contribution that our faith communities make in the local areas that are represented here in the People's House. I say to the member for Wentworth, Mr Speaker, that I do acknowledge and I do understand the legitimate concerns that she raises about the pressure in the building industry, whether it's residential housing or large-scale infrastructure. And the government's view is that we need to build housing and infrastructure, not housing or infrastructure, and that one can enable the other, and we're focused on both. And here I want to shout out the great work of the Infrastructure Minister, the Housing Minister, old and new, for the work that we are trying to do to manage the pressures that the member for Wentworth legitimately raises. There's a number that really jumps out of the most recent CPI data, as the member would appreciate, and that is the 5.1% inflation when it comes to the construction sector. Construction sector is a big part of the CPI basket, and 5.1% is obviously too high, and this is the issue that the member for Wentworth is rightly identifying. I think there are three things that matter most when it comes to managing these pressures, but also attending to this productivity challenge that we've had in our economy for too long, something that the member for Wentworth has raised in other forums as well. The first thing is to manage the infrastructure pipeline in an intelligent way. The Infrastructure Minister manages that $120 billion pipeline in a way that makes sure that we can actually build what we are committed to building. The Minister's done a heap of good work in that regard. Some of that involves difficult decisions around reprofiling and retiming and resequencing different projects, but it's important work and we take it very seriously. The second thing is managing the skilled migration program in an intelligent way. Again, a big focus of this side of the House. And thirdly, and most importantly, I think it's about skills. You know, if you could fix one thing that would help us to build more infrastructure and more housing, not more infrastructure or more housing, you would train more Australian workers in this really important sector. Here I wanted to acknowledge not just the new Skills Minister, but also, after his wonderful valedictory yesterday, the outgoing Skills Minister, for the work that he's done in fee-free TAFE, working closely with the PM and others, because we do need more workers in this sector. And if we get more workers, if we train them better, they will be more productive and they will help us build the housing and the infrastructure that local communities right around Australia, including in your own community, desperately need.
Call to the honourable member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Services. How is the Albanese Labor government's record investment in paid parental leave supporting Australian families? What approaches has the government rejected?
Give the call to the Minister for Social Services.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Bennelong for his question and his tireless advocacy for families right across his community. Now, from our first day in government, the Albanese Labor government has been working hard to improve paid parental leave for working families. Because on this side of the House, we know that improving paid parental leave is a critical reform. We know paid parental leave is vital to the health and well-being of families, parents and children. Not only is it good for families, but it's also good for our economy too. One of the best ways to boost productivity and workforce participation is to provide more choice and more support for families and more opportunity for women. Now, each year, around 180,000 families across the country will benefit from our government's investment in paid parental leave, which totals a $2.3 billion investment across our three budgets. Now, of course, first we made paid parental leave more accessible, flexible, and we encouraged shared care. Then we passed legislation to expand the scheme to a full 6 months by 2026. But of course, we're not stopping there. Tomorrow, I will introduce legislation to the House to pay superannuation on government-paid parental leave. Not only is our government providing immediate support to Australians with a new baby, but we're boosting their retirement savings. Now, our reforms on paid parental leave have been widely welcomed, including by the Parenthood, who said this is a significant improvement after no meaningful change to policy over the last decade. Now, Speaker, I have been asked about what approaches have been rejected. And of course, the approach that we have rejected has been the approach that those opposite took when they were in government. Now, the Leader of the Opposition was part of a cabinet over 2 successive terms in government attempted to cut $1 billion from paid parental leave and take that from the pockets of families. Their policy to cut paid parental leave went beyond, though, just bad policy. Those opposite showed their true attitude towards working women when they accused them of being double-dippers, fraudsters and rorters. for just having the gall to access both their paid parental leave and their workplace entitlement. Their lack of understanding about the importance of paid parental leave for women's workforce participation still prevails. And in response to our improvements, we've seen Senator Patterson and Senator Hume characterise paid parental leave as welfare as opposed to a workplace entitlement. Those opposite have nothing positive to offer. Only Labor will get up and improve paid parental leave.
Has concluded. Give the call to the member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, why is Australia handing out tourist visas to Gazans from the terrorist-controlled war zone in an average of 24 hours, and in some cases as quickly as 1 hour, while bypassing all the usual checks, including those the former coalition government used in Syria? Will the Prime Minister admit that the government's Visa for Vote scheme was only done to shore up votes in the seats of Watson, McMahon and Blackstone?
Yeah. Just... Well, someone's on their feet, so I always give them the courtesy, so don't need to tell me who I'm calling or not Leader of the Opposition. The Leader of the House on a point of order.
Speaker, as you previously ruled, under Standing Order 100, there is a rule on imputations that doesn't apply elsewhere in debate. You ruled previously that when it was used in a question, that exact phrase was not appropriate. It's now being used deliberately in defiance of that ruling.
The Manager of Opposition is on a point of order.
Well, Mr Speaker, the first point to make is that this was a question about the government's policy settings. There was no reference to any individual. This was a question about the government's policy settings, and the point of order, the standing order that the Leader of the House refers to is one that the government flouts on numerous occasions. Mr Speaker, there are regularly, yes, for example, the question asked of the Minister for Health after decades of cuts and neglect. So let's have a consistent approach. Let's have a consistent approach, Mr Speaker, to the questions asked by both sides.
Okay. We're just going to deal with this in an orderly and respectful way. We don't need commentary from the sidelines. I'm just going to ask the member to state the question again, because I didn't hear the full question. I just want to make sure it's within standing orders, and within the question there are no reflections on any ministers or individuals. The member has the call.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, why is Australia handing out tourist visas to Gazans from a terrorist-controlled war zone in an average of 24 hours, and in some cases as quickly as 1 hour, while bypassing all the usual checks, including those the former coalition government used in Syria? Will the Prime Minister admit the government's Visa for Vote scheme was only done to shore up votes in the seats of Watson, McMahon and Blackstone?
Yeah, the Prime... Order. No. Order. Yeah, there's a collective imputation, but I'm just going to allow the Prime Minister to answer the question. Prime Minister has the call.
That logic, there were more people came from Syria under visitor visas from when they were in government, when ISIS was in charge of large amounts of Syria, than the 1,300 people who have come from the occupied Palestinian territories. And can I note this as well? There have been 5,491 visitor visas granted from Israel as well. And let me say this, those people are welcome here, this, we see what is going on here is so obvious, and the member for Toowoomba area, Groom, is certainly very conscious of it, which is why, you know, it's a shocker when no one on the front bench will ask it. Goes up the back, in order to sledge a whole group of people who live in Western Sydney.
That's right.
Well, I say this to those opposite. You can continue to sledge people in Western Sydney. What I'll continue to do as Prime Minister is represent the entire nation, including the good people of Western Sydney. They know that we take the same advice from the same security agencies as the previous government did. We've rejected more than 7,000 visa applications. They know as well. The member for Groom mightn't know because he just asked the question he was given, so I don't blame him, that the Rafah border crossing is controlled by the Israeli and Egyptian authorities.
Order.
And it has been closed since May. But the member for Groom didn't come here anywhere in the Middle East. Well, people were coming in from the Middle East, the member for Groom, under the previous government. The member for Groom wasn't here, to be fair. Otherwise, maybe he would have been asking questions in Parliament about...
Order. Members on my left and right will cease. The Minister for Social Services will cease interjecting, so I can hear from the member for Wannon on a point of order.
This goes to relevance, Speaker. The question is, why is Australia handing out tourist visas to Gazans from a terrorist-controlled war zone in an average of 24 hours?
The Deputy Leader of the House on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, you didn't require the question to be reworded, but it was a wide-ranging sledge. Surely any answer that the Prime Minister gives is able to come within the contours of that sledge of a question.
So, order. We'll deal with this. The question at the end was about shoring up boats, and a question around that type of nature, and particularly electorates, which the Prime Minister is referring to about Western Sydney, of course is being directly relevant. So just make sure if he's talking about electorates, perhaps he can go into greater detail about the electorates. But if you're going to ask a question which has a political... Yeah, I know the member for Groom. You're not in trouble. Order. Well, just for the member for Wannon, if you don't like the answer, I can appreciate that. It's not appropriate just to take a point of order if you don't like the answer. The Prime Minister has the call.
And I say this to the good people of Watson, Blaxland and McMahon, that we will respect every one of you, regardless of who you are, regardless of your faith, regardless of your ethnicity. We won't vilify you, we won't attack you, we won't undermine you, because we understand that strong people don't have to tell people how strong they are, bullies do.
Order. Give the call to the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. How is the Albanese Labor government's housing support program helping to make housing more affordable by getting more homes built more quickly in the right places?
Call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Can I thank the member for Hunter very much for that question, another great regional member over on this side of the House. We of course understand that people are under pressure and that some people are doing it tough. Our number one priority that is exercising us every day is delivering cost of living relief through tax cuts, energy bill relief and pay rises. And we know that one of the keys to addressing the cost of living is bringing down the cost of owning or renting a home, and that means building more houses and increasing supply. When I meet with councils and communities around the country, and I acknowledge the South East Queensland councils that I met with earlier today, when I meet with them around the country, one of the things that they tell me is a big barrier to getting more houses built is like getting local planning right and constructing the infrastructure needed to support new homes. It's why we have put $1.5 billion on the table to unlock the housing supply pipeline over the next 2 years. The Prime Minister recently announced $50 million to help local and state governments get local planning right, funding projects like a new strategy for Blacktown City Council to build more well-located housing around train stations, planning to build more homes around Bundaberg Hospital to ensure healthcare workers have affordable places to live close to where they work, funding to bring back a planning degree in South Australia to ensure that we actually have the workforce to actually give planning approvals, investing in the planning and servicing works needed to bring more housing online in 6 wheatbelt areas across Western Australia. And I know that bringing on new housing means getting the local planning right up front. That's because we know that good planning matters, from planning new homes and, of course, planning to submit your local council nomination forms on time. That's right. Just last Friday, the next round of the Housing Support Program closed for applications. $450 million available to local, state and territory governments for that enabling infrastructure. We'll fund new investment to build the roads, connect the power, water and sewage to support residential construction. We'll also provide funding for community infrastructure like the parks and public spaces to support those new homes, because we don't want to just approve homes sitting on the books. We want sods turned on those homes right now, and that $450 million will make a significant difference. And of course, in the budget, we also provided $1 billion across states and territories to deliver new infrastructure to support housing supply and to deliver more social housing via the priority work streams. States and territories will submit their implementation plans to me by next month. We are committed to building more homes across this country, and we are committed to building the infrastructure to enable those new homes in our cities, our suburbs and our regions.
Put the call to the Leader of the Australian Greens.
Labor has approved 23 coal and gas projects and is giving $1.5 billion to the gas-expanding Middle Arm precinct. Will you work with the Greens to ensure a future made in Australia isn't a future for more coal and gas, but instead supports public ownership and a national critical minerals reserve so Australians get their fair share of the future? What's more important to you, Prime Minister, passing your bill or opening more coal and gas mines?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question, and it's on a day when we have approved, through the Environment Minister, Australia's biggest renewable energy project ever. Ever. But does the Leader of the Greens talk about that? No, we won't worry about that. Does he talk about the fact that manufacturing jobs are also going to be created because of Australia's largest ever renewable energy project? No. Too busy out there preparing to vote once again with the coalition
the Deputy
to
Leader
block
of the Opposition.
a future made in Australian legislation. Well, I'll say this about a future made in Australia. We have enormous opportunities that we can seize from the transition to net zero. And one of the things that people who are looking at large-scale renewable energy, such as Rio Tinto there in Gladstone, talk about is the need for firming capacity so that they can shift to net zero. And they see that gas has a role to play in that. Now, the Leader of the Australian Greens can pretend that that's not the case, deny that investment occurring, or he can actually get with the program of a real plan to deliver the transition to net zero in a way that sees us deliver the reduction that we have, 43% by 2030 and then net zero by 2050. Now, the Sun Cable project that was approved today in the Northern Territory is expected to deliver more than $20 billion in economic value to the Northern Territory, support an average of 6,800 direct and indirect jobs for each year of the construction phase, with a peak workforce of 14,300. 14,000 jobs in that area.
Order.
And he might know as well that Middle Arm has a role in that export. Middle Arm, by having an industrial precinct in the Northern Territory, has a role in the shift that is needed to occur and that is occurring. So I say to the member for Melbourne, he should support the Future Made in Australia plan. He should support Australian jobs. He should support Australian manufacturing, and we'll wait and see. But we're quite happy for him to get on board, and indeed for the coalition to get on board as well, making more things here, because we need a more resilient economy as we take advantage of the shift in the global economy.
Concluded. The call to the member for Blair.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. How is the Albanese Labor government working with industry to ensure the 3G switchover is conducted with public safety at the centre?
Give the call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for his question because he understands the importance of mobile connectivity, especially in the regions, and particularly when it comes to access to emergency services. Australians have always been early adopters, and the government supports all Australians having access to the very best services. Improvements in mobile coverage, capacity and speed only arrive through innovation, the efficient use of spectrum and the rollout of successive generations of mobile technologies. But from 2G to CDMA and now 3G, each of these network upgrades must be done in a safe way. The 3G switchover impacts devices in different ways. There are devices that rely solely on 3G, including 3G-only handsets, some FPOS machines and some personal and medical alarms. 3G-only handsets won't be able to make any calls after the switchover, and that will be apparent to end users. However, there's a subset of handsets which use 4G for voice and data, but are configured by the manufacturer to use 3G for calls to 000. Now, this category of handset is of concern because it won't be apparent to end users that they can't call 000, and they'd only discover this during an emergency when they're actually trying to make the call. So following interrogation by my department earlier this year, industry figures showed that up to 740,000 devices in this category may be impacted. On receiving the advice as to this scale, I immediately stood up an industry working group overseen by my department. That enabled fortnightly updates on device numbers and progress on community and customer outreach efforts. The cooperation by the working group enables me now, Mr Speaker, to advise the House that the number of devices in this high-risk category has reduced from 740,000 to around 73,000. Now, that's a significant reduction, but both government and industry believe there is more to be done. To that end, the government welcomes the announcement by Telstra and Optus that they will delay their respective 3G network switchovers until the 28th of October. I also welcome them undertaking a joint public safety mass marketing campaign to raise consumer awareness, and I thank the CEO of Telstra, Vicky Brady, and the acting CEO of Optus, Michael Venter, for their constructive engagement with the government on these issues. It's also important for users of connected devices like medical monitors to check their compatibility by contacting their manufacturer or supplier. And I urge all customers to check if their mobile devices are impacted by simply texting the numeral 3 to the number 3498. Finally, options exist for the government to consider regulatory intervention, including potential proposals for future delays to the switchover if they're warranted and in the public interest, and any such actions will be subject to consultation and procedural processes.
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
The question to place on the notice paper.
Order. The member for Wentworth has indicated she has a question, then the member for New England. The member for Wentworth has the call.
I rise to ask the Speaker to make a statement on behaviour in the House. In this Parliament, we have a behaviour code, soon to be legislated, that requires parliamentarians to, and I quote, treat all those with whom they come into contact in the course of their parliamentary duties and activities with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. The conduct that is demonstrated in this chamber, particularly during question time, is unlike any workplace I've ever been in, and I think we would have a hard time convincing the public, including those perhaps in the gallery today, that we comply with this code. I would like to ask the Speaker to review the behaviour, language and standards in recent weeks and make any necessary statements relating to them.
I thank the member for Wentworth for her question. I agree with her. We must find ways to better engage in debate that maintains respectful behaviour and, in particular, upholding the standing orders. I shall reflect on standards and behaviour in recent times and report back to the member. The member for New England is seeking the call.
Mr Speaker, in accordance with Standing Orders 105B, I wish to draw your attention to an overdue question in writing, question 603. On the 15th of May 2024, I asked the Minister for Veterans Affairs about the ex-service organisation initiative. Mr Speaker, can I ask that you write to the Minister and seek his explanation as to why he has chosen not to answer my questions within the required 60 days?
I shall do so as the standing order provides. And I call the Leader of the House with papers.
Thanks, Speaker. These documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I have received a letter from the honourable member for Page proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely this government's renewables-only policy with industrial wind turbines, solar factories and 28,000 kilometres of new transmission lines is ripping up agricultural land, pristine wilderness and driving up the cost of living in regional Australia. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I give the call to the honourable member for Page.
Speaker, and I thank the compliment from the member opposite who said this will be good. Speaker, I want to read a quote to you from the Sydney Northern Beaches Advocate on July the 7th, 2020. And the article is on a proposal for 8 wind turbines and 1 hectare solar farm at North Head in Sydney. The proposal was made by a group called the Global Warming Solution. They're self-described as a community platform made up of people determined to do something about climate change. In response to an inquiry from the Northern Beaches Advocate, the member for Warringah, Zali Segal, said this: "I'm doubtful a sensitive environmental and culturally significant area like North Head is an appropriate location." Now, Speaker, that says everything about the sanctimony corner over there with the teals and the greens and the sanctimony line down there of inner city MPs, Speaker. Because we could imagine, couldn't we, North Head, 8 turbines on the hill there, how much that culturally would upset sailing around Sydney Harbour, how much it would upset having a double macchiato at Sydney Bower there, etc., Speaker, but would just destroy culturally everything that happens in Sydney. We understand that environmentally 1 hectare, not a big space, Deputy Speaker, how much environmental damage that would do. Now, Speaker, I don't have a problem so much that the member for Warringah and other inner-city Labor MPs and Greens have said things like that about projects like that in the city. But what gets me, Speaker, is the hypocrisy of this. What gets me of the absolute hypocrisy, don't do it in my patch, but don't go hell for leather in regional and remote Australia, Deputy Speaker. That's what they're saying here. Now, not only, it gets worse though, Deputy Speaker, because the member for Warringah also, when she was talking about this, was asked about proposals that were going on in Port Stephens, which is obviously up the coast a bit, and also in the Illawarra. And you know what she said about members this side, Speaker, who voiced concerns about cultural and environmental concerns about those projects? She said they are scaremongering, we are scaremongering and spreading disinformation. Now again, there is the hypocrisy, Deputy Speaker. There is the hypocrisy of this. We can't do 8 wind turbines and a hectare of solar panels on North Head. But you know what? With Labor's reckless renewable-only policy, just to put this into perspective, Deputy Speaker, you know how many solar panels have to be built around Australia by 2030? 60 million. Not a hectare, 60 million. You know how many wind turbines are needed to get to that policy? Not 8 that we'll look for at North Head, but tens of thousands, Deputy Speaker. Now, of course, that's okay. because they can all get built in rural and regional Australia, where obviously there are no cultural or environmental issues to deal with if you listen to the hypocrisy of Sanctimony Corner. Now let's go through just some of the issues that people where I live and a lot of my colleagues live, Deputy Speaker, about the concerns we have about the tens of millions of solar panels that need to be built and the tens of thousands of wind turbines that need to be built. And we do not believe that this is scaremongering and misinformation. This is about habitat loss and fragmentation. This is about disruption of bird migration. This is about ecosystem disruption. This is about soil erosion. We don't care about it, doing the member for Hunter. Yeah, well, good on you. So if you're going to say that people in the country, you are saying farmers don't care about this. Is that what you're saying, Deputy Speaker?
Just order. I need you to direct your comments through the chair. I will not have the personal attacks going on.
Well,
okay?
I will say through you...
You can bring your remarks through me and dial it down a little bit. And no interjections from the member for Hunter.
I will put direct it through you, Deputy Speaker. For the member for Hunter to say to me and to us and to people in rural and remote communities that when have we ever cared about the environment is an absolute insult. To every country person, and in fact, it's an insult to his own electorate, Deputy Speaker. The member for Hunter has just insulted his own electorate because he lives in regional Australia, and he said, "When do his members ever care about the environment?" Well, we'll let the member for Hunter electorate know that he just said that. So, not only that, Deputy Speaker, we have a lot of environmental issues. We have a lot of issues about both the environment and cultural, but also there are massive concerns. There are massive concerns that we have, Deputy Speaker, about the waste disposal of these things, Deputy Speaker.
Sorry, I'm just going to have to pull you up again. I'm actually struggling to hear you.
I'm struggling to hear myself.
Yeah.
Too.
So, trust me, colleagues who think you're being helpful to the member for Page, you're not being helpful. Member for Hunter, do not encourage this, and I'd like to hear the member for Page.
And I think what I'm saying is quite interesting, so I wish I could hear myself, Deputy Speaker. But the other major issue that no one answers about this too, Deputy Speaker, and obviously you don't hear the Greens talking about this, you don't hear the Till Party talking about this, you don't hear inner-city Labor MPs talking about this, is the massive disposal issue that we're going to have with wind turbines and with solar panels. Because, of course, it doesn't matter because they're not going to get disposed in the cities. A lot of environmental issues to consider there. And I want you to just to give out just some figures, and I'm sure some of my colleagues will give other examples of this, Deputy Speaker, but just some examples of just one project in the central west of New South Wales. Families were offered $5,000 to compensate for visual impacts. Of submissions, 96% of submissions received during an environmental impact statement objected to the project from local people. Insurance prices doubled because insurance companies are now saying, well, you know, with renewable projects next to your property, that has increased risk. The department themselves acknowledged that the construction of transmission lines would result in impacts to diversity. This particular project is dominated by agricultural land use. The project requires the permanent acquisition of 30 parcels of land for infrastructure. Families when they were objected, again, the people that were saying this were just saying, obviously, they raised concerns about impacts to landscape, visual amenity, agricultural land, socio-economic factors and biodiversity. And again, these issues are real. These issues are real for our communities and communities that people in rural and regional Australia object to. But again, with the member for Warringah, the Greens MPs and the inner-city Labor MPs, we are just scaremongering. And it's just not acceptable, Deputy Speaker, to our communities. And Deputy Speaker, when I was thinking about this, I don't know if you remember the movie Hunger Games, Deputy Speaker, but, you know, Hunger Games, there was the capital. So who lives in the capital? The Teals live in the capital. The Green MPs live in the capital. There's a lot of Labor MPs live in the capital with President Snow, Deputy Speaker. But what did the sectors do? Sectors 8, 9 and 10 were ag. Sectors 8, 9 and 10 fed the capital, Deputy Speaker. Sectors 5, a lot of Sector 5 people here, they had the coal mines, they had the mining, they powered the capital, Deputy Speaker. So there were the sector. Don't be Sector 12. They bombed Sector 12. They might actually. I remind them the member for Fairfax would like this. Sector 13 in Hunger Games was the nuclear. Yeah, it's the sector, Deputy Speaker. So at least President Snow was aware of the need for nuclear, Deputy Speaker. But this is. I see this so much in a lot of bills, a lot of legislation that I talk about now. Was the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, which affected a lot of communities, Deputy Speaker. The live export. The Prime Minister thought it was a great joke last night to insult every sheep farmer in Australia, really, about live exports and saying live exports was a terrible thing. So again, lots of legislation in this chamber is about elite city MPs, the Teals, the Greens and the inner-city Labor MPs, Deputy Speaker. A lot of legislation just there, just saying, we know what's best for you. We know what's best for you to do in the rural and regional and remote communities. We'll tell you what you can do. We'll tell you what you can't do, and we'll tell you what you do, how you will do it. Well, I can tell you, Deputy Speaker, this issue, along with a lot of others, as I just mentioned, whether it be water issues, whether it be live export, ag issues, a lot of other things, my community, Deputy Speaker, there was an uprising in Hunger Games, and they marched on the Capitol, Deputy Speaker. And what I'm saying is that yeah, they will. They'll come and protest. Yes, the first one, Deputy Speaker, will be the protest. To keep the sheep, and our communities have enough of being told what to do and what they can't do. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Page, thank you. If members are going to leave, please do so quickly. And I will give the call to the Assistant Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I like the member for Page a lot, but that was a lot of hogwash. That was a lot of hogwash. Entertaining hogwash, colourful hogwash, sometimes angry hogwash. I don't think it was fixed in the end by the Hunger Games metaphor or by the January 6 capital insurrection allusion that he seemed to be making. But the truth is that managing Australia's energy system at a time of change and challenge is a serious matter. We should actually take it seriously. We take it seriously. We are taking positive action right now while setting Australia up for the long term. What does that look like? It looks like energy bill relief for every household in Australia, while improving investment in renewables and storage and grid upgrades for the long term, making things better right now, making things better for the long term. Already 25% increase in renewable energy, the cheapest form of new energy generation, and AEMO has consistently noted that the moderation of wholesale prices has resulted from an increase in renewables in our system. The member for Page knows that, but instead what we get from the member for Page and from the opposition is disinformation, negativity, hypocrisy and fearmongering. Now, you can come to the dispatch box and say how much you don't like being accused of all of those things, but if you don't like it, maybe just don't do it. If you come here every day with disinformation, negativity, hypocrisy and fearmongering, and you get called out for it, you can only blame yourselves. There's one other thing I'd add to that, actually, which is amnesia, selective amnesia. The Albanese government is working to support Australian households and small businesses deal with pressures that built up through a decade of neglect. And the member for Page seems to have forgotten that already. I don't think the Australian community has forgotten that. Now, we inherited 6% inflation from those opposite. We came to government just after the highest quarter of inflation that this country has experienced in 2 decades. We now have inflation with a 3 in front of it. We inherited an energy system that in the previous 9 years actually went backwards by 1 gigawatt in overall generation capability from a 9-year-old government that never even managed an energy policy, Deputy Speaker, from a government that stifled investment in the cheapest form of new energy generation. They tried to defund and abolish the Australian Renewable Energy Agency and the Clean Energy Finance Company. They never brought in legislation to help reform Australia's energy system one iota. But the Shadow Treasurer now, the former Minister for Energy, did seek to change regulation at the last moment to hide a massive spike in wholesale prices. Now, the member for Page might like to engage in some selective amnesia. That might be something that all those in the Liberal and National parties want to do, but I don't think you can come along with some sort of magic wand and expect the Australian community to go in for the same kind of exercise. The Australian community will not forget the fact that for 9 years they couldn't manage a national energy policy, that they saw a reduction in energy capacity, they sought to gut and nobble investment in renewable energy, and we are dealing with those consequences now. We are cleaning up that mess right now. And when they flipped into opposition, Deputy Speaker, after a decade of doing nothing to prepare Australia's energy system, but doing plenty to stifle investment in innovation, they have continued to bring in this approach of negativity, disinformation, hypocrisy and amnesia. They voted against price caps, they voted against energy price relief, they have opposed our energy efficiency packages for small and medium enterprises. As I've said, misinformation, disinformation, negativity, hypocrisy and fear-mongering. But Deputy Speaker, I'm actually going to show the member for Page and his MPI a bit more respect than he and his colleagues are showing to the Australian people, because I will actually address some of the hogwash in this MPI topic. The Albanese government, through the work of the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, is absolutely focused on upgrading our transmission grid. It's been needed for some time. Those opposite know that upgrading our transmission grid wasn't just related to the energy transformation and to the need to enable more renewables and storage into our grid. It was required because the transmission grid is old. It's been around for decades. It's been neglected in many parts of Australia. It needs to be upgraded. And here's a statement on that topic that I think should interest those opposite. The development of interconnectors and transmission is critical to bringing new generation capacity into the energy system while shoring up reliability and affordability across state borders. Thousands of kilometres of new transmission is likely to be needed to connect new generation and deliver reliable and affordable energy across the national market. That makes a lot of sense to me, Deputy Speaker. Thousands of kilometres of new transmission is likely to be needed to connect new generation and deliver reliable and affordable energy across the national market. Who do you reckon said that? Who do you reckon said that in 2022, Deputy Speaker? It was the now Shadow Treasurer. It was the then Minister for Energy in the coalition government. Did they actually do any of that? Did they plan for any of that or fund any of that? No. But that was the view of the now Shadow Treasurer in March 2022. Thousands of kilometres of new transmission is likely to be needed to connect new generation and deliver reliable and affordable energy across the national market. Well, knock me down with a feather, Deputy Speaker. Knock me down with a feather. That is what this government is doing. That's what those opposite failed to do for 9 long years. We are doing that because that is what the system needs. It needed it irrespective of the introduction of new renewable and storage technology, but it certainly needs it to enable that, and that is the fastest path to cheaper power in this country. The member for Page doesn't mind having actually in the text of the MPI reference to 28,000 kilometres of new transmission lines. He knows that that is rubbish. He knows that that is rubbish. The Integrated System Plan has identified 4,000 kilometres of new transmission lines and 1,000 kilometres of upgrades to existing transmission lines. And the member for Page knows that, but he comes in here with that number of 28,000. Why? Because he wants to scare Australians. He wants people in regional and rural Australia to be concerned about something which is absolutely rubbish. And that is something that we will call out at every turn. When it comes to this government, Deputy Speaker, we take responsibility for what this country needs. This country cannot go along with an energy system that was left in tatters by those opposite, that went backward in renewable energy generation, that had no investment in grid upgrades, that tried to quash and suppress renewables and storage when the rest of the world is going down that path. We are going to clean up the mess. We are not pursuing, as they like to call it, a renewables energy-only policy, as if that tricky phrase could reduce a whole range of technologies and measures to a single thing. We are supporting investment in the cheapest forms of energy with storage and transmission technology across a whole range of different areas: solar, hydro, onshore and offshore wind, geothermal, batteries, pumped hydro, and so it goes. And we're doing that because all of the economics and engineering shows that is how you make power cheaper, that's how you reduce emissions, and that's how you make sure Australia, but particularly regional and rural Australia, benefits from the global energy transition in which we have significant comparative advantages. The rest of the world is going that way. We ignore that at our peril, and the advantages for rural and regional Australia are really considerable. It would have been nice if in 9 years behind the wheel those opposite had bothered to do anything on that front, if they'd bothered to even have just one national energy policy, if they'd bothered to add just 1 watt of new energy generation to the system instead of seeing a gigawatt leave the system. The only bright new idea that they have after 9 years of nothing, Deputy Speaker, is this nuclear fantasy. That's the one idea. So they never did anything to our grid system, to transmission, never did anything in relation to renewables or interconnectors or storage or any of those things. And now they finally come along with this fantastic solution of nuclear policy. I don't know if you can call it a policy. We don't know how much it will cost. We don't know when the reactors will be built. We don't know what kind of reactors they'll be. We don't know who will build them. We don't know how much energy they will produce. What we do know is it's the most expensive form of new energy generation. We know it will be entirely taxpayer funded. We know it will put massive costs on every Australian household and on every Australian business. We know that it will decrease the capacity of future Australian governments to invest in health and education and pensions and our defence forces. We know that it will require emergency buffer zones around every single reactor. We know it will involve the supply of iodine tablets to every single person who lives within those 50 to 60 to 70 kilometre radius buffer zones. We know it'll have to go on the title of people's properties. We know that it will make Australia less energy resilient. We know that it will make us dependent on the countries that build those reactors and supply their materials, because it's certainly not something we're going to do here. We know that much about their policy. We know that it is absolutely the wrong direction for Australia. The Albanese government is going to continue to deliver a cheaper and cleaner energy future for this country.
And member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, Campbell's Bridge, Maxwell, in New England, you just about say the whole of the area, central Queensland, Clarks Creek. All these towns are becoming part of the battle, Humelink. All these places are becoming part of the battle for our rights in regional Australia. Madam Deputy Speaker, if the member for Fremantle had been present in the halls that we go to, where people feel that they've been completely usurped of their rights, where billionaires have come in and basically schmoozed their way to take the rights away, from individuals, to take the rights away. If they had the temerity to say, well, we're going to put these swindle factories off the coast of Fremantle, we could do that. We could have the Fremantle doctor comes in, but oh no, they won't do that. When you say we could put them off Bondi, they'd work perfectly well there, but oh no, they won't do that. If you could say you could put them in Middlehead, that'd work well there, but oh no, they won't do that. They won't do that. These swindle factories, these fields of photovoltaic black, have all the aesthetic pleasure and the electronic efficacy of a dog fouling your lawn in the morning. Yet we have to put up with them. And if you said, you talk about what happens with nuclear, if you gave us the conditions that you propose for them, then we would have so much more to say, and so people would be able to ventilate these issues. What you have done in places such as St Arnott's, what you are doing, you schmooze this way, you say how good it is, how virtuous it is. But when we say, well, if you believe it's virtuous, why don't you underwrite the dismantling and rehabilitation of the land? Why don't you look after the environment? Underwrite their dismantling and rehabilitation like you would have to if it was a coal mine. But oh no, they're not doing that. That remains with the farmer. $600,000 a tower. Where does that come from? Their own former ombudsman, Andrew Dyer, their own former ombudsman. $600,000 a tower. What farmers do you think has $600,000 a tower? None. So what's going to happen to this countryside? It becomes a wasteland. What happens before that? The banks turn up and say, we're going to have to impair this asset because you have a contingent liability resting against it. And if you believe that's wrong, do something about it. Come in here and pass the legislation that you will underwrite the dismantling. But oh no, you won't do that. This is a swindle. This is a rip-off. This is wrong. I tell you why it's wrong. Because at the end of these billionaires collecting this money, of these multinational companies ripping off the Australian citizen, being underwritten in secret agreements, capital investment schemes, which we can't get the details of, commercial in confidence, won't tell us. Basically, it is a free kick in front of the post. You underwrite a billionaire from overseas to build a swindle factory, wind towers. You underwrite it, you pay for it. But guess who does pay for it? At the end of this is a pensioner. At the end of this is a person who can't afford their power bill.
Okay,
at the end of this is an economy that's being driven into the dirt.
You do not have the call. Order. Again, really escalating the levels of noise here, and I genuinely would like to hear you, Member for New England. So I'm going to give you the call and ask everyone to just stop the interjections.
So, Madam Deputy Speaker, but we're starting to, on the positive side, they're starting to fall over. Doughboy Mountain's fallen over. Watson's Creek, the other day, as people become aware of their legal liability, they're now pulling out. We've had today in the Renew economy, we've got two ones, Carisbrook and Morgan's, falling over because all of a sudden the realisation of this swindle, of this rip-off, of this infliction on people who are doing it tough. We have people in our area who are off the grid. Power prices went up by 6% in the last quarter, and if they hadn't had their so-called subsidies, would have been more than 12. That is a sign of the complete and utter disaster which is the Labor Party power policy. And the other day, the Prime Minister, when I've said if it was a success, would have manufacturers lined up to come into Australia. He quoted Siemens and Krupp's. They're not coming to Australia, they're exporting gear to Australia. And this is it. We are hurting poor people. We are driving our economy into the dirt, and we are inflicting on regional people a blight that people in urban areas would never, ever accept.
And I give the call to the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I am absolutely delighted to have the opportunity in this MPI to speak about our government, the Albanese Labor government's reliable renewables plan. This morning I visited the Majura Community Energy Project with the Minister for the Environment and Water and we announced the environmental approvals for Sun Cable. Sun Cable is a project in the Northern Territory. It is massive. But this morning at the Majura Community Energy Project, it was great to speak with the folks out there. It was commissioned in 2021. It's a 1.2 megawatt solar farm which was funded by more than 350 investors from the ACT community who each contributed between $500 and $100,000. And what an awesome community and a fantastic renewable story right here in Canberra. However, Deputy Speaker, with all due respect to our Territorian brothers and sisters here in the ACT, the Majura project is tiny compared to Sun Cable. Sun Cable will be the biggest solar farm in Australia and one of the largest renewable projects in the whole world. The project was assessed and approved by the Minister, Tanya Plibersek, under the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act, the EPBC, and is an absolutely incredible milestone, a landmark moment in this project's journey. And this follows last month's environmental approval granted by the Northern Territory Government and the NT-EPA. Sun Cable is one of the largest energy infrastructure projects to ever receive an EPBC Act approval, covering a project footprint from the heart of the Northern Territory to Darwin and extending to the Australian and Indonesian maritime border. The potential of this project is massive. It is expected to generate up to 4 gigawatts of renewable energy to power new green industries in the NT. Now, this is the equivalent of all the renewable energy currently in the NEM, the National Energy Market that serves the East Coast and South Australia. Now, capturing the Territory's reliable sun will be economically and socially transforming for the Northern Territory. Essentially, this project turns Territory sunshine, which there is heaps of, some of the best solar radiance in the world, turning that into electricity and sending it up parallel to the Stuart Highway to Darwin. It will enable a green manufacturing sector, producing renewable solar power for Darwin and for potential export to Singapore. Industries like green hydrogen, sustainable aviation fuels, critical minerals processing and powering data centres. It will generate $20 billion in economic value, almost 7,000 indirect and direct jobs a year, a peak workforce of more than 14,000, and a long-term source of ongoing employment in remote areas. That's the incredible thing about this, is activating regional areas of the Northern Territory where we desperately are looking for employment opportunities for First Nations people in remote areas. But they can stake a claim in this industry of the future with a 70-year, stable, long-term, intergenerational jobs, intergenerational empowerment of people in those communities along the 800-kilometre poles up to Darwin. The traditional owners and local communities involved in this project from the beginning and welcome the opportunities that the project will unlock. And this approval, the approval that we announced this morning, does come with strict conditions to protect nature, including requirements to completely avoid important species and critical habitat. Power cables have been diverted where necessary to mitigate environmental impacts. This project is proof that we can have it all with renewable energies. In terms of reliable power, we've got all the land that we need, and we can have the jobs and a good environment as well. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I don't see Labor putting wind turbines up on the Dandenong Ranges overlooking Melbourne or out in Port Phillip Bay, and they aren't blanketing Melbourne's golf courses with black panels or erecting hulking 230-metre towers and transmission lines over people's homes in Toorak, Brighton or Malvern. And I wonder why. Labor, the Greens and Teals expect regional Australians to do the heavy lifting on the energy transition, taking away our environment, our tranquility. Victoria was made famous by the movie The Castle, and instead of an insulting $70,000 compulsory acquisition figure for the Kerrigan's family home to expand an airport, money is now being pushed on farmers for access and factory installation on their land, money that comes from taxpayers and energy bill payers during a cost of living crisis. Energy factory billionaires make a fortune from subsidies taken from battling Australians, throwing pensioners' money at landholders to stitch up an energy factory on their land. Some might say the Kerrigan family in the film The Castle should have expected an airport expansion, given they lived in the sight of the runway. But our hard-working food and fibre producers on their third, fourth and fifth generation family farm live many miles from the industrial demand in the capital cities. I have been proud to stand beside our farmers at their protests in my electorate. In Melbourne, and soon I hear they will be in Canberra protesting the Albanese Labor government's radical anti-farming agenda. The National Farmers Federation survey out this week shows 3 out of 5 farmers strongly disagree with the statement that the Albanese government understands and listens to farmers. Almost 3 out of 4 believe the Albanese government's policies are harming farming.
That's right.
81.6% of farmers are concerned about mining or energy developments on farmland. Surprise, surprise. Up 5.2% since last year, with 42.1% very concerned. Almost 3 in 5 farmers say competing land uses from mining, infrastructure and urban expansion is having a high to medium impact on their productivity. 72.4% say the Albanese government is not doing enough to protect arable farmland. In regional Victoria, the Allan Labor government's recent renewable energy zone mapping almost exclusively prioritised Western Victoria and Northern Victoria, specifically my electorate of Mallee and fellow coalition electorates of Nichols, Wannon and Monash. Labor proposes conveniently avoiding Labor-held Ballarat and Bendigo electorates and Dr Haynes's electorate of Indi. Labor's supposed RES hotspots, many on low-altitude terrain, hundreds of miles from the coast, are due to low constraints. What on earth do they mean by that? Low constraints are when you can connect and deliver the resource easily through existing infrastructure. Yet the lowest constraints, according to Labor, are in my electorate of Mallee, where there is no transmission capacity. But landholders come to me in tears, literally, protesting at their poor treatment by proponents of the 400-kilometre, 500-kilovolt VNI West transmission line. Surely the absence of a transmission line is a high constraint. I interpret low constraint as meaning there's only some farmers in the way. Just push that bulldozer throttle and knock those farmers over. That's Labor, the Greens and Teal's mentality. Well, Deputy Speaker, the farmers are pushing back. Their message to those opposite and the crossbench is tell them they're dreaming. Farmers are locking their gates. How ironic that the farmers are defending their environments, protesting and locking gates, not to the so-called environmentalist Greens or Teals. Their radical, socialist, hard-left agenda is laid bare. It was never about the environment or the planet. The Greens and Teals are about looking after their benefactors, and Labor are falling over themselves to keep up. The Nationals stand with our farmers, always have, always will.
Member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Energy prices are a serious issue for households and businesses. Climate change and the urgent need to reduce emissions is also a serious issue in our regions and farming communities. The Albanese government understands this, and that's why we're acting and getting on with delivering our renewables plan, because this plan will reduce energy bills in the regions and across our nation. It will reduce the impacts of climate change like heat waves, droughts, floods and fires. These climate impacts cost farmers and the agricultural sector. Now, Deputy Speaker, this plan has already delivered amazing results, with wholesale energy prices now lower than when the coalition left office. And Deputy Speaker, we know that when renewable energy is backed up with batteries and storage, we can enjoy affordable electricity 24/7 all year round. The Albanese government understands that the answer to lowering everyone's energy bills is for governments and businesses to build massive amounts of new solar, wind, pumped hydro and renewable storage as fast as possible, and it will deliver jobs. And that's why the Environment and Water Minister's announcement this morning is so important. Deputy Speaker, our minister has just ticked off Australia's biggest renewable energy solar project ever. This now means we will power 7 million homes with renewables, the equivalent of all households in New South Wales and Victoria. This heralds Australia's true arrival as a world leader in clean energy. Deputy Speaker, the Australian Energy Market Operator who run our electricity grid is backing in our approach, saying we are increasingly seeing renewable energy records being set, which is a good thing for Australian consumers, as it is key to driving prices down. And the Independent Office of Impact Assessments has analysed our capacity investment scheme, and I quote, "Consumers are expected to face lower retail electricity prices on average and a reduction in reliability risks. Deputy Speaker, on top of this, and much to the dismay of those opposite, the Albanese government wants to see a future made in Australia, which will invest in renewables and make many thousands of jobs. We have the bill before the House right now. It will boost our capacity to build more things here, especially renewable energy components. And that's what Australians want us to do, make more things here. It's a significant investment, Deputy Speaker, but it has the right outcomes. We're also easing the cost of living pressures by giving every household $300 off their energy bills over the next 12 months. Meanwhile, the Coalition has no plans to bring electricity prices down, now or into the future, with their risky nuclear reactor thought bubble set to add $1,000 to every household energy bill, and it will only supply less than 4% of household energy needs if it ever happens. And, Deputy Speaker, we know that nuclear reactors are not even possible until 2040. So, Deputy Speaker, what are we supposed to do in the meantime? But what we do know is that it's not costed, it lacks detail, and it will drive up energy bills. Our approach stands in stark contrast, Deputy Speaker, with a 25% increase in renewables since we came to government only 2 years ago. We are shifting the dial and putting downward pressure on energy bills, and we're doing so much more. We've just rolled out 2 amazing rounds of energy efficiency grants for small business. These are being embraced by small businesses across my electorate of Corangamite, from distilleries to retailers, from farmers to breweries. This grant is helping businesses to reduce their energy bills and embrace energy-efficient technology, as well as reducing emissions. It's all part of our broader agenda to tackle cost of living pressures, to drive down power prices, to make sure that regional communities are supported with costed, detailed policies that offer real cost of living relief. Our plan is working. I'm looking forward to energy bills coming down for people, not in my electorate, but across the nation.
Member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This government's relentless march towards its renewables-only policy is hitting Capricornia hard. It is a policy that fails to understand or address the real needs of our communities. My electorate of Capricornia is quickly becoming the epicentre of government-backed renewable energy projects. One such project, the Lotus Creek Wind Farm, has been handed an eye-watering $924 million in funding commitments from the state Labor government. Astonishingly, $300 million of this funding has been siphoned from coal royalties, money that should have supported the industries and jobs that have sustained this region for generations. Yet despite the enormous investment, the promised returns are meagre. Labor themselves admit that the ongoing operational phase of the wind farm will create just 10 to 15 jobs. It's hard to fathom how such a vast outlay of taxpayer money results in so little benefit for local workers and families. We don't have to look far to see the effects of this approach. Just down the road from the proposed Lotus Creek Wind Farm is the Clark Creek Wind Farm, a project that illustrates the real impact on our local communities. Over 90% of the workforce of Clark Creek are fly-in, fly-out workers. Instead of creating local jobs and strengthening our communities, these workers are bussed in and out with little to no engagement with the region. The nearby town of Marlborough, for instance, sees none of the economic benefits that should come with a project of this scale. Workers don't stay in the town, they don't shop there, they don't support local businesses, they simply pass through. The government's push for renewables is leaving Capricornia behind. The jobs created are few and the benefits for local towns and families are scarce. This government's policy is not just about energy, it's about people's livelihoods. When investment on this scale bypasses our communities, we must ask ourselves, what is the true cost? Environmentalist Stephen Nakowski and Rainforest Reserves Australia has mapped a mind-boggling 17,119 wind turbine projects proposed for development right across Australia. Deputy Speaker, these wind turbines and solar fields are not being built in the heart of the cities, where the energy demand is greatest. Instead, international developers are pushing their way into our regional and rural communities with the full backing of those opposite. They are clearing untouched vegetation, disrupting natural habitats and putting endangered species at serious risk, all in the name of ideological policy, but without regard for the environmental and social costs borne by our communities. The hypocrisy is staggering, considering this level of industrial development would never be approved for any type of other industry. I challenge those opposite. Where is the social licence for these projects? You are failing our regional and rural communities. The Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner's own community engagement review revealed that a staggering 92% of people were dissatisfied with the level of community engagement on renewable projects. Additionally, 90% felt they were left in the dark, with inadequate information and unresolved concerns. And yet, did Labor listen? Absolutely not. They ignored the thousands of Australians who converged on the lawns of Parliament, desperate to be heard. This government's disdain for regional Australia is so deep that the Minister for Energy couldn't even be bothered to respond. It's a clear message: the voices of the regions don't matter to this government. The government's energy policy should reflect the needs of our communities, not just the ideology of the city-based elite. It won't just be regional Australians paying the price for renewables-only energy policy. Already, Labor is handing out billions to mop up its broken promise of price reductions. But this hasn't been enough. More than 600 everyday, hard-working Australian families have been going into financial hardship with their energy retailer every week since Labor took office. This is a shame. Australians can't do another 3 years of the same Labor pain. The Coalition has consistently championed an all-of-the-above approach to energy. We want Australia to be a country where our energy grid works 24/7, not one that is at the mercy of the weather. The truth is simple. You can't run a full-time economy on part-time power. That's why nuclear energy, along with renewables and gas, is absolutely critical to our energy future. The Coalition's approach mirrors that of 19 of the world's 20 largest economies, an approach that balances emissions reduction, economic stability and energy security. Labor must abandon its flawed renewables-only ideology and embrace this balanced path if we are to achieve our energy and climate goals while keeping the lights on, prices down and our economy strong.
And I give the call to member for Hunter.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I'll start by congratulating the member for Page for actually sitting through this MPI, because usually you guys always leave. So congratulations. That's the only bit you're going to get through this. So, Speaker, yet again, I have to stand in this place and speak on a motion moved by those opposite that just doesn't make much sense to me. I'm really staggered that they continue to claim that energy prices are going up because of renewables, especially when they've proven time and time again that they can't be trusted on energy policies. They're even willing to mislead the Australian people on the truth about energy prices. When they were in government, they received a report that say that energy prices were going to go up, but they hid it. And the person that actually hid it from all of us in the country is in the chamber right now. Member for Hume. So they did nothing to let the Australian people know what to expect, and then they acted surprised and blamed us when the prices did eventually go up, which the member for Hume knew was going to happen because he hid it from the Australian public. And he can ignore me now like he is, but he did do this. So, but Deputy Speaker, we're always going to be upfront with the Australian people, and we're helping to make these expected price rises go down. Don't just take our word for it, Deputy Speaker. Today, customers of Ausgrid will receive a letter saying that their energy prices are actually going down.
Hear, hear.
I think I'd rather trust the figures that I'm hearing from Ausgrid over the figures preached to us by those over there, who are driven by their stubborn opposition for the cheapest form of energy. Let me tell you a fact that those opposite choose to ignore. Renewables are effective in getting energy into the grid.
That's right.
In fact, we're getting so much energy into the grid that we're having to build more power lines to increase the capacity of the grid. In my electorate of the Hunter, we have always produced high amounts of energy, and this government is making sure that energy will be produced in the Hunter is able to be used in other areas that don't get to generate as much. Those opposite always bang on about how they want reliable power. but they don't want us to build the infrastructure that is needed to deliver it. Speaker, the motion also states that our policy is only about renewables. What a rubbish statement this is by the member of Page. You'd think that the member of Page would actually do his research before moving this motion, but clearly he hasn't, because if he had thought to look at our energy policy before moving this motion, he'd see our policy is far from being only about renewable energy. Instead of doing his research, he's being blinded by his party ideological ignorance. He's came into here and moved this motion and made himself look foolish. Yes, there are some elements of our policy that do include renewable energy. Member for Page, are you going to stay and listen to the end of this or not? Because I'd like you to.
Come on, Member for Page.
But we would be foolish not to make the most of the cheapest form of energy available. And thank you for staying there, Member for Page. We based our decision on facts, and the facts show that renewables need to be a big part of meeting our energy needs in the future. We have announced the $1 billion solar sunshot program, which will create thousands of jobs, many of these being in my electorate. Our policy will also help to see 2 gigawatts of power put in the grid through offshore wind, which is in the member for Newcastle's electorate, my good friend, which will create a huge job opportunities for people in my electorate and also people all around New South Wales. But to say that our policy is solely about renewables is untrue. We have the gas-fired power station, the electorate of my good friend and neighbour, the member for Patterson, and we have pumped hydro projects popping up everywhere. In my electorate alone, we have 6 pumped hydro projects under development in the Hunter. Neither of these sources of energy fit into the solely renewables narrative that those opposite are trying to desperately promote, but both are an important part of energy policy and play a vital role in providing base load firming power to the grid. Another non-renewable part of our energy policy that those opposite are conveniently choosing to ignore is the important part of hydrogen and what it will play into the future. In my electorate, is a hydrogen hub, and AGL is pushing ahead with their plans to develop the technology in Muswellbrook. In addition, Origin is also going into hydrogen at the Port of Newcastle, in the member for Newcastle's electorate. But you won't hear those opposite talk about these parts of the policy, including gas, pumped hydro or hydrogen. I guess if something doesn't fit in the story, then they just won't tell it. It's easier for them to ignore it. But ignoring the facts does nothing to provide cheap and reliable energy. Those opposite have misled the Australian people on energy prices, and they are misleading them about the energy policy as well, and they can't be trusted on energy. We've seen that over the years and we'll continue to watch what we do.
And I give the call to the member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I would just like to remind the member for Hunter that renewable energy is not reliable. When the sun goes down, solar panels don't work. When the wind doesn't blow, wind turbines don't work. And it is quite ridiculous for him to suggest that renewable energy is reliable. And this is what the whole problem of energy is all about, reliability. Now, I'm happy to rise and support this public importance and note that the government's renewables-only energy policy, with industrial wind turbines and solar factories and thousands of kilometres of new transmission lines, is ripping up agricultural land, pristine wilderness and driving up the cost of living in regional and rural Australia. Deputy Speaker, I would like to acknowledge the fact that the opposition speakers in today's MPI represent the electorates which are most affected here in Australia. They are seeing firsthand how farmers are being impacted by Labor's arrogant policy to steamroll local communities in pushing forward with the installation of some 28,000 kilometres of transmission lines, solar, wind and battery projects. Deputy Speaker, there are people everywhere in my electorate that are feeling the brunt of Labor's reckless renewable energy rollout. We've identified over 60 wind, solar and battery and transmission line projects in central Queensland alone. Now, Deputy Speaker, very recently we just gathered a whole lot of data on wind turbines particularly, and our data shows us that there are over 18,000 wind turbines proposed up and down the coast of Australia. And this does not take into account any offshore wind turbines. And quite often those will lament on how cheap this is going to be, that it is not going to be expensive. Well, let's just examine some of the sunk capital costs that are involved in these 18,000 wind turbines. My colleague, the member for Capricornia, spoke of a wind turbine project in central Queensland, Lotus Creek, that has been recently acquired by Queensland Government CS Energy, and it is a project of 46 turbines, which is costing $1.3 billion. So if you do the math on that, that comes out at approximately $28 million per turbine. So if you do use those figures and project that out on the research that we've done on all these wind turbines proposed, you come to a figure of something like $400 billion. Wow. And that is just extraordinary. And the simple fact of the matter is that that doesn't take into account transmission lines, distribution lines, batteries, and all of the associated things to reach 82% renewable energy by 2030. So to suggest that it is not expensive is just ridiculous. So the other problem is that Labor will require 34 times the current amount of utility-scale variable renewable energy in the national electricity market to meet its hydrogen expectations. Now, up in Gladstone, it has also been nominated as a hydrogen hub. And recently as last year, the Gladstone Ports Corporation, again a Queensland Government GOC, gave a presentation where they proposed a 4 million tonne hydrogen precinct, which would require 110 gigawatts of renewable energy. Now, 110 gigawatts of renewable energy, I wonder whether those opposite even understand what that means. That is approximately double the entire generating capacity of the Australian grid right now. And that's just outrageous to suggest that. The presentation went on to say that this will require 10,000 wind turbines to be built, 2,500 square kilometres of solar panels. Where are you going to put these projects in central Queensland? It is just outrageous to suggest that the Australian economy can rely on renewables only, and that is why the Coalition is proposing nuclear, which at the very least will supply reliable power into the future.
Member for Cunningham.
Deputy Speaker, here we go again. Over the past hour, we've seen the chalice of Cooker Kool-Aid be passed throughout the opposition benches, each one taking a nice big sip of climate denial and then sprouting harmful misinformation and driving deliberate division in our regional communities. Deputy Speaker, it is a decade of energy policy chaos from those opposite that has Australians paying the price for their inaction. Their 22 failed energy policies are costing regional Australians because we now have an energy sector that is vulnerable to international price spikes and ageing coal-fired power stations, with 24 of 28 announcing their closure under their watch. But don't worry, Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is fixing the mess left behind by the former government's decade of denial, delay and dysfunction. Our reliable renewables plan is the only plan supported by experts to deliver the clean, cheap, reliable and resilient energy system that Australians deserve. We are maximising cheap, clean energy with a plan to get our national energy grid to 82% renewables by 2030. We've already delivered a 25% increase in the national energy grid in just 2 years, and we have ticked off enough renewable projects to power more than 3 million homes. We're investing in battery storage and transmission to ensure reliable power can be accessed everywhere. We're modernising our national electricity grid and delivering over 400 new community batteries for increased reliability across the country, including in my electorate in the suburb of Warrawong and in the member for Whitlam's electorate in Dapto. We're ensuring the benefits of reliable renewables are shared with households and businesses and creating thousands of jobs with a future made in Australia. It is estimated over 60,000 people could be directly employed in new energy infrastructure by 2050. These are good, well-paid, secure jobs of the future for our kids and for our regions. Our renewable energy transformation will require 5 billion tonnes of steel alone between now and 2050, which will support Illawarra workers at the Port Kembla Steelworks. But, Deputy Speaker, the usual diatribe from those opposite would have you believe renewable energy is this big, bad, scary creature. And no, I'm not talking about the opposition's front bench. Instead of dividing the community, we are bringing them along with us, and we've seen 330,000 rooftop solar installations last year alone. And this is because Australians know that the cheapest and most reliable forms of energy are renewables. If you listen to those opposite, you may also think renewables are bad for our farms and our oceans. But you guessed it. Climate change is the biggest threat to Australia's agricultural sector. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has slowed the growth of agricultural productivity globally over the last 50 years, with further warming projected to increase food insecurity and supply instability. But I know that those opposite have had a hard time believing our national and international science institutions. So maybe they'll listen to Professor Gregory Andrews, Australia's first Threatened Species Commissioner, and Darrell Mann, who said the science shows Australia's whales do face serious threats, but not from wind farms. By reducing our reliance on fossil fuels, wind farms help protect ocean habitats from the impacts of rising temperatures and ocean acidification. Deputy Speaker, the only thing stronger than Australia's abundance of sunshine and natural resources is the opposition's ability to backflip on their policy position. The member for New England, who has become the poster child for the anti-renewables movement, is about as flexible as they come. Delivering an address to the Clean Energy Council Clean Energy Summit in 2017, he said, "What can I say about renewable energy is the great effect it is having on my electorate. You see, at Glen Innes, in excess of $1 billion going to be invested in renewable energy." Deputy Speaker, a backflip of that degree would have earned him gold at the Olympics. But that's not all. Not only do they want to dispel the cheapest form of energy, those opposite also want to serve up nuclear, the most expensive form of energy there is, and make regional Australians pay for it. Experts agree that Dutton's nuclear plant is too expensive, too slow to build and too risky. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government's Reliable Renewables Plan is the only plan supported by experts to deliver the clean, cheap, reliable and resilient energy systems that Australia deserves.
Thank you. The discussion has now concluded. Is the member for Barton seeking indulgence?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'll give the call to the member for Barton.
Thank you. I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people and thank you for allowing us to be on your country. As I stand here today, I am deeply reflective and immensely grateful for the journey I have shared with you all in this Parliament. When I first entered this House, I knew I was walking a path that had never before been walked by someone like me, the first Indigenous woman elected to the House of Representatives. Yeah. A path paved with hope, with responsibility and a deep commitment to representing not just my own community of Barton, but all Australians, including, of course, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. I am humbled by the trust and the ownership of me shown by First Nations Australians, many of whom are still paying a heavy price for dispossession and exclusion from our nation's foundation, and too often exclusion from the institutions which exist to serve us all. All up, I have been a Member of Parliament for 21 years. It has been the most profound honour to serve and to work towards a more just and inclusive Australia. My commitment has been to serve with fairness, compassion and integrity. I have never seen public service as a way to be liked or popular. Anyone who does will get a rude shock. But I hope to leave having earned respect for the way I have worked and the work that I have done. Yeah. Growing up as a freshwater girl in the Riverina, the daughter of an Aboriginal man and a white woman, raised by my great-aunt Nina and her brother Billy, we didn't have much, just a small wooden house with no carpet or paint inside, no running water and an outhouse up in the back corner of the yard, thankfully. They were two very old people who sacrificed so much to raise me and instilled in me the values of compassion, integrity, resilience, truth and love. I never dreamt I could grow up to be a member of Parliament, let alone a minister in the federal government. Nina and Billy, I hope I made you proud. Being elected to this place was the greatest honour of my life. From fighting against the unfair and illegal robo-debt scheme during my time as Shadow Minister for Human Services, to securing landmark commitments to remote housing, justice reinvestment and remote jobs, delivering justice to the families affected by the collapse of UPLA, doubling the number of Indigenous rangers, but most importantly, being part of a government that is building new dialysis units in remote Australia and rolling out hundreds of new Indigenous health workers. Amazing new infrastructure, delivering a pipeline of improvements to remote drinking water supplies, as well as better digital connectivity, revitalising First Nation languages and growing opportunities for education, and now, with the leadership of the Prime Minister, economic development. But there is so much more. We've also committed to establishing a National Children's Commissioner for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander young people and children. These steps forward are a team effort. Ministers stepping up, ministers taking responsibility for delivering for Indigenous people in their portfolio. The whole Labor cabinet doing its bit. This is a profound and an incredibly important improvement, because when I arrived in this place in 2016, it felt like issues affecting Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people had been pushed into a silo, to be dealt with only by the Indigenous Affairs Minister, who, quite frankly, will never have their hands on the levers of employment, health, education and other portfolios. Where the big changes will be made is with you and closing the gap. I've seen the difference a proactive Labor government can make on the ground of communities. I am so proud of our achievements over the last 8 years in this place. Proud to my 13 years in the New South Wales Parliament of making important reforms to child protection, delivering on the findings of the Wood Special Commission of Inquiry and introducing the Aboriginal Child Placement Principle. There are few areas in public policy more complex, more fraught and more difficult than child protection. I only had to read the files. I didn't live the horror. And despite the many challenges that remain, I know those changes and the work of people on the front line have saved families and saved lives. When I had the responsibility for the prevention of family violence, New South Wales led the way with the Staying Home, Leaving Violence program, which flipped responsibility for family violence and supported women and children to stay in their homes. A just approach which is now the norm across the country. Before I came into the federal parliament, I said I would miss the close connection state governments have with people's lives. Like the chocks we fitted into windows of flats, there had been a spate of children falling out of windows, which stopped them opening more than a few inches and prevented children falling out. Stronger laws to protect tenants, which I was pleased to lay the groundwork for. And of course, the honour of being elected the Deputy Leader of the New South Wales Labor Party. Before entering State Parliament, I was first a teacher, then I worked in Aboriginal education, heading up the Aboriginal Education Consultative Group, and eventually the Director-General of the Aboriginal Affairs Department, where it was an honour to be part of organising the historic Bridge Walk in the year 2000, when over 250,000 Australians marched in solidarity with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. My time at the Department of Aboriginal Affairs was the first time, everyone, I truly had to grapple with the policy challenges and cross-portfolio disparity. That became known as closing the gap. But before closing the gap, there was Gail. Gail, who worked on reception at DAA. One Friday afternoon, I heard Gail sum up the human cost of the gap when she answered a call about special benefits allegedly going to Aboriginal people. "I'll tell you what you get," said Gail. "You get diabetes. You get a shorter life expectancy. We get to see our kids drop out of school and go to jail. We get turned away from jobs. We get to go to too many funerals. That's what we get." That caller never rang back. In my first speech to the New South Wales Parliament, I spoke about the importance of walking in someone else's shoes. It is a lesson I took from Harper Lee's To Kill a Mockingbird. So walk in the shoes of the next generation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians, because more than half of our population is under the age of 25. And despite significant improvements in many areas, First Nations young people still don't start on a level playing field. Our people are more likely to have experienced homelessness than hold an undergraduate degree. And as our Prime Minister has said, in 2020, the number of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people locked up in a prison cell was 4 times as many of those who celebrated graduating uni that year. Walk in those shoes. I also want to share some thoughts on last year's Voice referendum. The referendum did not achieve the outcomes that many of us, all of us, wanted. But I believe it can and will be a catalyst for progress and positive change in our nation, that in the years to come it will be looked on more kindly by history, because constitutional recognition has been championed for decades, many of you here. And the government and Parliament finally had the courage to put the question to the people, because of the role it played in inspiring a new generation of young Indigenous leaders to emerge, also some of you here, and push the change for a better future, because it showed that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in remote communities overwhelmingly wanted the voice to be heard, and 6.3 million Australians said yes. It highlighted how far we've come and how far we still must go to be a truly reconciled country. I acknowledge the many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and fellow travellers who opened their hearts and minds and put their shoulders to the wheel, including people from across the Parliament who I'm looking at now. Thank you all, and particularly thank you, Julian, for your brave stand. Friends, progress doesn't always move in a straight line. The road is rocky. There are obstacles in the path. We have our stumbles and our setbacks. But our overall direction is towards progress. And with each passing generation, we bend the moral arc of the universe closer to justice. I think Australia sometimes struggles with our identity because we never came to terms with our own story, never embraced the breadth and depth of it, certainly not its truth. The generosity we pride ourselves on is rarely extended to the people in this nation who have occupied these lands for countless generations. Why? Part of the answer is that we don't have a shared narrative. If you consider our nation's story like the strata of a rock, there is the extraordinary foundation of First Nations people, the layer of European settlers, and of course many convicts amongst those numbers. Then there's a layer upon layer of people who settled in Australia because of conflict and the search for a better life. Many of you are children of those people. All of us, we live in that cross-section, all of it, and all of us. What a story. It takes the whole, you take the whole, not just the bits that suit you. I believe that community-led truth-telling can help with that. There is nothing to fear or lose from the truth. I am heartened by the Prime Minister's ongoing commitment to addressing the challenges facing First Peoples, particularly on closing the gap. Heartened to see my friend Senator Malinduri McCarthy become the new minister and hit the ground running. Yeah. The baton has been passed on. Yeah. I also make these points about Indigenous affairs. Having a roof over your head and a job are vitally important. It's why we are investing $4 billion in remote housing in the Northern Territory and overhauling the failed CDP program, replacing it with real jobs and real wages in remote communities. But important too is having pride in your culture, identity and language. So too is a sense of belonging. So too is knowing the true history of our country. We don't have to choose between so-called practical and symbolic reconciliation. It's a false choice. It's a phony argument. The notion that somehow governments and Indigenous communities must choose between so-called practical and symbolic reconciliation is an old and tired debate that belongs in the 1990s, not the 2020s. It is now up to everyone here, and I know you will, I really do, and in the other place, to ensure that reconciliation and closing the gap are policy areas of bipartisan cooperation, of common ground, not division. In 2000, following the Walk for Reconciliation across the Sydney Harbour Bridge and the dozens of events, I know many of you are involved, like it across the country, a historic moment on the journey to the apology some years later. Michelle Grattan asked me for my thoughts on reconciliation, and I said, healing in Australia is a profound, long-term, incremental thing. It's about people. It's a tough road, but I think we will get there. Everyone, 24 years later, I still believe that. Let us remember this is about people. Let us remember what those increments are. A secure home for a family, a new job, clean water for a community, a place at uni for a student, life-changing steps forward. I have a few people to thank. To the Prime Minister, you have always been my friend and mentor, always by my side and on my side. To my Labor colleagues, thank you for your unwavering support. Politics has not been a lonely place for me because of you. You have been a source of strength that when I have needed it the most. To the leaders under which I have had the honour of serving, prior to the Prime Minister, of course, to Bill Shorten, Bob Kyle, Morris Yemma, Nathan Rees and Christina Keneally. I thank you all. Can I also thank my dear friends that are here? You have kept me standing when I couldn't stand on my own. You mean the world to me, and thank you for travelling all the distances that you've had. To the First Nations members of Caucus, and I include one Patrick Dodson in that, can I thank Gordon? Can I thank Marion? Can I thank Malandiri and Joanna for your camaraderie and for being there. To my family, Willirai and her partner Elle, you will be seeing a lot more of me in the next few months. Thank you for being the remarkable people that you are. You inspire me. To those at the NIAA who work in the Parliament, including the media and the public service more generally, the public service is a noble profession, and you deserve far more recognition for what you do. And to all my staff in the electorate and the ministerial office over the years, thank you. You are the true stars. To Tim Watts and Maria Paston in particular, I recognise your service and your leadership. What we have been able to achieve has been multiplied through your efforts. To those watching online, thank you. And to the branch members, volunteers and the New South Wales Labor, it is you who carry our movement. You are the engine of progress and fairness in this country. Through you, Mr Speaker, and we started on the same day and look where we are now. To the amazing constituents, to you, Mr Speaker, I recognise and thank everyone in this Parliament, and I would do that through you. And finally, to the amazing constituents of Barton and Canterbury, thank you for giving me the opportunity of a lifetime. Working in this house of democracy is a great honour, a place of rigorous debate, a place where the contest of ideas plays out. But it should not be a place for punching down. It should not be a place where minority groups are demonised. Reasonable people can disagree, and our democracy will be better if we can disagree agreeably. As I prepare to move on to the next chapter of my life, where's those tissues, Joe? I do so with a heart filled with hope. Both my first speech in the New South Wales and my first speech in this place contained the same two promises. First, that I will always work hard, and secondly, that I always do my best. And I think I've kept those commitments. Yeah. My life has been both harsh and kind. I have known loss I would never wish on anyone, but I have never, ever lost hope. While there are those who believe that political success depends on discarding your humanity or locking it away, I say to all of you who follow me and my friends and colleagues who carry on the fight, never lose your faith in others. Never lose your trust in the people who brought you here. 21 years, 10 years in government, 11 years on the crossbenchers, in opposition. That might have been better. And let me tell you, you can do more in one day in government than you can do in a whole term in opposition. So don't waste the day. Big change is still possible in this country. Do not waste a day. As I finished my speech today, can I take you back 8 years? Lynette Riley sang me into this house. Today, as I close this chapter on my life, her daughter Gara will sing me out. I will then make a statement in Wiradjuri, so please remain in your seats, as they say on the plane, and thank you, Gara. Thank you, Gara. In conclusion, I say in Wiradjuri these words. I am proud to be Wiradjuri. This has been a great journey. Thank you. It's been an honour. We will make progress when we all work together. We have a strong and bright future. Dirobada inya, budu Wiradjuri. Malambuo barang, mandang arong, guwul gyungabang ilju, ninbul anya, guwul anya, gan ambaru mia, good yugong, maramana, neing gong. See you all later.
I give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Well, what a moment in this Parliament that my friend, someone who has been my federal local member and my state local member as a member for Barton and Canterbury, Linda Burney is also my very, very dear friend. And she leaves Parliament as she entered it with a message of hope, with a positivity that I just would wish that we could all embrace in the context in which Linda Burney, someone whose origins were tougher probably than anyone who's ever entered this place, and who has known loss and difficulty and had every reason to lose her faith in humanity, but has never lost a bit of it, has always been so positive. And indeed, as Linda Burney reflected on the referendum, she had faith in her fellow Australians, and that's a good thing. And that's a good thing. I would much rather be on the side of hope than on the side of fear. And Linda Burney has always been on the side of hope. She has engaged with grace, with kindness, and importantly, with remarkable courage. That's why she leaves this place with the admiration of anyone who has dealt with her, with the respect of everyone. The member for Barton has always given her heart and soul to the causes that she champions and the people for whom she advocates. We see that in her words today, but importantly as well, we see that in her deeds over 2 decades, in which she's been determined to make a difference, whether it be her local constituents in Canterbury firstly and then in Barton, whether it be her engagement with people in the Labor Party, or whether it be people across the chamber. I've never heard Linda Burney make a harsh statement about any individual in this place or anywhere else, in spite of what she has been subjected to herself in her life from time to time, including, unfortunately, in her political engagement. She has risen above it, and has truly been able to take in the philosophy of when they go low, I go high. Linda Burney has done that her whole life, and today, once again, she has done that. She has made history as the first Indigenous woman to be elected to the New South Wales Parliament, as the first Indigenous woman to be elected to the House of Representatives, as the first Indigenous woman to serve as a Cabinet Minister, as the first Indigenous woman to serve as the Minister for Indigenous Australians. She's made a difference, abolishing the CDP and replacing it with a plan for real jobs and real wages in remote communities, expanding, doubling the number of Indigenous rangers, justice reinvestment and remote training, tools of community empowerment and self-determination, the difference that she's made in practical areas like giving people access to dialysis, the difference that she's making to turn around some of the terrible gap, a chasm that still exists between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australia. Being able to achieve through our ERC processes, not always easy, a $4 billion commitment to remote housing is an extraordinary achievement. As creating the National Commissioner for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children and young people. For Linda, so much of this work and so much of politics has always been personal, and that means that disappointment can run deep and can have an emotional impact. It means setbacks do hit home. It can bring tears, but Linda's tears have always been of joy, as well as occasionally of sadness. Linda has such passion, such empathy, such true connection with people who engage with her. Is one of the reasons why we see the galleries packed here today with lifelong friends who will remain her lifelong friends, as will many people across this great chamber of Parliament. Linda will take her considerable presence from here after the election, but we'll get to hold on to her wisdom and the power of her example. And for that, we are grateful as a Parliament. I'm grateful as leader of the Australian Labor Party, and on a personal level, I'm grateful for someone who I have a deep affection and love.
On indulgence, the Leader of the Nationals. Oh, sorry, on indulgence, the Member for Riverina.
Thank you, Speaker. Member for Barton, I have nothing but Yindamara for you. And for those of you who don't know what that word means, in Wiradjuri it means respect. And for the Hansard translators, if the beautiful song that we were treated to, if they want to get a translation of that, they need to go no further than Stan Grant Sr.'s book on the Wiradjuri language. And both Stan Grant Sr. and Linda Burney came from the Riverina, are proud of the Riverina. And I know that Linda is a proud Whitten girl, and she spent her primary school years at that little village's primary school, and she's gone on to great things. And we thank you for that, Linda. We respect you for that. Your work is not finished, and we know that you are going to be a powerful voice, not just for Indigenous people, not just for Torres Strait Islanders, but for all Australians into the future. Thank you for what you have done in your public life. We respect that. We honour you as a Riverina girl who has gone on to great things, and not just here in Australia either, but the respect that you have is right around the world. You have shown what we can and should do for all Indigenous peoples all over the world. So I say to you on behalf of Riverina people, thank you. Good luck to Senator McCarthy. Good luck in your ministerial role. There's a lot of work to do. We know that. And to bridge the divide is so important. It's one of the most important things that we have as a parliament, as a people. But to you, Member for Barton, thank you for all that you've done and for all that you will do in the future.
Order. If members can resume their seats or leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. Before we move to the next item, I'll just read a short statement to the House. On Monday, the Manager of Opposition Business raised as a matter of privilege whether the Prime Minister had deliberately misled the House, such as would constitute a contempt of the House. The claim arises from the Prime Minister's response to a question from the Leader of the Opposition during question time last Thursday, 15 August, in which the Prime Minister referred to statements of the ASIO Director-General. Deliberately misleading the House is one of the matters that can be found to be a contempt. A claim of deliberately misleading is a very serious one, and rightly there should be prima facie evidence that the House has been misled and that the misleading has been deliberate. In addition, to amount to a contempt, the action would need to amount to or be intended or likely to amount to an improper interference with the free exercise by the House of its functions. Although different in its particulars, this complaint has elements in common with other claims that have been made that a member has deliberately misled the House. I have examined the Hansard of the relevant period of last Thursday's question time. The essence of the relevant exchanges at that time was that the Leader of the Opposition said the Prime Minister had misquoted the ASIO Director-General, and the Prime Minister said he read out 3 different quotes of the Director-General. The Speaker's role in this matter is to determine whether priority over other business should be given to a motion for referral of a matter to the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests. In order to grant precedence in such a matter, the Speaker would need to see evidence that a member misled the House and that they did so intentionally. On the evidence available to me, it's not clear that a prima facie case has been made out, such as would cause me to give precedence to a motion to refer the matter to the committee. I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that so much of standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the Manager of Opposition Business from moving the following motion forthwith. That the following matter be referred to the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interest, whether in misquoting the Director-General of ASIO while answering a question without notice from the Leader of the Opposition on 15 August 2024, the Prime Minister has deliberately misled the House, such as would constitute a contempt of the House. Mr Speaker, I am disappointed and I must say somewhat surprised at the decision that you have just announced. And it leaves me with no alternative but to take the step I now take. I note that just last week, when a Labor Member of Parliament raised an issue of privilege, you did agree to refer it to the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interest. It is very important that there is scrupulous impartiality in the way that these matters are dealt with, but in view of the decision you have taken, there is no alternative but for me to move this suspension. I note for the information of the House that there is a precedent for the House agreeing to refer a matter to the Privileges Committee in circumstances where the Speaker has declined to grant precedence. On 21 May 2012, this House agreed to refer the case of the then member for Dobell to the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interest over his deliberate misleading of the House. And so therefore, the step that I am now taking puts the House in the position to take a decision, should it choose, to refer this matter to the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interest, and in view of the gravity of what occurred on the 15th of August in question time, I submit that it is entirely appropriate that the House should make that decision, and it's certainly appropriate that standing orders should be suspended so that the House could consider this matter and so that a motion to refer could be put and voted on. Because I say to this House, this issue is a very important one for the operation of this House and for the question as to whether the Australian people can trust this Prime Minister and take what he says at face value. It's deeply unfortunate that it's necessary to move this suspension. It's deeply unfortunate that it was necessary to raise this as a matter of privileges, but it should surely be the case that the Australian people could expect that when the Prime Minister says something in this chamber, that they can have confidence that it is both truthful and accurate. And of course, mistakes do occur on the fly in the heated and rapid, fast-moving environment in which we operate. But where a mistake has been made, it's been the long-accepted practice of this House that a minister, including a Prime Minister, who has made a statement which in all the circumstances is misleading, that Minister or Prime Minister will come into this House at the earliest possible opportunity to correct the record. Yep. And since the opposition has raised this matter, the Prime Minister, by contrast, has taken every possible opportunity to avoid doing what he would rightly be expected to do. Let me remind the House of what happened. The Prime Minister, in the course of question time on 15 August 2024, stated that the Director-General of ASIO had said in an interview on Insiders on 11 August 2024, quote, "If they've issued issued a visa, they've gone through the process. They're referred to my organisation and ASIO does its thing," close quotes. But in fact, what Mr Burgess actually said was, quotes, "If they've been issued a visa, they've gone through the process. Part of that visa process is, where criteria are hit, they're referred to my organisation and ASIO does its thing." The Prime Minister left out the crucial words from what the Director-General of ASIO actually said. The Director-General of ASIO actually used the words, quotes, "where criteria are hit," close quotes. The Prime Minister deliberately omitted the words so that it would appear that what Mr Burgess was saying is that everyone who gets a visa has had a security assessment by ASIO. But that is not true. It is a matter of public record that not everyone who has received a visa to travel from the Gaza war zone to Australia has had a security assessment by ASIO. The Prime Minister's deliberate misquoting gave a false impression to anyone listening to him in the House or on the official broadcast of proceedings. Since the Prime Minister made this statement containing this misleading quote, this inaccurate quote, this quote that omitted the critical words, and as a result what he said to the House was a fundamental mischaracterisation of what Mr Burgess had in fact said, was a characterisation which gave the opposite impression of what Mr Burgess had actually said. The opposition has repeatedly called on the Prime Minister to do two simple things: to correct the record and to provide an explanation as to the government's handling of the security appraisal process, the assessment process that is applied when individuals have sought visas to come to Australia from the Gaza war zone. We have moved motions to deal with this matter, Deputy Speaker, and in each case the government has simply adjourned the debate before allowing it to come to a vote. On each occasion the Prime Minister has declined to appear in this chamber and to explain to this chamber what happened and to do as he ought to do, as is the convention in this place, that where you've said something that's wrong, that's inaccurate, that's incorrect, you come in and correct the record. And any Prime Minister of integrity, of good character, would do that. On this side of the House, we recognise that errors get made. We recognise that things get said in the heat of the moment. But the fact that this Prime Minister has consistently, over a number of sitting days, refused to come into this place and correct the record is powerful evidence that this was intentional from the outset. This was intentional from the outset. This was a deliberate misleading of the House, and that is why this matter urgently needs to be referred to the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interest. You know, the Prime Minister on Monday tabled a transcript as presumably an attempt to try and get through this issue without having to do what is required in these circumstances, without having to admit that in fact he's misled the House. He's tabled a transcript of Mr Burgess on insiders, and that transcript does contain the phrase which he deliberately omitted when he spoke in this place. Quotes, part of that visa process is where criteria are hit. That is included in the transcript that the Prime Minister tabled on Monday, and yet the quote that he used on the previous Thursday deliberately omitted those words, with the consequence that the opposite impression was given to those listening in this chamber or on the broadcast as to whether it is the automatic process that whenever an application is made, that there is a security assessment by ASIO. In fact, it is clear from the full and accurate quote that that is not what happens, but we know that it suits the Prime Minister's political interests to give the impression that that is what happens, and that is why he engaged in this deliberate misquoting. Now, the Committee of Privileges has significant powers. It can call for documents from individuals connected to the matter, and it is, we submit, an entirely appropriate circumstance in which those powers should be used. I conclude, Deputy Speaker, by reading a quote. If successful, quotes, if successful, I am determined to restore a greater sense of responsibility to the office of Prime Minister, a deeper respect for the Australian people and for the integrity of our democracy, real accountability and delivery, close quotes. That soaring rhetoric comes from the now Prime Minister when he delivered remarks on 4 March 2022 at the Lowy Institute. We are asking that the Prime Minister live up to the accepted standards of this place and to his own soaring rhetoric. That is why this matter is urgent.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I do second the motion and reiterate the importance of this motion in what the Manager of Opposition Business has said about this really now debacle. So again, I'm going to, for Hansard and for people listening, go through the quote that was said by the ASIO Chief, Mr Burgess, and again say what the Prime Minister said when we believe he misled this House. So the direct quote on the 11th of August on Insiders was, if they've been issued a visa, they've gone through the process, part of the process is where the criteria are hit, and I've got that circled because you'll know the importance of that in a moment, Deputy Speaker, they refer to my organisation and ASIO does its thing. Now, the Prime Minister, in an interview, said this, the Prime Minister said, Mr Burgess said in his interview, the Prime Minister said he said this, if they've been issued a visa, they've gone through the process, they're referred to my organisation and ASIO does its thing. Now, Speaker, you could give him some credit or say, okay, if the bit about where it says where the criteria was hit at the start or at the end, you could say, okay, well, he's done that quote, taken it from that area of the interview, and you could say, well, okay, he didn't misquote. But what he's done there, Deputy Speaker, is he's taken a quote, he's left the start of the quote, he's left the end of the quote, and he's left out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 words that completely change the essence of what Mr Burgess said. Now, so this is why this is such an important issue and why the Manager of Opposition has moved this. Now, as we've said, let's take the Prime Minister. Let's be generous and say that he was unaware of that
that it was a mistake, it was an honest mistake. It was very easily resolved, and we would have moved on a long time ago and not be doing this motion now. If he'd come in and said, I'll correct the record, this was the record, I said this was the full quote, and he read that out and said in Parliament what had actually occurred different from what he said, we all would have moved on, Deputy Speaker. But again, this Prime Minister can't do that.
That's true.
And he can't come in and say, yes, he could say it was an honest mistake. We'd accept that if that's what he believed it was. But he can't even say that, Deputy Speaker. And that's why this is so important. He could also, obviously, he should have corrected the record and come in and explain that to the chamber as soon as that was called out. And also, we've obviously want an explanation on the government's handling of security arrangements for visas from individuals on the Gaza award. Now, every time, in fact, we've done something in the chamber, Speaker, and we've moved motions, we're doing this now, there's about 3 or 4 things that have happened in this chamber, the Prime Minister has never come in to defend himself on this, Deputy Speaker. He's never come in and said, well, I see what you're saying, and tried to correct that. So that, again, I'm certainly aware of the seriousness of this, but we believe that only the powerful Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests has the power to truly hold the Prime Minister accountable to this. And again, Speaker, I say this really with a bit of, I think it's unfortunate that I feel this way and feel the need to say this. This is a bit of a pattern with the Prime Minister, Deputy Speaker. He says Makarrata to one crowd means this, to another crowd he says that. He says one thing to the Muslim community, another thing to the Jewish community. Now we've got him taking a quote from the ASIO, from Mr Burgess from ASIO, and it looks, because of, as I say, where it is in the quote, it looks really deliberate that he was deliberately misquoting him to change the essence of what he actually said. Now you might say, well, why are you making a big deal of this? So what? But let's look at what the thing behind this is, Deputy Speaker. What's behind this? We all saw the horrific things that happened on October the 7th. And the people that did those horrific acts, not only were they horrific, they actually felt it was okay to film them. They actually filmed themselves doing barbaric acts, and felt it was okay to film themselves and celebrate those horrible things. And then the poor people, and there are obviously people within Gaza who don't support that and don't like that, and Hamas, the terrorist organisation, hide behind them in tunnels and in schools and hospitals. So we don't want those people coming here, Deputy Speaker. And the Prime Minister should correct the record. He should say that it was misquoted, the security checks that were happening, and come in and correct this and correct the record. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call the Manager of Government Business. The question is, the motion be
sorry, you've got to state of the question. Yep.
Question is the motion. Call the Manager of Government Business.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. I won't delay the House for long. You can tell from the speeches we just heard, when their heart's in an issue, and when they think, OK, we have to move this. Can I just say you don't have to move a motion like this, and for the entire time we were in opposition, when we made privileges references, if they were given precedence by the Speaker, who obviously was never a Speaker from our party during our time in opposition, we accepted the call of the Speaker. If they weren't given precedence, we viewed that as unfortunate, but we'd had our go. And if they were given precedence, then you would immediately move the resolution. That was the respect that we had for the office of Speaker when we were in opposition. I might add, at least they are being consistent in opposition to how they were in government, because there was an occasion when Speaker Smith gave precedence to a reference, I think from memory it was a reference about Christian Porter, and notwithstanding that he'd given precedence and the motion was moved, the government of the day, including the members who just spoke, voted against their own Speaker and voted against the whole process in terms of precedence being given. So these issues and the process here is something that has existed for a long time, and effectively we have a group that ran the last government that's now running the current opposition, that no matter what they say about process and precedent, actually have no respect for it at all. And that's exactly what we're seeing now. And I've had lots of arguments with lots of speakers over the years, but I've never seen a situation where a reference to privileges has been inappropriately dealt with by any speaker. And they always rely heavily on the professional advice that's available by the clerks. It's still their decision, I respect that, but it has always been done in a completely appropriate fashion. I've probably made more privileges references and tried my hand at this more than most people in the place, and some of them got over the line and some of them haven't. But what I haven't done is then said, well, if the umpire didn't call my way, then I'm going to just kick up a bit of a stink about it. That's all this resolution is. That's all it is. And with that in mind, I would also simply add this on the substance of what they're wanting to make issue with, which is where words were quoted, all of the words which were quoted were accurate, and they're saying, oh, the issue was it was an abridged quote that was used. Every day in question time, every single day in question time, these same people take points of order on relevance, and they can't even fully quote their own question. They use an abridged quotation roughly 2 or 3 times every single day in question time. And that's what they do and claim that therefore it can't be relevant, even though it might be relevant to something else that we're doing. Maybe that's why their heart's not in this motion. But I'm... Well, it's hard to get worked up over the wet lettuce. It's really hard to get worked up over it. And, you know, I accept there are many different forms of parliamentary tactics, but the manager of opposition business, the phrase "killing someone with boredom," he's a master at, and so yep, we take that hit. But other than that, this is a pretty lame attempt, and we'll be voting against it.
So I'm going to put the question. The question is that this motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against, no. No. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells.
We've got this one. I feel good about this one before.
Lock the doors. The question is the motion be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 52, noes 86. Matter is resolved in the negative. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. I have to report that the Better and Fairer Schools Information Management Bill 2024 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber. A Governor-General's message recommending an appropriation for the purposes of the bill has been reported, and the bill has been agreed to without amendment. I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is that the bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister for Education.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Member for Herbert. Leave is granted, and I give the call to the Minister.
Mr Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Student Identifiers Act 2014 and for related purposes.
We give the call to the member for McNamara.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present the following reports. Human Rights Scrutiny Report 7 of 2024 and Annual Report 2023, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the reports.
Leave granted.
There you go. Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. And I'm pleased to table the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights 7 Scrutiny Report of 2024 and our annual report for 2023. In this report, the committee has considered 151 new legislative instruments, commented on 5 instruments and concluded its examination of 1 bill. For example, the committee has commented on the Online Safety Relevant Electronic Services Class 1A and Class 1B Material Industry Standard 2024 and the Online Safety Relevant Electronic Services Class 1A and Class 1B Material Industry Standard 2024. These legislative instruments established industry standards for relevant electronic services and designated internet services which include online chat services, SMS services, websites, apps and online storage services. The standards require service providers to implement measures to reduce the risk that their services will be used to solicit, generate, access, distribute and store harmful materials, including violent or exploitative materials. The committee considers that this likely promotes a number of human rights, including the rights of women, rights and children to be free from sexual exploitation, the rights to life and security of the person, and the prohibition against inciting national, racial or religious hatred. However, the committee also notes that the measures necessarily limit the measures may limit the rights to freedom of expression and privacy by requiring the regulation of certain online materials, including restricting access to, disrupting the dissemination of and removing the material. The committee is therefore seeking further information from the Minister for Infrastructure. As the last day these instruments can be subject to parliamentary disallowance is tomorrow, the committee has resolved to place a protective notice of motion to disallow the instruments in the Senate. And this is a procedural mechanism that will provide the committee with more time to receive a response from the Minister for Infrastructure to consider the human rights compatibility of the standards. It will also ensure that the Parliament has the benefit of the committee's concluded assessment of these legislative instruments while they remain subject to parliamentary control. I also table the committee's 2023 annual report, which details the work of the committee for the 2023 calendar year. In 2023, the committee tabled 14 scrutiny reports, not bad, Acting Speaker, examining 231 bills and almost 2,000 legislative instruments, and commented on 37 of these. During this reporting period, the committee concluded its consideration on the vast majority of bills prior to their passage. A human rights analysis was available to inform members of Parliament prior to the passage of 94% of bills. The committee had concluded its examination of all legislative instruments that were subject to disallowance within the disallowance timeframe. During 2023, the committee continued to meet both during and outside of sittings, and this was a practice that commenced during the COVID-19 pandemic and has greatly assisted in ensuring the timeliness of the committee's regular scrutiny reports. The annual report also provides information about the work of the committee, including some major themes and scrutiny issues arising from the legislation by the committee and the initiation of 2 inquiries during the reporting period. The Attorney-General asked the committee to inquire into Australia's human rights framework and report to Parliament by 31 March 2024. It was a big piece of work, and the committee received 335 public submissions, over 4,000 formal campaign letters and held 6 public hearings. It had evidence from a range of community groups, religious organisations, government bodies and experts. The committee was also given function to review compulsory enhanced income management and compulsory income management for compatibility with human rights and report to the Parliament by 4 September this year, which we will do. It was a big year in the Parliamentary Joint Committee of Human Rights last year. I want to thank the Deputy Chair, the Member for Bowman, all of the committee members, and of course the incredible Secretariat of the Parliamentary Joint Committee of Human Rights. They are outstanding public servants, and the Chair is very grateful for all of their work. I encourage all members to consider our committee reports closely, and with these comments I commend the committee's Scrutiny Report 7 of 2024 and the Annual Report 2023 to the House.
I thank the member for McNamara. I have received messages from the Senate returning the following bills without amendment: Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment Declared Areas Bill 2024 and Criminal Code Amendment Deepfake Sexual Material Bill 2024. The following message from the Senate has been received. The Senate has passed a bill for an act to amend the Migration Act 1948 and for related purposes and transmits it to the House of Representatives for its concurrence. Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
Call the Minister.
I move that the second reading be made in order of the day for the next sitting.
And I put the question. The question is that the reading be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Those that opinion say aye. Those against no. I think the ayes have it. Before the debate, clerk, call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 3, Future Made in Australia Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Kooyong to the amendment moved by the member for Indi to the amendment moved by the member for Hume.
Before the debate is resumed on this bill, I remind the House that it has been agreed that a general debate be allowed covering this bill and the Future Made in Australia Omnibus Amendments Number 1 Bill 2024. And the question is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Kooyong be agreed to, and I call the member for Flinders.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The bills we are debating here today, the Future Made in Australia Bill 2024 and the Future Made in Australia Omnibus Amendments Number 1 Bill 2024, really do send a message to the Australian public and our key trading partners that this Albanese government is turning its back on being an open and efficient trading nation. Australia's enduring economic success has been dependent on our openness to global markets, and successive governments have had a light touch in enhancing our competitive advantage in both goods and services. The legislation before us today goes back to that tired old catch cry that sustains the Labor movement: government good, private sector bad. It picks winners and inserts public ownership into our industrial ecosystem, all the while solidifying the union movement's centrality and censorship in terms of what gets done in this country and what does not get done. In that, as in so many other respects, it is yet another CFMEU payday. I want to start with what I consider to be some of the most egregious parts of this legislation, hidden amongst the froth and bubble and self-congratulatory backslapping on those at the other side who claim to be backing in Australia's strengths. There are substantive changes to the Export Finance Australia body, which has been an essential part of Australia's successes as an export and trading nation, whose expert advice and judicious investment has created countless success stories in Australian know-how, goods and services being exported to the world for more than 30 years. Back then, the Export Finance Insurance Corporation, or EFIC as it was known, was created expressly to support Australian businesses in their export trade and overseas infrastructure development, offering loans, guarantees and insurance to help businesses manage the financial risks associated with exporting, financing infrastructure projects abroad that involved Australian companies, working with private sector banks and other financial institutions to encourage them to finance exports and overseas projects. More often than not, EFIC, later known as the EFA, agreed to invest in a good or service, gave the market a strong indication that the project had substance, credibility and was likely to succeed in its target market. In doing so, EFIC did not replace private sector investment, but its astute decision-making led others to take a risk, knowing it had passed EFIC's rigorous assessment. To give you some examples of the critical difference EFIC made to Australia's exporting success, ranging from the big to the small, in 2014, through its national interest account, it supported PNG's liquefied natural gas project, developing a major LNG project with Australian know-how and investment, and ultimately making a huge contribution to the economy of Papua New Guinea and strengthening trade ties between Australia and PNG. But EFIC was equally, if not more, impactful in the small business end of the market. By way of example, in 2014, EFIC provided a modest $600,000 to Aztec Paints in South Australia to increase its presence in China, Korea, Japan and Middle Eastern markets. But it needed help to meet demand from Japanese clients for its elastomeric coatings, which met Japan's strict building codes at the time. The commercial bank was supportive of plans to increase production, but it just needed additional security, which EFIC was able to provide by way of an export working capital guarantee. Another example, in 2016, an EFIC small business export loan helped Franklin Island Cruises increase its Japanese exports, entering into a charter program with a Japanese travel provider, bringing people to Australia to enjoy the Great Barrier Reef. The expansion would have meant 30% of their revenue, but they needed new equipment to ensure contract delivery. EFIC's modest loan of just $190,000 under its small business export loan program allowed Franklin Islands Cruises to tailor the repayment term to meet their needs. This is one of so very many small businesses which EFIC was able to help. Between 2013 and 2016, concurrently with the Abbott government signing world-leading free trade agreements with Japan, South Korea and China, it provided millions of dollars to small and medium-sized enterprises, enabling them to make early gains under these FTAs, which were best in class at the time of their signing. The Special Small Business Export Loan was created in 2014, and between 2013 and 16, more than $100 million was directed to the small to medium sector. Operating at arm's length from government, the EFA and before it EFIC, only had occasional recourse to the Trade Minister. It obviously operated by taking into account the Australian government's trade priorities, ensuring that Australian businesses were able to make the most of new market opportunities that were opened by government-secured trade deals. And by golly, the coalition government kept EFIC busy. Between 2013 and 2022, there had been the most rapid negotiation, conclusion and ratification of high-quality FTAs. In 2014 alone, there was a deal done with China, Japan and South Korea, and subsequent deal closures were not far off with Hong Kong, Indonesia, India, the UK and finally the CPTPP. I remember it all well because at the time I was the Trade Minister's Chief of Staff, and we worked at breakneck speed to meet the Prime Minister's demands at the time of getting 3 deals done within just 12 months. EFIC's work was essential in reaping the benefits of those FTAs, and its focus was singular: build new and stronger markets for Australia's exports. Make sure the world has access to the stuff we are good at, that we are good at on our own without government handouts and interference in picking winners. To enable it to do its work, the former coalition increased EFIC's funding in 2014 by $200 million and then later again in 2019 when it expanded its callable capital to $1.2 billion. Now, when you look beneath the hood of the industry ministers back to the 70s industrial policy encapsulated in these bills, you find meaningful, enduring and, may I say, mission-crushing changes to the EFA, giving it the power to make, and I quote, domestically focused investments under the national interest account following referral to government and commercial assessment to fund domestic projects where support is not available through existing funds and programs. Basically, its remit is now that of a domestic bank backing government-picked projects. The EFA, or EFIC, will now have a somewhat Orwellian-termed EFIC's national economy function, which is to encourage and facilitate eligible activities that support Australia's economic resilience and security, and a possibly even more economy shackling EFIC's net zero function, which should leave us all wondering whether this government values net zero above our achievements as a dynamic, vibrant, successful and enduring trading nation. The Albanese government does not hide the fact that it's turning its back on boosting our exports through free trade. In section 2.10 of the explanatory memorandum to these bills, it states, Schedule 1 to the Omnibus Bill allows EFA to disregard 2 of its primary duties for the purposes of enabling EFA to perform its new national economy and net zero functions. These primary duties, which are now to be disregarded, are that it performs its functions in such a manner as will best assist the development of Australian export trade. Remember, that's the part that's to be disregarded, and that it has regard to the desirability of improving and extending the range of insurance and other financial services and products available, whether from EFIC or otherwise, to persons involved or likely to be involved directly or indirectly in Australian export trade. No longer core business for the EFA. In making these changes to the EFA, Labor has effectively transformed the EFA's role from an independently managed, outward-facing, export-driving investment vehicle to a domestic bank for domestic projects or to bankroll big-ticket items for reportedly good mates of the government like Cy Contum. At the same time, Labor has extended the fingers of the government's hand into the decision-making of the EFC. In a recent podcast by Australian trade experts Dr Prue Gordon, Executive Director of the Australian Centre for International Trade and Investment, and Professor Peter Draper, Executive Director of the Institute for International Trade at the University of Adelaide, Dr Gordon said, Export Finance Australia has 2 accounts. One is the commercial account and one is the national interest account. And all of the future Made in Australia programs will fall under the national interest account. Now, decisions as to whether EFA even considers a project for funding will be a decision made by the Minister. It's not a decision made by Export Finance Australia. The EFA, the amending legislation that comes with the future Made in Australia legislation in relation to the EFA, clearly says that they have to take a project to the Minister for the Minister's decision, even if it doesn't meet with any of EFA's criteria as to whether it should be funded or not. So that's the national interest account. EFA, they are not experts on the projects that they fund. They are experts on financing projects, but not on the projects that they fund. Dr. Gordon goes on, and I know projects that they've funded on the national interest account in the past, they have relied on private sector advisors as to whether the project warrants funding and it's going to be a good investment or not. For those who are curious, I commend this podcast to listeners at home. Trade Policy Decoded, episode 15, The Re-emergence of Industry Policy and a Future Made in Australia, dated from the 7th of August. So when you take these changes to the EFA and you hold them up to the contributions to this debate from those on the other side, you would be right to ask yourself whether the Albanese Labor government is turning its back on global trade, trade agreements, and indeed the network of trade agreements which has made Australia such a strong global economy despite her relative size. It's worth looking at Labor's record in this space as a backdrop to these bills. The Albanese government implemented the UK FTA, concluded by the previous coalition government, and indeed the Indian FTA, equally concluded by the previous coalition government. The only one they really had to achieve for themselves on their own scorecard was the EU FTA, for which, yet again, much of the work had already been done by the previous coalition government, and may I say the previous Trade Minister who's just come into the chamber. They started well on the EU FTA, and then progress came to a sudden stop in October of last year. Subsequent opportunities for revival of negotiations, such as at the WTO Ministerial in Abu Dhabi in February, were not seized. The agreement at this point is effectively dead. It is worth taking stock of what this government has lost by deserting well-advanced free trade negotiations with like-minded partners in favour of the picking winners Made in Australia protectionist industry policy encapsulated in these bills. Made up of over 450 million consumers, the EU has a combined GDP of some US 17 billion. The EU is a vital partner for Australian manufacturing, automotive, science and research, as well as in the digital economy, finance and financial services. And last October, there were high and reasonably founded expectations that a deal would be done. The EU had sent its Vice President and Agricultural Commissioner to run down any final skirmishes with Australia in a very non-European setting of Osaka. Negotiators, business and industry representatives, as well as our exporters, had all turned up in significant numbers to see the Australian FTA flag thrown over the last missing mega market in Australia's FTA net. In the lead-up, progress had been made in relation to key priorities for Australia, certainly in relation to red meat and sugar. It was, of course, not as much as our agricultural industries wanted, because it is never enough for what they want, and they are right to be ambitious when you produce the best beef, lamb and finest sugar in the world. However, the EU had found a way to expand their earlier offers 2- or 3-fold depending on the quota and the cut of meat. The EU's market access offer would have been worth more than Australian $1 billion a year in new agricultural market access and reduce the cost of environmental technology such as wind turbines, which currently attract a 5% tariff, resulting in Chinese turbines being the cheapest choice in Australia. Tariffs on minerals, metals, wood, paper and chemicals would also have been removed. The deal would have expanded trade in energy and raw materials, ensuring Australia was sharing her precious critical minerals and resources with like-minded nations. The EU had given ground on those pesky geographic indicators, agreeing that Australian companies already established in the market will be able to continue using these terms, often reflecting their original European heritage or establishment. But back in October, the final negotiations were over before they began, with the Trade Minister abruptly informing the Europeans on negotiation eve that there was nothing to discuss the next day. The Europeans were stumped. They hadn't seen the about turn coming. They had been given every indication to the contrary. It was a betrayal of years of progress. And at the time, the Europeans didn't just think they had been deceived by a sudden turnaround, they knew they had been. It was obvious someone had pulled the leash on the Australian side. One outstanding issue relating to importing talent, bringing European professionals with discrete skills to Australia, is the what most people believe was the sticking point. The abolition of labour market testing in discrete technical industries, so despised by the Australian union movement, had precipitated the Albanese government's turnaround. Few here would remember the vicious campaign run by the union movement against the China Free Trade Agreement, which equally abolished labour market testing for some specialised skills. At the time, the CFMEU and ETU ran full-page ads in the paper, online and television ads, and even went as far as robocalls. At the time, those CFMEU-sponsored ads said, "Do you know what Tony Abbott's free trade deal with China means? Chinese companies can fly people into work without ever having to look around for local stuff." It was blunt, racist fear campaign, which in the end amounted to nothing. The deal was done and there was no flood of workers.
Thank you, Member. The question is the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Coogee be agreed to, and I call the member for Nichols.
Draw your attention to the state of the House.
Quorum. Ring the bells. Quorum present, and I call the Assistant Minister for Social Services and Prevention of Family Violence has the call. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak on the Future Made in Australia Bill and the Future Made in Australia Omnibus Amendments Bill 2024. And as the House well knows, the Albanese Labor government is taking every measure to seize the opportunities before us and to drive our economy so everyone in our nation benefits. And this bill is at the heart of our government's vision for a stronger, more prosperous, more resilient and more diversified Australian economy. And we know how important it is to have that diversity and strength right across our economy and indeed particularly also across our regions as well. And today and every day our government is working to help Australians who are under financial pressure. We know people are doing it tough and that's why we're acting on cost of living. boosting wages. At the same time, we're delivering those very important tax cuts to, indeed, every Australian taxpayer, making sure that Australians can earn more and keep more of what they earn. And indeed, in my electorate of Richmond on the New South Wales North Coast, more than 70,000 taxpayers benefit from these tax cuts. So we are absolutely making sure that we are doing a number of projects to make sure we can ease some of those cost of living pressures. We know there is more to do, and we know people are doing it tough, but we have a whole range of measures. Other things, indeed, the energy bill release, that $300 for every household is vitally important as well. Every household benefits from that. And we're also making sure people benefit from cheaper childcare and cheaper medicines and fee-free TAFE. So many more that have been able to access TAFE because of our fee-free TAFE policies. So the government is delivering economic security for all Australians, and we want to, of course, build on that and continue that by making more things here in Australia. And that's what the centrepiece of this bill does, making more things in this nation. It certainly is a call that I hear from people in my electorate all the time. We should be making more things here and using our resources and our people, creating more jobs and being able to make a lot more here. And indeed, as they say to me all the time, making our nation a renewable energy superpower. That's what we are committed to doing. And of course, all of that makes our economy more resilient and more secure. We also want to make it easy for companies to invest in new projects and create new jobs, particularly in our regions. Now, the government's Future Made in Australia plan is about maximising the economic and industrial benefits of the global transformation to net zero and securing Australia's place in a changing global economic landscape. If we help Australia, it will help Australia build a stronger, more diversified and more resilient economy powered by renewable energy. We know how important that is. Of course, it will create more secure, well-paid jobs and encourage and facilitate the private sector investment required to make our nation an indispensable part of the global net zero economy. And Deputy Speaker, this bill, an omnibus bill, deliver on key elements of the government's Future Made in Australia plan that we announced in our budget this year. They impose rigour on government decision-making and help give investors the clarity and certainty they need to invest and unlock growth in our economy. So the Future Made in Australia bill includes three components. Firstly, the bill embeds the government's new national interest framework to help identify where Australia has a genuine comparative advantage in the net zero economy or where we have an economic security and resilience imperative. It also establishes a robust sector assessment process to help improve understanding of how government can best leverage private investment in areas of the economy aligned with the framework. And furthermore, this bill defines a set of community benefit principles, so important to ensure the benefits of Future Made in Australia support and also support the private sector investment that it enables to flow to local communities, workers and businesses. Vitally important to have that community benefit principle. And the bill contains amendments to implement key Future Made in Australia initiatives announced in the budget this year. And some of those amendments include enabling Export Finance Australia to make domestically focused investments under the National Interest Account in alignment with the National Interest Framework, safeguarding $6 billion in funding for arenas renewables and related priorities, giving industry and investors certainty to deliver sizable, long-term and long-lasting projects. That's what we need to have in this country. And the Future Made in Australia bill embeds that national interest framework, as I say, that was announced in the budget. The framework will support Australian government consideration and decision-making in relation to significant public investment that, of course, then also unlocks private investment at a scale in the national interest. And this really is a very visionary bill and a move by this government to secure that investment for the future. Codifying the framework and legislation will help provide certainty to the investment community and bring additional rigour to government decision-making. Now, the National Interest Framework includes two streams: the Net Zero Transformation Stream, which covers sectors that could have a sustained comparative advantage in a net zero global economy, and where public investment is likely to be needed for the sector to make emissions reductions. The other stream is Economic Resilience and Security, which covers sectors where some level of domestic capability is a necessary or efficient way to deliver economic resilience and security. And that the private sector will not deliver the necessary investment in the sector in the absence of government support. That's why it's so vitally important to have this government support to drive this. The bill enables sector assessments which assess the extent to which a sector aligns with the National Interest Framework and those opportunities to address some of the barriers to private investment in our nation's interest. And these assessments will help inform robust government decision-making on significant public investments, as I say, that aim to unlock that private investment. The bill allows for the Minister to provide guidance regarding matters relevant to the assessment, such as government priorities or net zero transformation or economic security and resilience considerations that have motivated the referral. So our government, as I say, want to ensure that public investment and private investment flows to communities in that way that really benefits the community, provides the jobs, provides the support for those families and workers in those areas. To enable this, the following community benefit principles must be applied to the Future Made in Australia supports identified in the bill. The benefit principles include promoting safe and secure jobs that are well paid and have good conditions. And that certainly is what I hear from people in my region and indeed right throughout the country, but particularly in regions, the need to have safe and secure jobs that provide for individuals and their families, which of course then drives local economies and national economy too. Also developing more, another principle, developing more skilled and inclusive workforces by investing in the training and skills development and broadening opportunities for workforce participation, which has been at the heart of all of the actions of this government, making sure that people are able to access more training and skills and have a wider range of opportunities for workforce participation. Also, another principle is engaging collaboratively with and achieving positive outcomes for our local communities, such as First Nations communities and communities directly affected by the transition to net zero. The principle is strengthening domestic industrial capabilities, including through stronger local supply chains, and demonstrating transparency and compliance in relation to the management of tax affairs, including benefits received under Future Made in Australia supports. These community benefit principles will be applied on a program-by-program basis, and any further details to satisfy these requirements will be subject, of course, to consultation. Above all, this bill speaks to our unwavering determination to shape the future, not wait for the future to shape us, to drive our economy through this investment. Now, of course, Deputy Speaker, we do know that those in opposition, the Liberals and Nationals, don't really support what's at the heart of this bill. We know when their speakers have come here and talked about this bill, they just don't want our country to excel in efficient, low-cost renewable energy. We know how important it is to drive our economy, to address climate change. We know how important it is for the provision of jobs, how it's absolutely central to our economic growth. Instead, what do those across the opposition benches want? They want to hold us back with dangerous and expensive nuclear energy, which of course we also know will drive up power prices as well. That's all they have. It is a shame, but indeed no surprise. As always, they're always doing the opposite of what's actually good for our country and good for our economy. We know that there are many. We know that the biggest threat to Australian jobs and investment is indeed sitting across from us on the opposition benches. We know that because they just aren't interested in programs and policies that do drive our economy. And their record in this House is somewhat atrocious. They voted against the National Reconstruction Fund, hard to believe, voted against energy bill relief, all of these really important initiatives to assist Australians. And they say fee-free TAFE was a waste of money. I mean, look at the You know, hundreds of thousands of people that are benefited by it. I speak to people every day who would not have been able to access training without fee-free TAFE. And when they were in government, the Liberals and Nationals gutted the CSIRO. And of course, when we look to the Leader of the Opposition, well, you know, we know that when he was the Health Minister, everyday Australians were worse off, and I know particularly elderly people in my electorate were worse off. Who can forget the GP tax? Horrific. Who can forget when doctors voted the then Health Minister, now the opposition leader, the worst in Australian political history? But indeed, as I say, those across in the opposition just want to hold us back. But, Deputy Speaker, in contrast, the agenda of our government, the Albanese Labor government and our Prime Minister, is no one held back and no one left behind. And the legislation before us today has that principle at its core, at its absolute core, because a future made in Australia is about unlocking private investment in jobs and industry and energy around our nation. It is a unique opportunity to provide for the future of this nation and for future jobs growth and in driving our local economy. And of course is about making our country a renewable energy superpower. We have the capacity to do that, and that is why this bill absolutely should be passed. And in conclusion, Deputy Speaker, we have the resources, ingenuity and determination to do that. We have the capacity to do that, and we must do it. We must do it for our economy's future and for the provision of future jobs. We know how important that is. And in summing up, I certainly would like to say, Deputy Speaker, that I commend this bill to the House. It is transformative for the future of our nation.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution on the question before the House now. That the amendments before the House be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the honourable member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. If this Albanese Labor government wants to make more products in Australia, then I have a big tip for the Prime Minister. Our manufacturers and small businesses need cheaper, reliable and secure power. Our Aussie manufacturers are crying out for more gas supply in the domestic market to bring down the cost of doing business. Small businesses want to see their energy bills lowered, not continue to rise. But instead, the bills being debated today would enhance the Minister for Climate Change and Energy's ability to drive his all eggs in one basket, renewables-only approach when it comes to our nation's energy grid. I understand the Omnibus Bill expands the Australian Renewable Energy Agency's function from research and development and demonstration to supporting manufacturing, deployment and commercialisation. ARENA has always been an R&D agency, and this is clear in its remit. But when the Labor Party was in opposition, they opposed expanding the remit to cover sensible, net zero-related R&D expenditure, including for carbon capture and storage and blue hydrogen. But now they're in government and are on an ideological steam train to attempt to power the nation only on renewables. They have changed their minds. Why not add in uranium and the ability for our country to have 24/7 baseload nuclear power to ensure our energy security? After all, the wind doesn't always blow and the sun doesn't always shine. The media has been writing constantly about the energy crisis facing this nation because of the government's approach, with wind droughts and potential outages because of a lack of gas. They now want to expand ARENA's powers to incorporate projects they want to see get up more renewables, rather than assisting with research and development efforts. If this is going to be the case, then what for the Clean Energy Finance Corporation? Even further, the Minister for Climate Change and Energy will be able to pump more taxpayer dollars into his reckless renewables-only approach with a stroke of a pen. No parliamentary oversight and no scrutiny, just some delegated legislation, and in an election year, $3.98 billion can walk out the door. We know that the Productivity Commission recently said the Albanese Labor government's $1 billion solar sunshot program should be retrospectively subjected to a tougher national interest framework test. Even the Treasurer's hand-picked Productivity Commissioner knows this government is making up policy on the run. And what's worse is that the $1 billion of taxpayer money is attached. She also went on to say, if we are supporting industries that don't have a long-term competitive advantage, that can be an ongoing cost. It diverts resources. that's workers and capital, away from other parts of the economy where they might generate high-value uses. The Treasury Secretary has refused to back the project as well. Why are ministers afraid to put these projects with large sums of public money forward for adequate scrutiny? I thought this was going to be an open government, a government of transparency. This was obviously another broken promise to the Australian people. The Treasury was apparently not consulted on the decision to invest in solar manufacturing, and their analysis afterwards demonstrated that it was not a sound investment. We need to put the public's money towards projects that are backed in by experts, with public servant advice that meet the pub test. Let's help our current businesses continue to stay open and thrive in an economy that actually works. The Coalition isn't against solar. In fact, we are proud that Australia is the best nation in the world for rooftop solar. We want to see public investment in areas that we can be competitive, successful and rewarded with thriving industries, not propped up ones. Now, unfortunately, insolvencies have tripled since this Labor government took office in 2022, and it's absolutely, you could say it's ridiculous, but it's actually heartbreaking. Australia should be a place of the fair go, but increasingly the policy settings and bills being put forward by the government are not conducive to this. So many of our domestic manufacturers right across Greater Western Sydney rely on gas to power their businesses, but the government won't invest in more gas or things like carbon capture and storage and blue hydrogen. Our local manufacturers are proud to make Aussie products on a daily basis, but because of the energy market and industry policies of this government, we're seeing record numbers of manufacturers closing their doors, and in turn, everyday Australians are losing their jobs and livelihoods. These small, medium and large-scale manufacturers need cheaper power prices right now to survive in the current economic climate. In my Western Sydney community, I recently visited a local steel manufacturer in Emu Plains. The manager told me the company's gas bill had risen about 40% since Labor took office. This is extraordinary, but it gets worse. A defence manufacturer and advanced manufacturing industry in Jemison Town told me their energy costs have grown by an astronomical 100%. They looked into the government's Solar for Business scheme to get a government assistance, but it was not feasible for their business. The director told me that it didn't matter about the number of solar panels that they could put on their roof because the amount of power needed would not be able to be enough to ensure that they could power their business. They could maybe only power the office. Additionally, the structure of the roof would not be able to hold the solar panels. This local manufacturer needs gas, and it needs gas at an affordable price. More supply will bring down the cost of gas, particularly for heavy industry. These are manufacturers that are crying out for good long-term contracts, but are starting to get worried about domestic supply due to the lack of approval coming from the Albanese Labor government. Small businesses, particularly in Western Sydney, where the cost of living crunch is unbearable, need effective policies. Not a small $325 handout, which will realistically go nowhere in terms of paying the real cost of the energy they need to create products, operate their business and employ so many locals. Last week we saw business closure statistics released. The stats were dire for Western Sydney. Creditor Watch's most recent update of its business risk index noted that 90% of Australia will see an increase in the number of business failures in the year ahead. From this data set, Western Sydney is one of the 2 hardest hit regions in our country. Our manufacturers and our small businesses are struggling so much right now. We need good industry policy in competitive industries to get our country ahead. But instead of doing so and fighting for jobs that will lead us back to the head of the pack, we have a government that is focused on paying for projects that suit their ideological positioning on energy. We need to see real positive signals from government to ensure private sector support across industry, including gas, resources and renewables. But when a government is solely focused on renewables and putting public money through these bills mechanisms towards it, then we can fail as a nation. We don't want more blackouts and brownouts. We need to have policies that will stimulate the economy and ensure The people and businesses, small businesses, manufacturers right across the country can thrive on their own. There needs to be the right tax incentives in place for business to invest in Australia as well. We are seeing disastrous economy, industry and energy policies that are impacting manufacturers, small businesses and in turn the lives of everyday families across this nation. We've seen 12 mortgage rate rises under the Albanese Labor government. Real wages have slumped 9%. There's been an 8% drop in living standards. Household savings have dipped by 10%. Going to the Bowser for petrol and getting fresh food and vegetables have increased as well. In my patch as the Shadow Minister for Energy Affordability, is heartbreaking, absolutely heartbreaking to hear the stories of families that cannot pay to keep the lights on. Dual income households across Penrith are asking food banks to help them pay their bills, and they are doing that because they are too proud to take food away from the homeless. This is the economy we are living in right now due to the failure of economic, industry and energy policies by those opposite. More than 600 households are applying for energy hardship payments every single week. Industry and households are paying well above 20% more for their power than they did in the last coalition government. To make the energy, cost of living and manufacturing crises much worse, we have a Labor government that is currently overseeing 90% of 24/7 baseload power leaving the energy system over the next few years. It's laughable that the Prime Minister, when he was leading the opposition, quipped that at the end of the first term of a Labor government, when we reflect on what we have built, we'll see this, an economy that makes more things here at home, powered by cheap, renewable energy. Isn't the opposite true of that statement? Our Aussie manufacturers are paying some of the highest prices in the globe for energy. If it wasn't so sad, it would be laughable that this Labor government thinks they will power ahead with a future made in Australia without an energy policy that will supply consistent, reliable and secure power for industry and businesses. The government cannot solve the industry issues in this country by continuing to funnel public funds into projects to meet their own interim climate change targets without thinking about the energy, security and costs facing Australia. It's time for the government to admit their faults and step back from these bills as they currently read. Better industry comes from providing the correct economic policies to provide an environment that will help business flourish. The coalition in government will do three things in this space. We will steer our nation out of our multiple current domestic crises. We'll not just talk about the challenges of our time, we'll meet them head on with action to carve out a more secure future. Most importantly, we'll make the decisions that set Australia up for success for many generations to come. There are 6 core ways to get this done. We'll rein in inflationary spending to take pressure off inflation rather than spending billions on corporate welfare for Labor Party's pet projects. We'll wind back Labor's interventions by removing regulatory roadblocks that are causing harm to the economy and stopping so many businesses from getting ahead. We'll condense approval processes and remove red tape barriers that continue to harm mining, entrepreneurialism and jobs. The coalition will remove the complexity and hostility of this Labor government's industrial relations agenda that is putting imposts on businesses, particularly casual worker changes impacting our small businesses. And our coalition government will provide lower, simpler and fairer taxes, as all Australians, of course, should keep more of what they earn. We need changes to competition policy to give businesses a fair go and ensure projects receiving government funding meet adequate tests, which is of concern in these bills. We will ensure Australians have more affordable and reliable energy. As the bill reads, the coalition opposes them. We need a government that believes in providing cheaper, reliable and secure energy for this nation. No one wants to just back in renewable projects. The coalition wants renewables to be built here and partake in the energy grid, but they need to be backed by 24/7 baseload power that gas and nuclear can provide, which the government does not want to explore under these bills. Only the coalition can truly bring back Aussie-made.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution on the question before the House now is that the amendments before... I'll give the call to the honourable member.
Draw your attention, Deputy Speaker, to the state of the House.
Let me do that. Quorum required. Ring the bell. Come here.
No, that was on the table. Thank you. I have to stay there, don't I?
It's a terrible thing. What did I do?
I'm stuck, yes, you're right.
Yes, it's got me stuck.
I thank the clerk. Thanks, honourable members. Quorum's now present, and I give the call to the honourable Minister for Environment and Water.
Thank you so much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the member for calling the quorum to make sure I had some of my colleagues here to support me. It's wonderful, and it gives me the opportunity of telling the Chamber. I'm sorry that the member for Lindsay's gone. I was going to school her a bit on some of the things that she got wrong. I don't have time to go through all the things that she got wrong, but we know that we inherited a cost of living crisis on this side. We know. And everything we've done every day since being elected has been aimed at dealing with that cost of living crisis. Is it job done? No way. We don't accept for a moment that it's job done. But at every step of the way, we've been opposed by those opposite. We have delivered better tax cuts, fairer tax cuts, more for low and middle income Australians and less for me. That's fair enough. I'm happy with that. We've delivered real wage rises for the first time in a decade. Under those opposite, they confessed that they had a policy that low wages were a deliberate design feature of their economic architecture. They said it. We didn't say it about them. They said it. And we know that that's what would happen if they were elected again. And the other thing I just wanted to mention is the member for Lindsay was talking about these are the things we need to do if we want to blah, blah, blah. You know what? In typical fashion for the coalition parties, we heard nothing, no detail. Can you believe that almost 3 years into a coalition government, they have not a single costed policy that they will take to the next election? Not a single costed policy. They've got no policies to deal with the cost of living crisis that we admit and agree is the most important thing facing the Australian people at the moment. And instead of talking about the cost of living in here, every question, every day in question time is about visas. They have the opportunity to stand up and tell the people of Australia what they would do to help with the cost of living, rather than opposing everything that we're trying to do to help with the cost of living. I mean, they're the people who set the fire, and now they put the roadblocks up so the fire engine can't get there when it comes to the cost of living. And not a single, if you ask them, what would you do to help ordinary people with their cost of living, what could they say? Not a single policy to help Australians with the cost of living. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, on to this terrific piece of legislation, Future Made in Australia Bill. Can I say, this morning was a great example of what a future made in Australia looks like, because we announced the environmental tick-off for Australia's largest renewable energy project, and one of the largest in the world. This is something that my colleague, Minister Chris Bowen, has been working so hard on, to see this energy transition through. This announcement today of environmental approval for Sun Cable means that the Albanese Labor government has now ticked off enough renewable energy to power 7 million homes. The energy transition is real, it's happening now. Cheaper, cleaner, renewable energy for households and businesses will be better for the environment, better for jobs, bring down prices, increase certainty. And we know that the Sun Cable project will be economically and socially transformative for the Northern Territory. Of course, it's about the power that will be exported in the future from this proposal, but it's also about the power that will be used in Darwin and what it will be used for. Sun Cable estimates the project will deliver more than $20 billion in economic value to the Northern Territory, support an average of 6,800 direct and indirect jobs for each year of the construction phase, with a peak workforce of 14,300. I think one of the most critical things about this is we've managed with Sun Cable to design a project that actually avoids the significant negative impacts on the environment that you would normally worry about with a project of this size. They've designed the project to avoid ghost bat colonies, to make sure that protected species like the greater bilby are actually protected with the rollout of this project. And one of the things that is so exciting about the Future Made in Australia bill and the plan itself, is how critical this renewable energy future is to our economy in the future. Because from my perspective as Environment Minister, of course, reducing climate-related risks is one of the very best things that we can do to protect our environment. But renewable energy also means that we are uniquely placed to our renewable energy resources here in Australia mean that we are uniquely placed to benefit from a transformation that's not just happening in Australia, although it is happening in Australia, but is actually happening globally. There is global demand for renewable energy. We want to be able to export it in the way that we have exported coal and gas in the past, through projects like green hydrogen, through projects like this cable. And we want to export the products that are made with renewable energy, because those products will be in increasing demand around the world as economies do their best to decarbonise internationally. If we want to remain competitive in this changing world, we need to have a plan, and that plan is this Future Made in Australia, and it is extraordinary to see those opposite lining up to complain about this transformative opportunity we have for this country. This plan provides clarity, it provides certainty and a framework for companies that want to invest in new projects that create jobs, that create wealth, particularly in regional Australia. Now, the only thing that we have heard about regional Australia from those opposite is they want to build some nuclear reactors there. The idea that nuclear reactors built in 20 years' time can do anything for cost of living now or for, the member opposite says not 20 years' time. Well, is it 15? When will they be built? When will they be built?
How many?
When will they be built? Oh, right. Apparently it's not for the Leader of the Opposition to say either, because he hasn't said it yet. So they've got a nuclear fantasy of energy in 15 years' time, 20 years' time. The most expensive new form of energy, won't tell us any of the details of that, won't release the costings. And instead, as I said this morning, we are in a transformation of the Australian economy that can bring cheaper power, the jobs that come with it, the household bill relief that comes with it, and it's happening now, not in 20 years' time. Our plan includes investing in renewable hydrogen, critical minerals processing, green metals, green energy technologies, low carbon liquid fuels. The example that Sun Cable gave today are those energy hungry, big data centres that are being built around the world right now, particularly as AI expands. That's exactly the sort of project that you would like to see this kind of renewable energy on an industrial scale able to power in the Northern Territory. In this year's federal budget, we allocated around $8 billion to scale up green hydrogen that will be used to create green steel, replace gas in other manufacturing processes. We've invested a further $7 billion for critical minerals, the minerals that are used to make electric vehicles, make batteries that go into wind turbines. We've put another $1 billion into solar manufacturing and $500 million to make batteries. Australia can be a supplier of these new technologies. We've got all the raw materials and we've got more than our share of the smarts. Instead of investing here in Australia, we've been waving goodbye to these opportunities for too long. Well, no longer. We have a plan for Australia to benefit from this transition, for the demand for these products with cleaner, greener energy. We've already seen, as I said, a substantial increase in renewable energy in the grid. We've seen a 25% increase in renewable energy already, and we are continuing to tick off renewable energy projects at record rates. 55 I've ticked off so far, outstripping coal and gas projects 7-1. Those opposite like to pretend that we're talking renewables only. Of course, that's not the case. The Greens political party like to pretend that there's nothing happening with renewable energy. Nothing could be further from the truth. We've got record numbers of renewable energy projects in the pipeline ahead of us as well, because frankly, the market has decided that this is where investment in power is going. They've worked out that it is cheaper as well as being cleaner. Of course, my water portfolio has a critical role in this Future Made in Australia as well. In May, we announced that the Commonwealth will contribute $65 million towards setting up a major desalination and water transport project in the Upper Spencer Gulf as part of the Future Made in Australia plan. That project includes plans for a seawater desalination plant at Cape Hardy capable of processing 260 megalitres a day and a 600-kilometre pipeline to transport the treated water to Whyalla and to outback mining sites like Carrapateena and Roxby Downs. At the moment, mining operations in the far north draw on water from the Great Artesian Basin, and with the sort of scaling up we want to see, that is particularly unsustainable. That Great Artesian Basin water covers a large part of Australia, and it's very important for all sorts of uses. The hydrogen power station proposed for Whyalla needs a reliable and abundant supply of water to convert into hydrogen for power generation, and we are very happy to be partnering with the South Australian Government to explore that opportunity. We're also, of course, providing $4 million to help First Nations communities to engage with those hydrogen project developers to take advantage of the jobs that can be created in regional and remote communities with this investment, because unlocking a vibrant domestic hydrogen industry is absolutely critical to our vision of being a renewable energy superpower and for a future made in Australia. Of course, our plan doesn't just rely on these direct investments alone. We need a trained and skilled workforce. Those opposite spent years running down skills in our economy. We've invested in TAFE, 500,000 fee-free TAFE places, and I want to give credit to my very good friend, the former Minister Brendan O'Connor, who did such amazing work in this area of skills and will be sorely missed in this place as a skilled minister, but more particularly as a very, very decent human being. But it's just not just the TAFE places, it's the additional investment in universities, it's the regional university centres that we're rolling out, because we know we'll need the whole range of jobs, from skilled trades to PhD engineers and scientists and everybody in between, as we transform our economy, as we grasp these opportunities that are there for the taking. Cyber capability, the research that universities are doing, the partnerships that we're supporting between private businesses and these critical inputs, you can see that our future made in Australia is bright. We are able to take the opportunities that this global transformation is offering Australia, take our unique advantages, our solar, our wind, and most particularly our people, our hard-working, skilled, clever people. We can grasp those opportunities for a future made in Australia.
I thank the Minister for her contribution, and the question before the House now is that the amendments before the House be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I draw your attention to the state of the House.
Quorum required. Ring the bells.
You should send a text in a WhatsApp group to your side, Darren, and come on.
More on your side, more on your side. Hopefully put us in the right side. That's the end,
What are we doing in this plan, Danny?
For me to be in here when you're talking. I'm looking forward to it.
What have you approved in Gippsland, Dan? What's happening down there?
I'm not hearing
Darren, it's not your strong suit, Darren.
So, mate. You're disorderly. Get a tie on. You've been enjoying the greens, have you? Where's your tie? You're a rebel.
No, I'm not staying.
Let's go to the gym.
I'm interfering with your fitness campaign.
It's good for my mental health.
Yep. I think abusing me is good for your mental health.
Yeah, quorum is not good for my mental health.
If no one comes, we can all go home. Even better. Someone will stay away. Yeah, one's out. 4 minutes or 5 minutes. One's out. Four. Lock the doors. just want an audience. I want to inform you to come and say good day.
Fair enough, fair enough. What a good audience you've got too.
Yeah. I've got a t-shirt for you.
Yes, we've got a calendar for you too.
I might have two t-shirts for you.
I do thank honourable members. Quorum has now been achieved, and the question before the House is now that the amendments be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Gippsland.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And when it comes to this government, to the Albanese government, there are three simple facts you need to keep in mind whenever you examine proposed legislation. When it comes to this government, you know the blue-collar workers are going to be sold out in the desperate bid to win over green preferences in the urban areas. You also know when it comes to this government, it's always a good idea to read the fine print. We've got a slogan-led recovery. Every bill has a slogan in its title, but when you start examining the substance, you realise that that bill actually contains something very different to what you imagine it might contain. And the final thing you always need to keep in mind, Deputy Speaker, when it comes to examining Labor Party's approach to legislation, keep in the back of your mind, on every occasion, Labor's track record. Labor cannot manage money and can't be trusted to make good decisions with the Australian taxpayers' hard-earned dollars. And this goes to the heart, Deputy Speaker, of this bill. This Future Made in Australia bill sounds absolutely wonderful. It sounds great, Deputy Speaker. But when you start examining it closely, you realise very quickly this is more of a strategy to win re-election, more of a pork barrelling fund, Labor trying to pick winners in industries and in seats that suit them, playing favourites with certain industry groups with taxpayers' money. And Labor is quite happy to gamble with taxpayers' money for ideological reasons. And what really concerns me, Deputy Speaker, when I look across the front bench, and I've been here 16 years now, Deputy Speaker, so I know a lot of the Labor front bench quite well. I know their career histories very well indeed, and I like a lot of them. They're good people. They are good people. But there's no business experience anywhere in that cabinet. Not one person in that cabinet has actually run a small business, let alone even a medium-sized business. So the biggest skill shortage in Australia today is actually in the Labor Party cabinet. The shortage of people with business experience is quite extraordinary. Now, when you then go and look closely at the legislation before the House, it is exposed to so many risks of a long line-up of corporate welfare recipients trying to get their hands on the money being decided by a cabinet with no business experience but based on ideology. And that's what really concerns me, Deputy Speaker. These bills expand the role of the Export Finance Australia and ARENA and establish a national interest framework that retrospectively underpins the government's Future Made in Australia policy. Now, the Omnibus Bill also expands ARENA's functions from a pure R&D demonstration to support manufacturing, deployment and commercialisation. Now, this is a slush fund, plain and simple, as many on this side of the House have identified very quickly in the debate. And when I say it's ideologically driven, Deputy Speaker, what concerns me is in my own electorate, we have projects which have been well researched, well considered by the coalition when it was in government and also by the State Labor Party when it's in government in Victoria. Projects like the Hydrogen Energy Supply Chain Project, Deputy Speaker. Now, the Hydrogen Energy Supply Chain Project at Loy Yang in Gippsland has attracted corporate support. It's attracted large commitments from the Japanese government. But the Labor Party, the Federal Labor Party, this government, for ideological reasons, will not support the Hydrogen Energy Supply Chain Project in Gippsland because it utilises brown coal, because it's obsessed with destroying the brown coal sector in Gippsland. Now, brown coal has been an incredible resource in Gippsland, underpinned the wealth of much of South East Australia. Ever since Sir John Monash established the SEC 100 years ago, the reliable and affordable energy generated from Latrobe Valley using brown coal has been critically important to the wealth of my community and the growth of Victoria more broadly. It's a resource that, using modern technology and research and projects like the Hydrogen Energy Supply Chain Project, will demonstrate that there are alternative uses for brown coal. It doesn't have to be put into a coal-fired power station and burnt purely for energy generation. There are other alternate uses for that product. But for ideological reasons, this party, this once great party that once stood up for blue-collar workers, is quite happily seeing the demise of the entire sector, the demise of workers, families who rely on the brown coal industry. And what we're seeing, Deputy Speaker, in my community is for ideological reasons, Labor, in pursuit of green preferences, has forgotten the workers who used to underpin this once great party. And you have to take my word for it, Deputy Speaker. You can just examine the Australian Electoral Commission results during my time in this place. In the last 16 years, election after election, the vote for myself and the coalition has grown in the Latrobe Valley, which was once a Labor Party heartland. The Labor Party doesn't even hold the state seat of Mall anymore, Deputy Speaker, a seat which was once a blue ribbon seat for that party. And it's all because this party and those opposite have forgotten who they represent, have sold out blue-collar workers, all for green preferences in the city. But it's not just the coalition which is raising concerns with the bill before the House. Daniel Wood, the Productivity Commissioner, and the government's key economic advisor, appointed by the Treasurer, Jim Chalmers, has said, quote, "If we are supporting industries that don't have a long-term competitive advantage, that can be an ongoing cost." Quote again, "We risk creating a class of businesses that is reliant on government subsidies, and that can be very effective in coming back for more." And this again, Deputy Speaker, goes to the heart of my concerns about a cabinet with no experience in running their own business, somehow going to pick the winners through this Future Made in Australia bill. And it concerns me, Deputy Speaker, because the lack of business expertise and the risk to Australian taxpayers' money is going to be exposed over many years and at great cost to Australian taxpayers. So in the middle of a cost of living crisis, Australian taxpayers are going to be footing the bill as this government, as the Albanese government, tries to pick winners in the corporate sector. Now, the previous speaker, the Minister for Water, talked about energy security. And it is a very important debate to have in the context of this bill, Deputy Speaker. There will be no future made in Australia unless there's reliable and affordable energy in our nation. And I touched on it before that in the Latrobe Valley with the brown coal-fired power stations, the reliability and the affordability of that resource did underpin great economic wealth for my region and Victoria more broadly. The people in my community, Deputy Speaker, are perhaps a little more energy literate than most communities because of the fact they've lived it. It's been where generations of people have gone to work. They understand what I'd call the energy trifecta, where your energy needs to be reliable, it needs to be affordable, and you need to do your share as a nation in terms of contributing to the environmental outcomes the planet is seeking to achieve. So the energy trifecta is a difficult one, Deputy Speaker, because reliability and affordability are very pressing concerns for industry and for the environmental movement and for those of us who care about the future of the planet and what our future generations will get to experience on this planet. We want to make sure we're good environmental citizens. And when I look around my community, when I look around regional Australia, all I see is people who are actually passionate and practical environmentalists. It's the people in regional Australia who join Landcare, who undertake the practical environmental work, who are out there doing pest animal control, weed control, replanting vegetation. So to have those opposite come in here and lecture regional Australians as if they don't care about the environment is completely misplaced criticism and unfair to regional Australians. Now, when I talk about the energy trifecta, when I talk about the energy trifecta in regional Australia, I want to make those opposite understand that the people in my community want a balanced approach. They don't want to see a government put all its eggs in one basket on a renewables-only approach. Now, it is madness, Deputy Speaker, at a time when those opposite, and the crossbench in particular, warn about more severe and unpredictable weather events, to then say, let's have a 100% weather-dependent energy system. It is madness. You have warnings about climate, you have warnings about increased variability in weather events and more severe weather events, and then you put all your eggs in the 100% weather-dependent basket. It is complete madness. Now, we believe, on this side of the House, in a balanced approach. The overwhelming majority of people in the coalition, and certainly in my party room, acknowledge that there is a role for renewable energy sources. Yep. But it has to be based, Deputy Speaker, on respect for landowners, respect for the communities which will host them, and an understanding that you can't put all your eggs in that one basket. Now, it has been extraordinarily condescending to listen to many of those opposite try to invoke the Simpsons when anyone wants to have a conversation about the future of nuclear energy in this country. Now, it's condescending because it ignores the fact that there's more than 30 countries around the world safely operating nuclear power stations today with modern technology. It's actually quite juvenile, Deputy Speaker. It's juvenile, it's demeaning to have Labor MPs continually joking about three-eyed fish. And if that's your reference point for this debate, you really have exited the whole conversation that needs to be had in this nation. Australians aren't interested in a scare campaign. They want a facts campaign. Yeah. They want to know, how are these other countries running these nuclear power stations safely? How are they storing the waste products safely? What is the cost to householders and the manufacturing sector? And then they also want to know, what is the whole lifetime cost of the wind turbines and the solar panels? Can you recycle them? What is the cost of doing that? Who's responsible for bringing down the wind turbines once it reaches the end of their useful life? Well, it appears it's the landowners, at great cost to them personally. And then also, what is the return to those regional communities that are expected to host this industrial-scale land use on what used to be prime agricultural land? So, Deputy Speaker, this is a complex debate, and it can't be dumbed down to stupid references about the Simpsons. Now, at a time when our nation provides an incredible amount of food to other countries in the world, surely taking away productive agricultural land and turning it into a wind factory or a solar farm needs to have a little bit of a pause for thought. You know, there are people in our near region who don't have access to the same amount of food that we have. And Australians, our farmers, those world-class producers, we export, I think it's 2/3 of what we actually produce. So we are great growers of food. We have the benefit of the technology, of the arable land, and of the skills in our farming sector. So replacing or displacing that use, that land use, for another use, being energy generation, needs to be done very seriously, with great contemplation, with great respect to landowners, and also involving a mature debate with the Australian population. So for those of us on this side of the House, we're up for the debate. We're up for the debate about nuclear, up for the debate about solar and wind and gas, and also, where appropriate, prolonged use of some of those coal resources or alternative uses of some of those coal resources. Now, the two newest power stations in the Latrobe Valley, Loy Yang A and Loy Yang B, were both slated to operate into the 2040s. They could operate safely and successfully in the 2040s in conjunction with more renewables. Gas is incredibly important to overcome the intermittency of solar and wind, and Professor Arnold Dix, an expert in this field, commented the other day to me in relation to his desire to see high-speed rail in Australia. He said, you don't have an electrified high-speed rail network and set the timetable based on whether the wind's blowing in Bass Strait. You need to have that reliable, affordable baseload energy source as well. So I continue to have an open mind on the nuclear debate, because I believe if you are going to have a future made in Australia, as this bill proposes, you need to have a balanced approach to our future energy needs. And our energy needs, securing that reliability and affordability and meeting international targets, is actually a matter of national security, Deputy Speaker. You have to be in a position to maintain your manufacturing sector with reliable and affordable energy. And I believe we should be taking advantage of a range of technologies to meet that challenge of supplying the energy Australia needs, both today and into the future. And, Deputy Speaker, for people listening at home, all three of them, energy security is about keeping the lights on. A country has to have the ability to keep the lights on. Yep. The country has to be able to run the public transport network, hospitals and universities, and ensure businesses and farmers can still produce their goods at a competitive price. All those things are needed in a modern and complex society like Australia. We can't do that, Deputy Speaker, with a 100% weather-dependent system. Now, time's escaped me, Deputy Speaker. I would make one final reference in relation to the bill regarding this future made in Australia and the ideological nature of the modern Labor Party. I can guarantee you, Deputy Speaker, that in this future made in Australia, when this Cabinet is making decisions about what it will support and won't support, I can guarantee you, Deputy Speaker, that the native hardwood timber industry will be ruled out. because it's been ruled out of the National Reconstruction Fund. They'll rule it out because of their zealotry around trying to secure green preferences in the city. Now, Deputy Speaker, I've seen already in my electorate what's happened since the hardwood timber industry has been run out of business by the state Labor government. When it comes to timber, Deputy Speaker, you can either use your own wood or someone else's wood, and unfortunately, when it comes to the Australian Labor Party, they're quite happy to import timber from countries with poor environmental protocols, and I encourage the modern Labor Party to re-establish its connections with blue-collar workers and stop selling out Australians for green preferences.
Order. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it's actually quite fortuitous to follow the member for Gippsland, who I will compliment, and he has passion for his community, but as a proud representative of the biggest power generating region in the country, the mighty Hunter Valley and Lake Macquarie region that produces 50% more power than the Gippsland, I would submit that his understanding of energy policy is woefully out of date, does not reflect the current reality of economics or engineering, and quite frankly was symptomatic of a coalition when in government that produced 23 energy policies and didn't land a single one of them. And that is why so many manufacturing companies have been dealing with higher power prices than they needed to, because the last government was incompetent about energy policy, and their incompetence continues in opposition with their mad nuclear folly, which I'll refer to later in my speech. But I didn't want to let the member for Gippsland's contribution go unanswered, given he made claims to represent an energy region. And I applaud the workers in Gippsland and their proud contribution to keeping the lights on, which is very important. Fortunately, their federal representative doesn't understand energy policy. Having said that, I am pleased to make a contribution on the Future Made in Australia Bill and the Future Made in Australia Omnibus Amendments Bill 2024. Future Made in Australia was one of the key policies Labor took to the 22 election, which Australians voted in favour of, and I know it's going to deliver significant benefits to our country. The legislation includes three key components, including embedding the government's new national interest framework to help identify where Australia has a genuine comparative advantage in a net zero economy, or where we have an economic security and resilience imperative. It establishes a robust sector assessment process to help improve understanding of how government can best leverage private investment in areas of the economy aligned with the framework and help inform rigorous government decision-making. And it defines a set of community benefit principles to ensure that the benefits of Future Made in Australia support the private sector investment it enables to flow to local communities, workers and businesses. In addition, the Omnibus Bill delivers on key parts of the plan which were announced in the 24-25 budget, including enabling Export Finance Australia to make domestically focused investments under the National Interest Account in alignment with the National Interest Framework. It safeguards the $6 billion in funding for ARENA's renewables and related priorities, giving industry and investors certainty to deliver sizable, long-lasting projects, and sets up arrangements for the Future Made in Australia Innovation Fund to accelerate innovative technology deployment in priority sectors, and makes necessary adjustments to the governance arrangements of ARENA. And I'd like to acknowledge the work of the Prime Minister, the Treasurer and many of my ministerial colleagues who have contributed to this legislation. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government believes that we need to make more things here in Australia, and that's at the heart of our Future Made in Australia plan. Making more things here in our great nation, utilising the resources and skills that we have, means our economy will grow and new well-paid jobs will be created. Making the most of the resources we have will spread opportunities right around our country, making Australia wealthier, more secure and more independent. A Future Made in Australia is an economic plan for a better future, and it will see us maximise the economic and industrial benefits of the global transformation to net zero and secure Australia's place in a changing global economic and strategic landscape. It will help Australia build a stronger, more diversified and more resilient economy powered by renewable energy. It will create secure, well-paid jobs and encourage and facilitate the private sector investment required to make Australia an indispensable part of the global net zero economy. The plan builds on other significant measures the Albanese Labor government is delivering, including the National Reconstruction Fund, fee-free TAFE, our investments in defence, and our plan for cheaper, cleaner energy for all Australians. Now, Deputy Speaker, the Hunter and Central Coast regions are well positioned to reap the benefits of a future made in Australia. We have a proud manufacturing history. My first electorate office in Cardiff bordered the Downer train yards, which manufactured trains and rolling stock for decades. Unfortunately, that work and the associated jobs were lost and sent overseas by previous New South Wales Liberal governments. There's still a Downer facility, but it is not as big as it could be if we had visionary state governments, which we now have. But today, Cardiff is still a thriving manufacturing hub, ranging from defence industry businesses like 3ME Technology and Newpress to sustainable cosmetic manufacturer Imaginel. Workers in the Shortland electorate have powered our nation for generations, and I've spoken many times in this place about how grateful I am and continue to be for the sacrifices coal miners and energy workers have made and the economic prosperity their hard work has provided and continues to provide. I've also been upfront and honest about the fact that a lot of our power stations are reaching the end of their technical life. They were built in the 60s and 70s and 80s and they're reaching their end of their natural life, and the question is what replaces them? And the fact is we need to capitalise on the opportunities presented by renewable energy, which is the cheapest replacement for those power stations when they reach their natural end of life. We don't have time to waste. We need to act now so that we're not left behind, including the workers and communities of the Hunter and Central Coast. The Albanese Labor government knows that. That's why earlier this year we announced at Liddell Power Station our $1 billion investment in the Solar Sunshot program. This will help ensure more solar panels are made in Australia, including in the Hunter, creating jobs for generations of people in my community. It will create hundreds of new, well-paid energy jobs in advanced manufacturing. In fact, there will be more jobs created as a result of this one announcement of one project than what existed at the former Liddell Power Station at its peak. That is what a future made in Australia is all about, making more things here, creating new, secure, well-paid jobs. And I think it's important to contrast this investment and foresight with an example of what happens when you've got a government who doesn't have their act together and refuses to take advantage of the opportunities presented by renewable energy. About 90% of the world's solar cells on people's roofs are based on technology developed out of the University of New South Wales. But how many manufacturing jobs we got out of it? Zero. Zero. Why was that? Because we had a Liberal national government led by John Howard with their heads in the sand, who were happy to let these jobs and opportunities go overseas. And clearly they haven't learnt from their mistakes. Instead of seizing the opportunities of cleaner, cheaper, renewable energy to power a new generation of secure, well-paid manufacturing jobs in places like the Hunter and Central Coast, the opposition leader, the Liberals and the Nationals, are going down the path of hugely expensive nuclear energy that won't be a reality for decades. The leader of the opposition's farcical nuclear policy will cost us billions of dollars and sacrifice the jobs, investment, energy and certainty that we need now. His policy is for hundreds of billions of dollars to be wasted on power stations that won't be built for decades, nuclear power stations, that will only produce a fraction of the energy we need while driving off investment in other sectors. If his plan ever came to fruition, it will have two results. One, we'll see nuclear power stations in the Hunter Valley and in Lake Macquarie that our community is dead opposed to. Let me repeat that. My community does not want nuclear power stations next to our kids' schools, next to playgrounds, next to sporting fields, next to aged care homes. That is what the Leader of the Opposition is arguing for, and that is what every single Liberal Party member in this House is arguing for. So my community doesn't want it, and my manufacturers and businesses don't want the massively increased electricity prices that will go with such a farcical plan. His plan is a recipe for manufacturing devastation, not revitalisation. And don't take my word for it. Ask every independent economist, particularly specialists in the power sector. Nuclear energy is the most expensive form of energy around, and it's a recipe for deindustrialisation, Deputy Speaker. Now, Deputy Speaker, as the Minister for Defence Industry and Capability Delivery, it will be remiss of me not to take the opportunity to talk about what a future made in Australia means for our local defence industry. I'm proud to be the Minister for Defence Industry, and I'm proud of the Australian defence industry that supports around 100,000 jobs, 100,000 well-paid, high-skilled jobs that help provide national security for our nation. And as I told the House last week, the government has increased the defence budget by $50 billion over the decade and $5.7 billion over the forward estimates, something those opposite are refusing to match. In fact, they're arguing for a $50 billion cut to the defence budget. That is their stated policy, Deputy Speaker. The government is accelerating the delivery of defence capability, which is having direct benefits for Australian industry compared to the so-called plans of the previous government. Under them, the first infantry fighting vehicle was to be delivered in 2029. Under us, it will be 2027 and made in Victoria. Under them, the first heavy landing craft was to be in 2035. Under us, it will be 2028 and made in Western Australia. Under them, manufacturing missiles at best was to start in 2035. Under us, we start manufacturing missiles next year. Deputy Speaker, we're making record investments in the Australian defence industry. The last government only produced one thing in regards to the defence industry, and that was press releases. Media statements, Top Gun music, red carpet, but they betrayed the Australian defence industry when they made $42 billion of spending commitments without adding a single cent to the defence budget, without rescoping any other programs, without changing the schedule of anything else. They perpetrated a fraud on the Australian people and the Australian defence industry. And just look at their most symbolic project, the construction of 2 supply vessels for the Royal Australian Navy. Under the Leader of the Opposition, they were built overseas, not in Australia, and under the Leader of the Opposition, they're not even able to provide safe drinking water for our sailors. Now we're fixing it, Deputy Speaker, but that's the sort of support for the Australian defence industry we see under the Coalition. In contrast, the Albanese government's focus on speed to capability will not only result in advanced equipment for the ADF being delivered sooner, it will create more high-skilled, well-paid jobs in the Australian defence industry. This approach is also opening up global opportunities for Australian industry. Under this government, we've negotiated the single largest defence export deal in our nation's history to supply armoured vehicles made in Queensland to the German Army. This deal is worth over $1 billion and will secure more than 600 direct jobs in Queensland alone, with even more through the supply chain. Through stable leadership and unity of purpose, we are bringing capability forward while supporting a defence future made in Australia. This debate really does reveal the choice the Australian people have at the election next year, Deputy Speaker. You've got the vision of the Albanese Labor government, a vision to transform critical minerals like lithium, to support solar panel manufacturing in this country. We've been blessed with some of the greatest reserves of critical minerals, rare earths and other inputs into the net zero economy around the globe. And the choice is simple. Do we transform and value add them here, or do we continue to be a farm and a quarry in respect to those and send them offshore to be value added in other countries and sent back here? That is the choice. And we're all in favour of value adding. We're all in favour of adding high-skilled, well-paid jobs that also contribute to national security and independence for this country, while those opposite are very content for that just to be offshored, to be sent overseas. And that's not a surprise, Deputy Speaker, when you look at the appalling history of the Coalition when in government. I was here, I was present for what I believe is the greatest betrayal of the Australian manufacturing sector in the history of the nation. And that was when the then Treasurer, Joe Hockey, goaded Holden to leave this country. Their election policy in 2013 was to cut $500 million from the very successful automotive transformation scheme, to cut that $500 million. When they were told that would lead to the devastation of the auto industry, did they change their policy, Deputy Speaker? Did they resolve from that future? No, they embraced it. I saw Joe Hockey, then Treasurer, stand at this exact spot and glory in telling Holden to leave the country. glory in consigning to the unemployment queue 200,000 workers when you can consider the direct employment and the indirect employment. He gloried in the devastation that wreaked upon Elizabeth in South Australia, in Fisherman's Bend in Melbourne. They gloried in destroying manufacturing jobs, and they'll do that again if their nuclear folly is allowed to actually be implemented. By contrast, the Albanese Labor government believes strongly in a future made in Australia, a future where we value add, a future where we grow the manufacturing sector, a future where well-paid, high-skilled Australian manufacturing workers can plan a future, raise a family, buy a house and have a great future in this country, and I commend the bill to the House.
Order. I thank the Minister. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I only hope I've got some time to address some of the issues that the member for Shortland has been on this absolute frolic, but I do want to get my speech out. I encourage him to listen on as he's driving home tonight. Mr Deputy Speaker, I've worked really hard in Fisher to bring back small business and manufacturing since my election in 2016. I've championed local makers and creators through my Made in Fisher and Support Sunshine Coast campaigns. I've celebrated leading innovators and businesses through the Fisher Community Awards, and I've worked with local, national and global businesses to cultivate a defence industry on the Sunshine Coast. Unfortunately, the Defence Industry Minister has just walked out the door. Now, 8 years on, the Sunshine Coast is emerging as a high-tech, high-value manufacturing hub contributing to crucial supply chains in defence, health and food and beverages. I want to take a moment to highlight them for their grit, determination and their ingenuity. We've got craft brewers like Your Mates Brewing in Warana, Brouhaha in Baringa and Moffat Beach Brewing in Caloundra. We've got distillers like Stillmaker and Sons in Montville, Beech Tree Gin in Caloundra and the brand new Rare Orchard Distilling in Landsborough. Unfortunately, as you probably know, Mr Deputy Speaker, I don't drink, so I can't partake in any of those goods. But we've got other companies like Grease Boss who are absolutely transforming the way that large-scale mining and manufacturing their equipment is greased. Very important to have regular greasing, Mr Deputy Speaker. Helimods, run by Will Shrapnel, a great local business in Caloundra. Well, they do some fantastic work with their mission config systems, turning helicopters into mobile intensive care ambulances, and they are doing that around the world, and they are based in Caloundra. Now, they're also playing a vital role in the former coalition government's GhostBat program. AnyQuest is another local manufacturer in my electorate, and they create diesel generators for our Australian and New Zealand armies. They provide auxiliary power units to forward operating bases, to Bushmaster vehicles, to Hawkeye vehicles, and big shout out to Don Pulver and the great work and his team that they do there. Leakstar is using AI to monitor and condition water assets. Kilcoy Global, I see the member for Blair has walked into the chamber. Kilcoy Global, whilst the abattoir might be in his electorate, the head office is in mine. And this is a tremendous business, employs thousands of people around the country, and they've just gone and built a very extensive food manufacturing warehouse or a facility, not a warehouse, but they actually manufacture and package the food up. If you're like me, Mr Deputy Speaker, and you keep some of those meals in the freezer or your fridge at home, when you don't have time to cook something and you can whack it in the microwave, chances are that's come from Kilcoy Global. So a great local business, and I'm going to claim a member for Blair as being a Sunshine Coast business rather than a Blair-based business. It's just the abattoir in Blair, but the brains are in Caloundra. The brains of the operation are in Caloundra, as well as the manufacturing plant. King Truss, is creating building and hardware supplies of great local truss and wall manufacturers. I've been out to the team there. First Light Fabrication is creating and fabricating marine equipment. Nibro is manufacturing disability accessible vehicle modifications. In fact, big shout out to Nibro team who did my own daughter Sarah's modifications on her car. Wherever you turn, from the shores of Alex to the foothills of Mount Melham, you'll find fisher manufacturers, primary producers and creators putting the Sunshine Coast on the map. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's for those local manufacturers and small businesses that I stand today in opposition to this bill. The more we learn about this bill, the more we see the blatant truth, and that is that this Labor government has no plan for our economy, nor do they have a plan for our manufacturers or for sovereign capability. This legislation is nothing more than plain old-fashioned pork barrelling. It's a framework for big government and big bureaucracy. It's a proposal to increase the cost of doing business with Labor's big red stamp of approval. And it's another instance of this Labor government trying to spin their way out of trouble. It's a bill which demands that Australian families and their businesses look past the last 2 years of absolute chaos and trust Labor to make the right calls. That's what they're asking. They said, don't worry about what's happened over the last 2 years. Trust us, we'll get it right. Well, last time a government said trust us, I think most Australians would say no thank you. After a litany of broken promises and a catalogue of crises, one thing is absolutely crystal clear. Australians do not trust this Prime Minister or this government to do the right thing. The bill provides for a national interest framework which would consider where government investment, that is, taxpayers' money, where it should go, based on a very narrow set of criteria. It expands the remit of Export Finance Australia and the Australian Renewable Energy Agency to fund domestic industries. Worse still, it puts the Treasurer and the Minister for Finance in charge of decision-making. Let me put this very simply. These laws will give the Treasurer the power to decide where to spend Australians' money. It is a slush fund, plain and simple, with nearly $4 billion in its coffers. This is the same Treasurer and the same government which has directed $13.7 billion and more into green energy pipe dreams, while ignoring the rising cost of energy, water and utilities. They poured millions of dollars into the Environmental Defender's Office, funding lawyers to sue the government. Green corporate welfare, green tape and over-regulation, investing in fanciful projects which the market is now abandoning because it makes for a good social media post. All of this paid for by taxpayers who are now paying 21% more in their electricity prices. They are now paying 22% more in their gas prices. Members of the government are living with their heads in the clouds if they think that Australian manufacturers are going to be able to be competitive with other countries around the world whilst this government continues to drive up energy prices with the member for McMahon's wild and crazy ideas. You know, when I was a kid, Mr Deputy Speaker, and you'd appreciate this, you used to play soccer, I believe, as a kid. You know, when you're playing soccer and you're on the sporting field and the opposition is giving you a hard time, you know, what did we used to say if we were up? We'd point to the scoreboard and say, "Scoreboard, old son, scoreboard." Well, scoreboard, look at what's happening to this country. Look at the cost of living. Look at what is happening in no small part because of the government's policies in relation to energy. How in God's name does this government think that our manufacturers are going to compete. Do you know, Mr Deputy Speaker, with all those companies that I spoke about earlier, I constantly get manufacturers saying to me, Andrew, I'm just having so much trouble. I am having so much trouble keeping my head above water because the costs, you think the costs of running a household have gone sky high. You ought to try the costs of being a manufacturer in Australia right now. And why? When you make things, you need to use energy. Let me say that again for those members opposite who may not understand. When you make things, you have to use energy. And that energy's got to come from somewhere. And with the folly of this government's rise and push for, 83% renewables in such a short time frame, our industries, our manufacturers are saying, well, I might as well shut up shop because I can't do what I've been used to doing and provide it for a similar price. I've either got to increase my prices significantly or I've got to stop doing what I'm doing. And that is to the eternal shame of this government. Because the reality is, Mr Deputy Speaker, and my side of politics has been derided for this for some time by the Greens, by Labor, but you know what? It is a truism. You can't run manufacturing with solar panels and wind turbines when the sun's not shining and the wind's not blowing. Even if you have very significant batteries, the sort of industries that manufacturers are trying to run. You try running a steel smelter or an aluminium smelter on renewables or batteries. At the moment, it can't be done. It cannot be done. Wouldn't it be nice? Yeah, it'd be nice. It'd be nice if I drove a Maserati, but the reality is that technology is not there. And the member for Shortland had the audacity to talk about deindustrialisation. This government is doing its level best to deindustrialise this country. And it beggars belief that those members opposite still want to talk about the car manufacturing industry when this government is driving local manufacturing into the ground. The member for Shortland also talked up the big game about defence manufacturing. Well, I'm sure I'm not the only person to say this to the member for Shortland, who's probably on his way home now. Local defence manufacturers, member for Shortland, are not happy with you because every defence industry contractor that I talk to that is based in Australia say the same thing to me, and that is that defence contracting in Australia has stopped dead. It has stopped dead because this government was so immersed in things like the voice referendum. It was so immersed in doing review after review after review that the money stopped for defence contractors. And a lot of these small defence contractors, by natural, it's axiomatic, they were small businesses. And when you choke a small business of cash flow, what happens? The small business dies. It withers on the grapevine. And so for the member for Shortland to come in here and start spruiking about defence industry manufacturing is patently wrong. It is patently wrong. I don't think I have spoken to an Australian defence industry contractor who is singing happy days right now. They are bleeding. They are hemorrhaging money. Now, some of those businesses, as I indicated, are in my electorate, but it's not just those in my electorate. It is right across this country. And it's because of the indecisiveness, the indecision. It's because power prices are so damn high in this country right now that Australian, and because this government seems to just do nothing in relation to the defence industry, that these poor beggars are having to now lay people off. And what really concerns me is that they will have lost faith in Australia, in the Australian government, whether it's Labor or the Conservative. They will have lost faith in us. But I want to assure them, hang tough, hang in there till the next election, because hopefully we will retake the reins again and we'll restore it.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Fisher. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I congratulate Rob Stitch, who just won another Logie Award for Best Comedy with Utopian. Can I just say, when it comes to the name of this bill, Future Made in Australia Bill, it would just be one of the shows in Utopia. Like, it's just a classic. It's got the right name. The public will like the term. The government would love using the term, and when all the members send out their emails and make their speeches, it's just such a great name. When you see the final document, the right weight, it'll be the right texture when it comes to the paper, the correct font. It's such a perfect document. The problem is, though, when it comes to Labor and their commitments, when it comes to big projects like this, it is a lot of money, and it greatly concerns me the way it'll be delivered. Now, go back a bit in time, when we had Labor's pink bats insulation plan. Seemed like a great idea at the time. They want to make houses right around Australia with better insulation. I think in total they insulated 1.1 million homes, and the payment to make this happen was $1.4 billion. And sadly, it actually led to a royal commission into the home insulation program. It was so bad. And it followed the death of 4 workers, aged 16 to 25. 2 died in separate incidents that may have attributed to the failure to identify and manage workplace health and safety. And it's just an absolute tragedy. And at the time, like when the Labor government proposed this, it sounded absolutely great. Now, we also already have commercialisation grants, and this is so important when it comes to new businesses. And to be honest, I've always been more firm if you get an existing business go for a number of years. I also think those should be supported with commercialisation grants. Then you have research and development export grants. So if someone is doing their research in Australia, new products, they then, when they export those, actually get a tax rebate on those. In the south-east of Melbourne, in my electorate of Latrobe, we're actually looking at building what's called Meta City, which will be home to an industrial park, very high-tech sort of areas. And I'm going to talk about Labor when it comes to some of the road projects around that area and the way they've been managed by the state and government. But first of all, just nearby we have Dandenong, which it's in the seat of Holt, next door to Latrobe, and it's probably in Australia the biggest manufacturing hub. And for those who don't know, the economy in Victoria, the industrial sector, contributes around $30 billion to the state's economy each year, which is 27% of the nation's manufacturing output, which is quite incredible. Our manufacturing business transforms a range of materials in new products. It covers manufacturing food, beverages, petroleum, coal, paper, machinery, metals, furniture, clothes, textiles, pharmaceutical, planes and boats. The great concern I have about this government proposal. You've got those smaller businesses, family businesses, doing well, and they will be competing with major corporations, and we can look at the term as a $15 billion kind of slush fund when it comes to corporate giants in Australia who may have be listed companies, and yet they'll be receiving potentially billions of dollars. So rather than the small mum and dad businesses, it's going to go to the big multinationals in the country, and even when it comes to critical minerals and hydrogen projects. So to be funding those, I don't know why the government would want to help those huge organisations when it comes in to Australia. And then we have locally, and I mentioned Mitta City, which is a proposal to have very high-tech industrial area. But when it comes to Labor at the state level, when it comes to managing projects, and I'll give you some costings. When back in 2007, obviously it's a number of years ago, but in the electorate of Latrobe, we committed $10 million to the Bryn Mawr Bridge, and that goes over the train line, the Pakenham train line. And Labor came out at the time and committed, I think it was $30 million. So actually it was 2004, it was built in 2007. And it was actually built by Casey Council for less than $10 million. And then Clyde Road, which is right beside this Mitta City I was talking about just before. When it came to Clyde Road, the cost when we were looking initially I think it was 2007, 2010 was going to be in the vicinity of $30 million. Then it grew to $80 million. So I got the project manager down from who was behind the Bryn Mawr Bridge in Beaconsfield, and I said, how much do you think this project would cost? It's a grade separation going over Clyde Road, and it's going to be really important for our industrial area. We've got Enterprise Avenue, which has a number of high-tech businesses in that area. And they said, oh, you get good change from 30 million. So it's actually been quoted now as $80 million project. And the project manager for Bryn Mawr Bridge said that's just the unions. That's when it comes to the CFMEU. So then we went further in time, and when we committed funding to build, and this is again from Casey Council. Casey Council is a large council, has a big team of engineers, and when they put the quotes forward again, it was going to be a $70 million project, and the road was going to go from just over the Monash Freeway, just the duplication going to the grade separation, and council cost was $70 million. Well, under state Labor, and this is where the CFMEU and all the union fees got involved, the CFMEU tax, it became a $250 million project. So for every, basically, 1 square metre, 1 metre road, it became $250,000. So I haven't got much hope when it comes to Labor, when it comes to managing a huge $30 billion so-called building in Australia when they can't even get roads built in a manner which would be cost effective. And again, we had locally, and you think about all the workers going from Berwick train station going down to Dandenong, where I talked about that huge manufacturing hub again. Well, we committed $15 million to build the train station, and Mitcham, they had their council build a 400-spot car park. When it came to Berwick, the cost blew out to $64 million. Incredible amount of money. Again, when it comes to the CFMEU tax, and the same thing happened when it came to Pakenham Roads, Racecourse Road and McGregor Roads. Again, that was $80 million and blew out to $398 million, and you see the CFMEU flags out there. So the great concern I have when it comes to this bill in this proposal. Who is going to be the winners? How are the unions going to get involved? Again, we've seen this sort of fake uproar about the CFMEU and the Labor Party now saying, oh, gee, they've been really bad. We didn't know who the bikies and everything. Everyone knew the bikies were involved in the CFMEU. And when it comes to 60 Minutes, and I give credit to Nick McKenzie in The Age for highlighting the corruption and the intimidation, how is this huge injection of money the government's going to ensure that those who are left over from the CFMEU as they go elsewhere and bikies, how this money is going to be managed without ripping off the taxpayer? And it's such a huge wad of money. And also, I believe the Treasurer has some discretionary spending. I think it's billions of dollars. Where is that going to be spent? Is this to appease the teals, to make sure they get preference deals to keep them in government? It just seems to me to be completely unfair and unnecessary. Now, I'm all for renewable energy, in actual fact, when it comes to solar and wind. But the thing is, too, when it comes to something else, and when it comes to Labor's proposal of having renewables only policy, well, can I say in parts of my electorate, when you've got areas such as Emerald, Cockatoo and Jambrook, where we are always having power outages. Back in 2021, in June, I think we had power out for 6 or 7 weeks. Well, can I say there's no electricity, there's no mains power there. In winter, there's no solar. The place up where I'm talking about, there's no area where you can actually have wind as a meaningful way of energy. So the government's 82% renewable target by 2030 requires 4.5 gigawatts of additional large-scale wind and solar every year. Less than 1/3 of this will be delivered. It's going to take 58 million solar panels, also 3,500 industrial wind turbines, and up to 28,000 kilometres of new transmission lines across the country. And I then come to the point which I've always been concerned about, is why won't the government even consider and look when it comes to nuclear energy? It's just something, and I must admit, in days gone by, I was concerned about the use of nuclear energy when it comes to the disposal. But you look at Australia, when it comes to mining sector of uranium, why wouldn't we, and we export around the world, and you look at all these OECD countries, places like Canada and France, and even the new Prime Minister of UK is espousing how important it is to have nuclear power in the mix. And the Labor government will not even consider. I don't know why you wouldn't even consider having nuclear power as an option. And rather than just say, hey, yep, let's do some research, let's look at it, they've just completely walked away from that idea. The other aspect of this bill is when it comes to the cost of living. Australians are really hurting. In my electorate, people are really hurting when it comes to their power bills have gone up. Also when it comes to their insurance has gone up, when it comes to issues such as rentals. And even when I went down to Casey Hospital, met the nurses there doing a fantastic job. The biggest issue when it came to international nurses was actually finding accommodation. So things have become a lot tougher for not only people in my electorate, right across the country. They're really hurting. Businesses are really hurting. Every time I go and speak to a cafe owner, they're really hurting. So then we have this Future Made in Australia bill, which is billions and billions and billions of dollars in corporate welfare for some of Australia's wealthiest companies and individuals. I wonder, and just know that is not the best way to help mums and dads and singles and students who are trying to stay at home and get by, and hearing amazing amount of money is being spent by Labor on a folly to hopefully make sure they deliver something. Now, I believe in their own mind their intentions are good. But the danger is it's just so much money, so much money. It's just going to hurt so many people. When we saw what happened with pink bats in the past, and also remember Labor when they tried to have their fuel watch and grocery watch, and we're going to have this amazing amount of money spent, and who's going to be the beneficials or benefiters of this? I just can't see it, as I said, being the mums and dads of Australia. And I just finish on this point. They should be really looking after small business. And in Victoria, they're really hurting. When it comes to, again, the Labor Victorian state government, the land tax is killing small business. It's killing those mums and dads who invested in an investment property. 30% of houses now sold in Victoria are actually those being sold by landlords. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I just have grave concerns about the way this huge, massive amount of money will be spent. It won't help mums and dads and singles in Australia. Thank you.
Yeah. Order. I thank the honourable member for Latrobe. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Barara.
Deputy Speaker, the bill that we have before us tonight is in short a microcosm of everything that is wrong with Labor's economic policy. A range of bad ideas that have been tried in the past and proved to have failed, and yet they're trying them again. We see it in relation to the way in which Labor is dealing with the cost of living crisis. Orthodox economic policy is when inflation is going up and up, you reduce government spending to take pressure off inflation. When we've got a productivity crisis, orthodox economic policy says that you liberate the labour market, that you create greater flexibility, that you allow employers and employees to work the hours they want, the hours they need to get productivity going, to get the flexibility that you need to create more jobs. And orthodox economic policy says that you let markets decide what industries exist in a particular country, and when governments pick winners, you end up with bad results. And yet, here in this bill, we've got tried, tested and failed policy being recycled again in this so-called Made in Australia bill. This bill takes that iconic idea of Australian made with its beautiful logo. I
thank the honourable member for Barara. It being 7:30, I propose a question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the honourable member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I rise this evening to support the recreational and commercial fishers of my electorate, whose lifestyles and livelihoods are being threatened by state Labor's plan to lock up fisheries along 1,200 kilometres of WA's south coast. From Eucla in the east to Nannup in the west, O'Connor spans almost all of WA's extensive southern shoreline. Earlier this month, I caught up with South Coast angler and former CEO of the WA Fishing Industry Council, Daryl Hockey, to discuss the state's plan to ban fishing from vast tracts of the Southern Ocean. The so-called South Coast Marine Park would extend west from the state border through Esperance to Bremer Bay. Mr Hockey confirmed what I've been hearing across my electorate, that the WA government has failed to undertake a triple bottom line analysis of its planned marine park. The benefits to the environment of bluntly locking up productive fisheries and throwing away the key are questionable enough. But where Labor's fishing exclusion zones fall incredibly short is in the scant analysis of the social and economic havoc the marine park would wreak. Breathtakingly beautiful Esperance is the largest town in the marine park area. People there are absolutely outraged, with thousands rolling up to rallies opposing the widespread fishing bans. Esperance is a recreational and commercial fishing town. Every summer, families from Kalgoorlie, Kambalda, Norseman and other remote communities across the goldfields travel down to Esperance for their annual holiday by the sea. This is a very big deal for many O'Connor people who live hundreds of kilometres from the coast. And most families who visit Esperance during their summer break like to fish. The people of O'Connor, which has one of the longest coastlines of any electorate, also support their state's fishing industry, choosing to eat locally caught fish whenever they can. Unfortunately, across Australia, a nation girt by sea, 70% of the seafood we consume is now imported. If WA Labor and its Greens cheer squad succeed in imposing the marine park, the likelihood of West Australians ever getting to eat West Australian seafood will be severely diminished. During my meeting with Mr Hockey, the point was made that if WA fishers can't fish locally, we'll be left to import inferior product from unsustainable fisheries overseas.
We agreed the marine park is the antithesis of sustainable resource management. There is no balance, and it would be a disaster for coastal economies and their communities. It would erode WA's food security and harm the state's fishing and tourism industries. State Environment Minister Rhys Whitby has snatched control of the marine park process, leaving WA's primary industries department and hence South Coast fishers out in the cold. In May, I wrote to Mr Whitby to tell Mr Whitby that 9 out of 10 respondents to a survey that I ran opposed his marine park. Almost 6,000 people took time to respond to my survey. Mr Whitby did not take the time to respond to my letter until today, a lazy 3-month turnaround. In a sanctimonious twist, his letter accuses me of not advocating for South Coast communities. Mr Whitby then slams my opposition to his marine park. This is an arrogant Environment Minister who is not listening to the people. He's now weighing up whether to unilaterally impose his divisive fishing ban before the next state election in March. With no decent analysis undertaken on the impact of the South Coast economy or lifestyle, it would be a reckless minister indeed who goes to the polls with this half-baked plan. I make no apology for challenging, on behalf of my constituents, Mr Whitby's convoluted and seemingly preordained planning process. Instead, I'll keep fighting this unfair fishing ban. Like Federal Labor's ban on the live sheep exports, State Labor's broad-scale fishing industry ban is intensely unpopular with South Coast locals. Both bans attack regional communities. And both bans shift the market for primary produce offshore to less sustainable producers, to the detriment of Australian farmers and fishers who operate to higher standards. As the next phase of my fight to scupper the South Coast Marine Park, I'm launching a petition. I'll do this online and I'll do this in hard copy. So I can submit the petition to the WA Legislative Council for consideration of the Parliament's Environment and Public Affairs Committee. And I'll continue to keep the people of O'Connor informed of progress in a simpler, more transparent way than Mr Whitby ever has. Because plans such as the South Coast Marine Park are only as good as the buy-in they have from the public. And all the evidence to date indicates there is no buy-in here.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Bean.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, volunteers are the backbone of all the communities represented here in this place. They keep our community organisations running, our sporting clubs functional, our museums and attractions open, and our most vulnerable cared for. One of the most inspiring parts of my time as a member of this place has been to see the enormous and impactful work that is done across my electorate of Bean by volunteers from all walks of life. Nearly every year, I have the privilege to represent the people of Bean in this place. There's been a round of grants targeted at community volunteers. The volunteer grants, offered through the Department of Social Services, offer assistance of up to $5,000 to eligible groups for practical assistance to further enable their good work. I've been able to assist many groups across the electorate to access these grants. I would like to take the moment to acknowledge some recent recipients and celebrate the great work they do for our community. The ACT Careers Association, who promote career development opportunities across the ACT. The Australia-Nepal Friendship Society, who've just recently had their 30th birthday, who aim to celebrate Nepali heritage in Australia and the friendship between the two nations. The Australia Breastfeeding Association of Canberra, who use the grant to fund education, including offering Certificate 4 in breastfeeding education to their volunteers. Bosom Buddies, who provide services to Canberrans dealing with breast cancer. Gilmore Church, a Pentecostal community who serve the Tuggeranong area, working closely with our First Nations communities. Good Shepherd Community Church, who act out their faith through community service, maintaining food banks and running a weekly dinner service that combines fellowship, focused worship with a warm meal. Men's Link, who provide and deliver mentoring and peer support for young men in Bean and across Canberra. The Multicultural Association of Canberra, who promote understanding and appreciation of diverse cultures across the ACT community. The Namadgi School P&C, like so many P&Cs, who facilitate parent participation at the school and promote engagement throughout the school community. Parent Line ACT, who support parents across Canberra They provide free and confidential counselling services to parents and carers, along with parenting courses and many other resources. The Perinatal Wellbeing Centre, who provide holistic and mental health support to over 300 local families at vital times in their lives. The Tidbinbilla Pioneers Association, who do an extraordinary job preserving and sharing the stories of the settlers of the beautiful Tidbinbilla Valley in my electorate. The Western Creek Men's Shed, who support the mental and physical well-being of men in Western Creek, highlighting the importance of community and mateship here in Canberra, and who particularly supported sheds that were recovering on the south coast after the bushfires. And Speaker, the Yadung Murray Aboriginal Corporation, who do important work supporting people recently released from prison as they reintegrate into their communities. And Speaker, I'd also like to acknowledge our great Southside sports clubs who also received grant funding. The ACT Eagles Baseball Club, the Torrance Tennis Club, the Tuggeranong Valley Australian Football Netball Club, the Tuggeranong Valley Bushrangers Rugby League Football Club, the Western Creek Molonglo Cricket Club, the Pickleball Association, who are doing great work promoting one of the fastest growing sports in the Canberra region, in which I'm almost capable of playing effectively, and the Extreme Starts Dance Troupe. Speaker, I'd like to close by recognising the dedication and ongoing hard work of the Minister for Social Services, the member for Kingston. I know how committed she is to supporting the work of volunteers, and I'd like to thank her for that support. And Speaker, briefly, before I sit, I'd like to take some time to recognise Maeve Jack, who started in my office 12 months ago and had her final day today. And Maeve's dream wasn't to work in my office, even though that's hard to believe. Her dream was to work in curatorial services, and she is going to a much better place and commences work with AATSIS on Monday next week. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Menzies.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to speak about the topic of public speaking, the power and joy of public speaking. And the reason I do so is because there was a competition in my electorate that was broken up into component parts in schools. And I was a judge in one of the schools in Beverly Hills Primary School. And there 20 plus students got up and delivered a speech without notes in front of judges, parents and peers. And many of those students were migrants to Australia who didn't have English as their first language. And I want to speak to them, Speaker, and I'm speaking from a place that has some extraordinary speaking talent and has seen some extraordinary speakers, from presidents to our prime ministers, to visiting prime ministers, to very moving speeches in this place. This is not only the great hall of our democracy, but it is where the spoken word, particularly through the camera, gets broadcast throughout our nation. So I want to thank the Rotary Club of Mont Albert and Surrey Hills for organising this competition. And their current co-presidents are Rob Teese and Nigel Cooper. Speaker, when I was younger, I had a slight stutter, and my granddad encouraged me to stand up and speak more often. And I'm very grateful for him encouraging me to do that. And I remember my very first speech in primary school, similar age to the students I was judging. I was giving a speech to thank the lollipop lady who was retiring after 40 years. And I thought I told a very funny joke when I said after 40 years she finally had it licked. And the laughter was a bit louder than what I've just received here, so thank you for that. But it ignited an interest and a passion in speaking that has in part taken me to this place. So to those students who had the courage to put their hands up in that competition, I want to say well done and keep it up. In this evolving world, we don't know what the future jobs will be for you. But what we do know is that the power of speaking will be key to success in all of them. whether you are a nurse or a doctor giving comfort to a patient or telling a parent that their child is ill, whether you are a teacher or a principal giving feedback to your class and inspiring them to push themselves to the next level or even enter a public speaking competition, whether you are a parent giving, again, comfort to your child, like we saw in the Olympics when that diver didn't achieve the results she wanted, but her dad stood there and told her how proud he was of her and how proud her country was of her, and it was captured on camera. Public speaking is often declaring your love for someone, declaring you're sorry for something that you did in front of others. It can be a small crowd, a large crowd, but it is something we can all get better at with practice. And of course, there's a fear, Speaker, with public speaking. Everyone has it, that feeling of fight or flight. Our heart rate increases, our mouth gets dry, and we would rather be anywhere else than where we are now. And what we know, particularly in this place, is that you can overcome that fear with practice. And for those who are starting out on their public speaking journey, you're already good at it. Anyone who can tell a story is a good public speaker. So if you are looking for an example to take to practice the craft, stand up in front of your class and tell a story. Tell a personal story about yourself. It has once been said that if you speak from the heart, you will connect to the heart. Learn to pause. When we pause, people digest what we've just said, and it also allows you the chance to think of what you will do next. And often you'll speak without notes, and in this place lots of us speak without notes whenever we can, but that comes with preparation for what we want to say, because if people have turned up to listen to you, you owe them saying something that is worth listening to, and that comes with preparing. And then watch others, watch what they do, and finally watch yourself. It's often when we watch a video of ourselves, we'll self-correct. So to Beverly Hills Primary School and to every school that entered this competition, congratulations, keep it up, and I know that is a skill that will set your life up for success in the future.
I thank the member for Menzies and have taken notes so I can improve my speeches as well. And I give the call to the honourable member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Speaker. We all live in a community of one sort or another, but our communities are far more complex than a collection of homes and streets. The real essence of a community are the areas of common interest, of which the physical location where we actually live is probably the least important. The great American novelist and author of Moby Dick, Herman Melville, noted the following: "We cannot live only for ourselves. 1,000 fibres connect us with our fellow men." So true, Speaker, but because there are indeed thousands of fibres that connect us all and help constitute a modern community. One very strong connective fibre in the area of common interest that brings people together in the electorate of Werriwa is faith. Faith in my electorate is expressed in many and varied ways. For the Mandaean community, it's expressed around water and baptism in the Georges River. For our Islamic community, events such as Ramadan and Eid are particularly significant as the many mosques in my electorate fill for prayers. In this respect, I was most pleased to attend the Ramadan Eid Bazaar at the Whitlam Centre in April and iftars held by Alemannia College. For the Syriac community, the recent blessing of the foundation stone for the new parish and pastoral centre in Kemps Creek. In relation to my Buddhist community, I'm always delighted to attend the Lunar New Year blessing and the upcoming Moon Festival. At Diwali, my Hindu community lights the streets. The joy of everyone, and we also are now looking forward to the upcoming celebration of Lord Ganesh. And of course we have Christmas and Easter, which is celebrated by the Christians in my electorate. These observations are by no means extensive, but they are a snapshot of diversity of our community. Our community is cohesive. It's important to emphasise there is real acceptance and acknowledgement that all faiths have a place and need to be respected. If religion is one fibre that connects the electorate and makes the wonderful community what it is, what are the others? Well, schools and education rank highly. The event that I attended this year was the William Carey Christian School's 40th anniversary celebrations. Others have included attending International Women's Day at Hoxton Park High School and my visit to Unity Grammar to celebrate their new STEM building. Any visit to the sidelines of a sporting fixture or a match on a Saturday or Sunday, Speaker, will show another place where communities are formed. From my days of refereeing junior rugby league, I've known the unique place that sport, and particular junior sport, plays in forming communities and building resilience. Be it helping hand and line marking, serving in the canteen, or simply cheering from the sidelines, sport is uniquely placed in my electorate to help grow a sense of belonging and cohesion. It was wonderful then to be at Liverpool Olympic and see them host the tournament under the banner of the Snap-a-Roos for players of all ages and disabilities. The event was supported by Southern Districts Football Association, and I was privileged to catch up with Catherine Cannulli, Andy Favaro and the CEO of the Marconi Club. On top of these fibres of faith, education and sport, there are also layers of general community and cultural events that foster a sense of belonging and social cohesion in our electorate. The list of events I've attended in recent months is too long for me to go into a detail, but I will make mention of the Serbian Folkloric Festival, Pakistan Mango and Cultural Festival, and the 53rd Annual Mass and Communion Lunch for the Liverpool Catholic Club. Each of these events are examples of the fibre that Melville referred to. But there is one final event that I would like to mention tonight, and that is particularly important for social cohesion in my community. National Sorry Day. In May, I attended Liverpool Council's Sorry Day commemoration. It is a time to reflect on the injustices endured by our Aboriginal Australians, to say sorry and commit ourselves to doing better. The need for Sorry Day is more important than ever, Speaker, and the complete social cohesion will only be achieved when real reconciliation takes place. My electorate is not immune to the pressures, but the threads that unite it, faith, education, sport and cultural diversity, do so in a manner that make for a wonderful community, and I am so proud to be their representative in this place.
The question is the House do now adjourn and give the call to the member for Longman.
Thank you, Speaker. Mr Speaker, Meals on Wheels runs 6 separate centres in Moreton Bay, 4 in my electorate of Longman, situated in Burpengary, Woodford, Caboolture and Bribie Island. This trusted organisation receives government funding at both the state and federal level, the Queensland State Government providing a flat rate of funding of $42,000 per annum, which works out at $5.79 per meal, which obviously decreases per meal as their client base expands. And the federal government provides funding of $10.77 per meal. To give an idea of the enormity of the work Meals on Wheels do in the Moreton Bay region, they provided 124,009 meals in the 23-24 calendar year. That's around 476 meals per day, and the demand keeps growing. Unfortunately, the state and federal government funding only covered the cost of 115,376 meals, which meant that extra funding for almost 9,000 meals had to be found. But the question is, how do Meals on Wheels fund these extra meals they provide? I'm glad you asked, Speaker. First, they do outside catering, which they managed to double last financial year, and they also receive donations. Their hard-working and diligent staff often donate many hours at no cost, and their dedicated General Manager, Wendy Smith, does her best to control costs. Costs that, like every other household, business and organisation around the country, have skyrocketed under the current government. Money simply isn't going as far as it used to, Mr Speaker. Employee costs have risen by $180,000 in the past 12 months. Water costs have doubled, and electricity costs have risen by over 75%, or $24,000 in real terms. Now, in the interest of fairness, Mr Speaker, I want to also acknowledge that federal funding has increased as well in that period, but simply by not enough. The raw cost of the produce has increased from $658,102 to $823,386. The bottom line is that the small increase in funding is simply well short of covering the massive increase in costs. What does this mean practically, Speaker? Well, it means that tough decisions have to be made so that this wonderful, well-respected community organisation will continue to provide their much-needed services
to so many in the community of Longman. I'm sad to report that 3 staff will lose their job this week. Recipients will incur a 50-cent increase in meals, and with the average customer receiving 5 meals per week, this will add another $130 per year to their budget, or worse still, if they can't afford that, they will simply have to skip meals and at times go hungry. From September, they will no longer be operating on a Monday in Moreton Bay. That's right, they're closing every Monday. Now, what is the latest federal and state government response to this dilemma, Speaker? Meals on Wheels received the news that as of August 1, funding was frozen, and they would no longer receive additional federal funding for any new clients in a cost of living crisis. Go figure. I spoke to Wendy and she said they received requests from 47 new clients for meals in just the first 2 days of this month. And under this Labor government's decision to freeze funding on meals, these people will be given the news that Meals on Wheels can't help them. Where do these clients come from, Mr Speaker? Well, many are referred to Meals on Wheels by aged care workers, many are referred from hospital when they are discharged. So this most vulnerable cohort are being neglected due to this decision to freeze Meals on Wheels funding. It's a disgrace and a cost of living crisis. So what are the solutions, Mr Speaker? Well, first, Meals on Wheels need both state and federal governments to increase funding that at least covers the crazy homegrown inflation we have endured over the past 2 years and increased demand due to more people experiencing harder times. Meals on Wheels are doing their part and trying to save costs as well. Their solution, which I fully support, is to build one mega kitchen that will do the cooking for all 6 centres in the Moreton Bay region I've mentioned, as well as some of the centres on the Sunshine Coast. So in effect, this one kitchen would do the meals for at least 10 centres, and the existing centres would become distribution points only, not meal preparation facilities. This means the running costs of one kitchen, not 10. The cost of maintaining one kitchen, not 10. The cost of powering one kitchen, not 10. It makes great economic sense, and I commend Wendy for a vision of how to supply more of these much-needed, lower-cost, nutritious meals. Speaker, it's not only the physical support that Meals on Wheels offers. For many recipients, the friendly Meals on Wheels volunteer delivery driver is the only person they may have contact with, and we must at all costs ensure this vital service continues. Thank you.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to member for Reid.
Thanks, Speaker. My electorate of Reid is home to some amazing things: great food, culture, wonderful parks and a great diverse community. But unfortunately, Reid is also home to Australia's worst roundabout. Residents in the suburbs of Homebush, North Strathfield, Concord, Rhodes, Sydney Olympic Park, Newington, Wentworth Point have suffered for years and years having to contend with traffic congestion at the DFO roundabout. The traffic is terrible on weekends, during peak hour and around major sporting events, making it disruptive and unsafe for residents. And my colleague here, the member for Werra, says she avoids it entirely. For years, previous governments have been talking about fixing this traffic mayhem, making election commitment after election commitment, but never delivering. And residents have been patiently waiting for a solution. When Transport for New South Wales finally landed on a preferred option, it was estimated to cost $100 million that had no timeline or indication of the level of disruption to the community. Since I was elected in 2022, I have met many times with Transport for New South Wales to try to get a fix to the DFO roundabout mayhem. I've also met with the management of DFO and Sydney Olympic Park Authority to make clear that they have an obligation to the local community to do their bit to ease traffic congestion during periods of peak demand. This year, I was finally advised that the project's cost had increased dramatically, almost doubling, and it also required the total demolition of Bressington Park. Neither of these were acceptable nor viable options. So, with the state member for Parramatta, Donna Davis, we have pushed Transport for New South Wales to come up with an alternate plan that would more quickly improve the safety and traffic flow through the roundabout. And I'm happy to say that we have now a first step to upgrade the traffic light infrastructure at the roundabout. This is an important first step to improve safety for drivers, and Transport for New South Wales believes it could be in place in the next 12 months. The local community has waited far too long for Australia's worst roundabout to be fixed. I'll continue working with Transport for New South Wales to improve the situation there. But on a brighter note, this week there was an exciting week for Sydney-siders. We saw the long-awaited opening of the new Sydney Metro, a transformative public transport project that will be the biggest change to how my city moves around since the opening of the Harbour Bridge. Sydney-siders were genuinely excited by this project. They lined up from 1 a.m. to get the first metro at 4:54 in the morning. They held up signs, took selfies and posted them online. Projects like the metro require long-term vision. The metro was a big idea. It required vision to initiate it and see it through. And it is right that we pay tribute to all the people involved in its completion, including former Liberal Premiers of New South Wales, Mike Baird and Gladys Berejiklian, and Dominic Perrottet, as well as the Labor Premier, Chris Minns, and Transport Minister, Joe Halen. Politics at its best is about having a clear vision. I look forward to the day when 4 new metro stations will open in my electorate at 5 Dock, Burwood North, North Strathfield and Sydney Olympic Park. These stations will transform our community, allowing us to reduce car dependency, build housing close to transport, and create walkable main streets with local businesses. That is my vision for my electorate, and it is a long-term vision that will require some patience, long-term collaboration, and support for residents and businesses through the construction. But the payoff will be a community with better, more modern infrastructure that meets the needs of residents now and in the future. A vision I am proud to share with Reid constituents.
It being 8 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.